Hello everyone and welcome to the penultimate day of RSC11 playoffs. Today we have the Master Tier going down in its entirety. There are a whole 8 teams left remaining at this stage. At the end there can only be one winner, and it all starts off here in the round 1 of the upper bracket. It's going to be top seed Phoenix taking on Messiahs from the other side. It's going to be a very exciting match. Winner moves to the upper final, loser drops to that lower bracket. And joining me for the first one here today is Sir Winalot. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling pretty good. We had quite a storm last night. It was almost ominous with these master playoffs starting up. There was lightning and a blizzard at the same time. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. Quite crazy. If we're getting any more crazy stuff here, I think we should look towards for the bracket and see all the craziness that's already happened. I'm really excited for these master playoffs.
Absolutely. We'll start off here looking at the play-ins to see which teams have made it to this stage. You can see Messiahs won their match against Infinity to stay in the upper bracket up to this stage. Hades on the other side will be playing on the B stream at the moment. And then from the lower side we had Rias, Legion and Severance advancing to the lower bracket. They will be playing off stream at the moment. We'll move into that playoff bracket so you can see how today will go down, where we're starting, where we'll end up at. And yeah, so we have Hades on the other side taking on Draugr, and we have Phoenix versus Messiahs going on right now. On the lower side, Rias and Severance, the play-ins winners, will be taking on Dogon and Infinity respectively. They are in the elimination territory. Only one team can advance to the losers of this round, so every single match counts at this stage. So win a lot. It's the business end of the season, absolutely.
It is, and that's the exciting end of the season. We have a lot of good teams left, and that's the exciting part for me. It's still anyone's playoffs here. There's no cut clear guarantee, and that's what I love about Rocket League as well. It's on any given day there can be an amazing upset. But looking towards some of the team stats, I mean, it's first versus second. It doesn't get much more exciting than that. The wins tied at 47. Anything poking out at here that looks maybe more exciting than the rest of the stats?
I mean, it's always interesting when you have the lower seed coming in with the better goal difference, and the Visionary side even hitting the double century of goals up to 200. Not many teams achieved that across all of RSC this season, so it's very impressive. More demos as well, slightly worse shooting percent, but I mean, really the goal difference is the biggest indicator from team stats, and yeah, Messiahs have that going their way, so positive for them.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of shots on target today, and you're going to have to make saves. Absolutely. Going to some of the players, though, we do have 314 ZZA. Looks like pizza to me, but I'm too Italian. I don't know if I'm just biased on that. 70 games played. He is the Iron Man of this series. Do you think that's going to be a factor here, just having a bit of a veteran presence?
Yeah, it definitely does help to have someone who's been there for 99% of the league play. I did even ask him beforehand to confirm it. He did say it is just the word pizza. So you're not biased. He just loves pizza that much that he named his whole online personality after it.
Oh gosh, yeah. I hope he doesn't like pineapples on pizza, because then I'm gonna have to be biased towards not cheering for him. Well, we're in the booth together, Bar, and we know we try to be unbiased while we're up here.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not sure what biases we could show to these two teams, but other than that, just the one player. The teams in general, we're not going to be biased. And moving into predictions,
correct.
You can see, of course, that we've gone split once again. I've gone for the game 5 in favor of the Messiahs. You've gone the way of the Icelandics, Sir Winalot.
Yeah, we couldn't help it, could we? We love each other, but we love a competition, and that's what we're going to get today. Commentator versus commentator, team versus team. Rocket League is where we are today, Bar, and that's nowhere else I'd rather be.
Indeed, we might even have a bit of a rivalry going on with the teams of Phoenix being all Icelandic. Messiahs are nearly all Norwegian and Swedish. MV Success was part of the main roster and he's English, so maybe he's here to ruin it. But maybe Fat Cat, the Norwegian, will get on the pitch and we have a full Scandinavian derby.
I would love a Scandinavian derby. Those are the exciting ones. If you look back in the history of times, those have been the exciting ones. I can't wait for this one to start up.
Absolutely. I'm going to ask the players if they're ready to get this epic day of RSC11 Master Playoffs up and running on Manfield night. Yes, they are. They can join the lobby, and this day is going to be absolutely insane. It all starts off here, one team getting to the upper final, one team having to make that lower fight happen. And here we go, Bjarni and MV6us do indeed start it off, and indeed the Englishman has taken to the pitch. It's not quite the full Scandinavians, we're down to 5 out of 6 for this one.
That's okay. 5 out of 6 is good enough for me for it to be a brawl out there. And these teams clearly both want to win. And as we have a good first touch here, it's gone over. Pizza's looking to get a touch. He does. It's going to get back into the middle here. No, cleared out the left wing. Oh, a little bit of a whiff here and a big demo. This could cause issues. That's a great save. Quisic there, get it off the backboard and all the way out. Nothing you can do there. How much of the backboard defense do you think is going to be a big key today?
I mean, the more you rise up these ranks, the more space the teams are going to be making the most of, and the backboard provides so much space that you always have to be ready, especially here where they can have so much freedom in the air. Osic is trying to just go straight towards net with that one, and Poe was ready on the backboard but didn't need to use it this time. He also tries to go straight at net, and it will work out. His teammate MV6S picks up the rebound, and within a minute we already have a goal.
Well, you just look at that. He gets it on the short hop, almost over, and then an amazing save, but it's the secondary follow-up once again that causes to be too much, and we see that far too often.
Yeah, great adaptability from Poe, coming off of his own backboard, realized that the shot was coming in straight away, stopped down and got it all the way down the other end.
Wow.
But it does not last long because Steb, the RSC veteran, will immediately equalize just 7 seconds after the first one went in.
Yeah, and this is the type of play that always happens. You get one goal and boom, you get another right away. You can't be upset with that if you're the guys in blue today. But we do have a game on our hands. Phoenix is going to be looking to get going here with that momentum.
They will be confident being the top seed from the Ignis side of things, but it looks like Messiahs might have a thing or two to say about that very even start in the opening minute and a half. We await our next goal to see who will take the next lead. Osic can get on the end of that one, but it's still somewhat alive here. MV6S with an unconvincing player, instead can push it back towards the middle, but only red players await, and back in to the Phoenix side of things. Poe with a center, but again, no one waiting to pick it up. The passes in the last 30 seconds or so have been a little bit wayward, and teams struggling to link up with each other. The defense well set in at the moment.
Yep, they're rotating really strongly. That's a good point, Bar. They are definitely not overcommitting, and they're just keeping that offensive pressure and connecting like that. It's going to be a matter of time before they score again if they can't clear their lines properly while not getting boost. They're starting to get boost starved a little bit here as he's up. Oh, MV was almost over the first line of defense there. That could have been an issue, and they do have a pass. Wow, what a save by Osic. Oh my goodness, Bar. It is heating up down there.
Phoenix having to remain very strong on the back end of things. They almost win themselves a counter, but Pizza sends it straight back to the backboard. Osic awkward with this one, but again, as a teammate to cover him, and Phoenix once again proving their defensive might. This time the counter might go better for them, and indeed it does. It's a woeful own goal for MV6S. He completely misreads the ball off of the backboard, and Osic gets a free one to his name.
Oh, it's just the most insatiable double tap you've ever seen. It is own goal, though. A beautiful goal indeed, Bar.
He will be definitely regretting that when he's got one at both ends now for each team. He will redeem as much as a little bit there with a save to prevent the damage from becoming any worse, but that will be a tough one for Messiahs to stomach. They had been the better team after it was 1-1, and they were the ones pushing harder to go in the lead, but they let Phoenix in far too easily, and the success maybe letting the nerves come to him. The playoff day, the first match of the day, means that maybe they're not quite ready for just how big this can be at times, and really let it get to you.
Yeah, you gotta be a professional. That's why it's so great to have a veteran out there, as I always say. You gotta have someone that can be down there and calm the nerves. But a couple of good touches here, and they are getting out of their end a bit more easily now. There's still time left to equalize, and Bar, it seems to be every time we're in the booth together, something crazy happens. So I'm not holding my breath yet. I think these guys got a chance to come back in this one.
do still seem to be the ones that are trying to push harder, and they do have to be now that they're the ones searching for the goal to try and get back into this. So it's really encouraging that they haven't let that damaging goal get to them too much, and indeed they will find their equaliser. Pizza gets himself on the board, and it's all tied up.
Oh, what a timely goal. No pineapples on this pizza. I guarantee you, if he liked pineapples on his pizza, he's not scoring that one. What a goal he scores here. They're all tied up, and that's a great way to go into the last minute of play.
They know that they have been the more dominating presence so far, and immediately they're trying to get another one off the kickoff. Bjarni has to be there. That's his 4th save now of this first game, and Phoenix have definitely had to be showing why their defense got them to this stage in the season. But still, here come Messiah's 4 more. Pizza's looking for it, but Stead gets there first. Bjarni with a relatively weak shot on the counter will give it away, but V just gives it straight back to Osik. Hopefully not another own goal. Indeed, Poe will read this one better off of his backboard. Bjarni's going to pick this one up, but struggling to make things happen. Step into the middle. It's a really awkward angle for Osik, but he makes it work, gets it on target. MB success. Cool, calm, and collected getting that one away.
He was, and he had to be. We were getting a little nervous up here, but there could be a bumper. The bubble is on. Wow, he couldn't redirect that in. That would have been really close. 20 seconds left, and it's going to be pushed into the middle. It's really in. Oh, what a save bar. Oh, my God. Wow, pandemonium on the goal line right now. No one knows what's going on. They're just throwing everything they can at the cars. Oh, it could be. It's off the crossbar at the far side. There's no shot they can counter this now. 3 seconds left. It could be. Surely it's over. It's still up somehow. It's pushed back into the middle.
He makes it.
It's going to be on.
It's on the
Oh, save. It's still up, though, Bar. It's still up.
Osik puts it in the middle. MB to redirects the step. Cannot keep it down.
Oh.
Poe misreads it. Bjarni still keeps it alive. Besides, cannot clear their lines, but surely this one drops it. It does. Oh, just like the last time on Thursday, Sir Winalot, we have an absolutely crazy 0-second occurrence, but still no goal is a reward for it. And we have one in 8 seconds into overtime. Phoenix do not keep it away. They do not make their 0-second pressure count. Pizza slams it off of the ceiling curve, and Poe makes the read happen. That own goal from MB Success does not come back to bite him because Messiahs are the game 1 winners.
And you know what? That's what you can't. There's no seconds off in this. Once you get to this stage of Rocket League, no matter what, you have to be on always, and we see them turn off for just 10 seconds in overtime there, Bar, and they take it home.
Yeah, they worked so hard to keep the score down for Messiahs. 8 saves between the pair of Bjarni and Osik, but it just wasn't enough. The Visionary side kept the pace up in this first game and were deserved winners in the end. It was going to be a real statement from Phoenix if they managed to make that defense work, but they're left having to make a response in this series now, and that maybe means they might have to play a little bit more aggressively than they were here in Game 1.
No, they're going to have to bring the thunder now. They're going to have to make the action happen. They can't really sit back and counter too much. They can't be too risky. They're going to have to keep good ball pressure, go get some goals, and they have to escape the first 15 seconds of this game. They can't go in here down 1-0. The mentals would be too shot after this. They got to stay in this game, for sure.
All-important game 2. If Messiahs claim this one, then Phoenix would have to reverse sweep. It's always the case in the best of 5, so you have to bring your all, as you say. Keep your heads in the game and don't let what is a very damaging loss the first 8 seconds of overtime get to you too much. They're going to look for the first goal themselves right off the bat here, but Bjarni's dunk is wayward. Osik try to get something in the middle for Stead to hit, but Poe reads it too well. Looks for the dunk, but Stead gets it around him really well. Osik now beats another, but beats the last man, gets the read. MV back to the Swede, but he cannot quite make it work. Poe, well, the sudden has to deny one from Bjarni. Phoenix again proving that they are a threat on the counter, but remains 0-0 thus far.
Yeah, and they are definitely a threat on the counter here because they keep messing up in their own end for who's going. A couple double commits. It's really setting up for a counter attack here, and we'll see how much this is going to come back to hurt them. They've had it under control for the most part, but like we saw earlier, you really just can't take any plays off here. As soon as there's any space, it seems like these players are just at scoring. They have so much skill. And here goes Pizza again. He gets the double back into the middle. What a play! Oh my goodness, Bar. That is absolutely amazing. Look at this. Hops to the left, gets it back down, and Poe scores it. That's great stuff, boy. What a double.
And it's exactly what you said. Phoenix take their eye off the ball. It's a heavy touch in the middle of the park. And Pizza snaps it up. Brilliant play from him. So quick as well to make sure Phoenix can't regroup in defense. And it will mean we need a response from the Icelandic men. They almost get one here, but Bjarni will again be denied, this time by MV. And this is a great interception now. Bjarni has space. Pizza has not gone up. He's going to look for the squishy save, and it does not work. Bjarni will strike lucky on his third attempt.
My goodness, look at this. He gets it right in the top bins here. I mean, I don't know if you could save this. I don't think it's possible. I wouldn't want it. That's a nightmare. Could be a goalie for right there. I can tell you that right now. But they're off here, 1-1, and we're getting to be having quite the series here, Bar.
And again, it's not really a build-up of pressure. It's just too much space given by the other team. This time, besides, with a bit of an overcommit, and it really left that last player back with not a lot of options. Had to go for the in and out, and Bjarni was never going to miss that one. Now again, the visionary side with a bit of an overcommit. Can Stead get this one on? No, it's off of a post and out. And even the read comes through to deny the rebound. Poe with a brilliant clear. Make sure there's no pressure build-up from Phoenix, but that was a brilliant chance to take the lead in this one, and they did not make it count.
Oh, they're getting a chance on the other side. Off the bar. Off straight down. It's off him.
It's
it. Oh, Bar. What did we just witness, Barb? Take us through that.
Poe goes for the ground bounce. Bjarni sits it straight to MV, and Osik is powerless to stop that one ricocheting off of his own car and in. It's the second own goal of the series, but this time it goes in favor of Messiahs.
Oh, we were just screaming in here for a second. There was just chaos on the goal line. No one knew what was going, but they're coming back with another wave of attacks. Oh, you just can't get the double tap, and Messiah is being biblical right now. They are playing out of their minds, and this is exactly why we love Rocket League. On any given day, there can be a winner, and they are showing themselves right now that they can do this. Great play by Pizza there to stop the attack. He's going to go up the wall as well. Scares Usik, and Usik has a nose for goal today, whether it's his own or in the other end of the net, so look out for him to even this up, because again, it kind of feels like this game has more to give, doesn't it, Bar?
Yeah, Phoenix are trying to ramp up their individual efforts here. They know they're in a very precarious situation in the series, but still, they cannot battle their way through the Messiah's defense. They're holding them at bay. And Phoenix will have to try again. Bjarni looks to the left. Post missed this one, but Osik had gone for the dunk. He's at MV, gets a easy clearance away, but Bjarni again immediately starts up the push. This time Steb too slow. Poe takes it away. Bjarni's going to have to hook it left for Osik to chase, but Pizza shuts it down. The Messiah's not happy to just let Phoenix have this space. They know they're going to have to be looking for these 50s. And indeed, they win back the possession. MV has a flip reset and space to work with, but the effort is wide. Pizza can maybe nip in here, but just taking it calm, taking it slowly. They know that they're the ones in control, and they can wait for their moment to strike. Pizza almost made it the whole way back to the goal, but Bjarni was there. No, MV finish it up, but Bjarni somehow reached that one. Phoenix keep themselves in it.
I can't believe it. What a save that is. I thought he got a touch on the way down as well. But I can't tell. I'd love to see I might have to clip that myself and go take another look. That was absolutely amazing. And they're still in this. Is that a sign that they got a chance to come back because they have life now? It's going to be a good opportunity on net. Oh, he just bumps him off the left side. 1 minute remaining. And here comes Poe. He gets it straight down. The goal line clearance is going to be there. And now MB keeps it in. Usik is going to be up in the air. He's going to get the touch here. He has no boost, though. Oh, Pizza does really well there. Get the ball back off the left wall in the middle, and they're going to get the ball back down their own goal line. It's going to get pinched right across the goal mouth. And Poe does good to clear that. Osik gets a good first touch. This is heating up here. Oh, a huge demo! And that's going to create space. They're able to clear their line with boost possession. This is an opportunity for them if they can get anyone to follow up. A double commit in the middle. Step's got to turn on this. Bar, 20 seconds left. Do you think they got it in them to come back?
This is it. This is the moment.
Oh!
receives the 1-2 and can't make his way past Poe. Now another chance is created. Barney's pass does not reach his target, and Steb cannot make that one work either. Osick back to Bjarni. Steb is there, but Envy is in the way. Messiahs surely have done enough. A flip reset from Envy to take more time off the clock. Bjarni misreads it. Steb looks for one last chance, but can only find the ground. And Messiahs hold on for dear life at the end of game 2, and their efforts are rewarded. Phoenix are left without a win on the board and staring down the brink of the lower bracket.
They are now. They can smell the lower bracket. And that's where the mentals start to fade. Bar, you're a good, positive guy. What are you telling to your teammates here if you're down 2-0 against the Messiah team that's playing like Messiahs? What are you telling to the guys going into game 3? What do you say?
I mean, this was clearly the more positive game for them. They outshoot, and they were really putting on all the pressure. So I think you've just got to keep going, not try and play that defensive game. And maybe that's another way you can take it. Just try and frustrate the Messiahs and make them get overconfident, make them get frustrated. But in my opinion, you've got to try and keep taking it to them. Keep trying to win yourself space. You saw the one goal they got there was from Bjarni finding himself in acres of space and making that chance count. So they know that they do have the individual prowess. They finished first in the league play for a reason, but the moment Messiahs are just playing at a level above, and Phoenix need to try and catch them.
Yeah, and then we do kind of head to one of my favorite fields. I say this every time, but the rent is atrocious in that Cynet building. Off to the side, you get to just watch a bunch of free Rocket League games, though, so it is worth its weight in gold because they are off, and this is do or die now. This is the time. If you're going to be a first-place team, this is where you show it. And like you said, they do have the capability, they do have the pure talent on their team to make a comeback. The question today is, are they going to be able to stop a Messiah team that is just firing on all cylinders?
Always a tough ask to perform the reverse sweep, but it's less tough than making a whole lower bracket run happen. You have to make your life in the upper bracket count, and at the moment Phoenix do not look like they're taking the most of the opportunity First in League play got them. Messiahs again will start off the better of the two. MV looks for the flip reset. Good from Osick to limit that space and get another touch away. Poe's going to be dunked by Steb, but 50 is relatively equal, and MV will keep it alive. From Messiahs looks for the corner redirect, but again it's shut down by Phoenix, and it's encouraging sights from them in defense that they're so willing to immediately run at the Messiahs and not give them any shooting opportunities.
Yep, I was just going to say that, Bar. We're thinking of the same thing again. They are absolutely challenging early, and maybe that was the halftime talk. Hey, guys, no more free resets. No more free corner reads. We're on them like white on rice. Let's get out there, boys. And they just clap in the middle, and they go, okay, it's time. Because they look like a lot faster than a team than they looked like the last game. But it seems to me like they're still struggling to get out of their own end, especially with boost control. Another huge demo, and we have to look at the stats here. Poe is starting to really heat up as well. That's going to be an issue for this squad as they get a ball straight down, and Messiah's back in time. Steb pushes the ball into the middle here. They got to finish this. They do. Curse of the commentators. They come back and score right away, Bar. But this looks good, didn't it?
Yeah, Messiahs take their eye off the ball. They don't spot Osick rushing in behind Steb, but Steb knew his teammate was going to be there. Fished it middle for him. Didn't have to put too much behind it. Just had to open it up. And Osick comes through right on time. This time they didn't need a lot of space, Phoenix. They just needed an inch. That's what Messiahs gave them, and Phoenix took it.
Yeah, they have taken it, but they've also gone 1-0 up in this series quite a few times now. And they've had nothing to show for it. So, as we've said before, it kind of feels like this game isn't over yet. But Phoenix is coming on strong here as the counterattack's going to be fast. Poe is trying to get the demo. He does it. What a great play to avoid that. And he's going to clear the ball off the sidewall there. Really well done by Steb. And Usyk is up and Steb is up. It's a bit of double command. Hopefully they don't get countered too hard from this. Bjarni does well. And Poe gets it off to the right wing. MV's is going to clear his lines, and they do have boost going into the attacking end. 2.5 minutes left. Does Phoenix steal one here, Bar? Are we thinking it's going to be back the other way?
It's been much more reaffirming play after that first minute. They have been trying to get the chances in the other half, and they've made one count. They're trying to battle their way through the midfield again, and this feels like Phoenix have found their happy place here on the pitch. They know that there's nothing to lose at this stage. They can just go at the Messiah's side, and it's working so far, but I can also easily change with just a 1-goal lead on the pitch. Phoenix might have to extend that if they are to keep their hands on hold of this one. Bjarne's denied by Poe. He fishes it back to his teammate Steb. He turns into the goal scorer himself, and that is brilliant work from Phoenix. One chance doesn't work, find the other angle, and it goes straight to the back of the net.
And what a goal it is. You have to admit, they absolutely planned that play out. He was ready for the pass in the middle, and he pings it to the bottom right-hand corner. That's textbook Rocket League from these guys.
Passing plays proving to be deadly for Phoenix. Messiahs cannot keep a hold of the pace that they're coming at them with, and indeed at this stage it seems very likely Phoenix will wrestle one back in the series, but Messiahs will definitely still have things to say about that. This one comes off with a post, and Phoenix beautifully clear their lines. Osick maybe even wrestles a chance for them back the other way, but Pizza gets there before Steb can. Bjarne with a good midfield intercept, and it's just limiting Messiahs to what they can do. Again, there's no chances for them. Steb takes it away, and Phoenix slowly but surely taking the time off of this clock.
Yeah, but they are doing a good job of it as well. That clock can run down so fast when you're behind, but it does seem like it takes forever when you're in front. If they can just get one before that 30-second, 20-second mark, they've got a good chance here. Wow, could have been awkward, but it gets pinched all the way out down the field, and another 20 seconds runs off the clock here as everyone's hands start to sweat. You don't want to give a team a chance. You don't want to let them back in a series when you can close it out. You want to close them out. You don't want to give them any life. But it is hard to say that Phoenix is not going to be playing this well the rest of the series. We might be getting a reverse sweep here.
Messiahs go for another push. They've got pretty much no time left. They need to score on this possession, and it doesn't work out. Bjarne takes it away, and with this little time, doesn't look like it's going to happen for Messiahs. MB will try again nonetheless, but again a Phoenix player waits for the attack. Bjarne again takes it away. He's been superb in defense all throughout, and all three of them have shared the burden in this third game. They've been working together as a defensive unit, and anytime Messiahs even came close to threatening, they were on it in a flash, and the 2 goals they scored were no mean feat either. 2 brilliant team plays to take one back in the series.
Yep, and it was just about 40 seconds there. They popped their 2 goals, and then that was it. They locked it down on defense, and they were absolutely guarding that goal line. That is tough to play against. It's almost as if they said, hey, we got the lead, come and score. And they couldn't. They could not break any of the deadlocks. They couldn't break that midfield little half press they had going on, and they always had a third man back. That is more like a first-place team than we saw in the first 2 games.
Yeah, it's almost not even defense that they were playing, because Messiahs only had 3 shots, all of them saved, with 1 save each from all 3 Phoenix players, and that's almost even more impressive, is when you're defending by preventing the chances from even happening, and it really made Phoenix's lives a lot easier in locking that down, because you're absolutely right, they really didn't give Messiahs anything in those last few moments when it looked like Messiahs could have threatened, but Phoenix, they just held it their own, and they knew that they know that they're worth at least a game in this series, and they'll feel very confident that they can go on to try and pull off the reverse sweep now.
Yeah, they had like a great amount of pressure. Anything in the corner they were on, they were ready. They were ready here, and we are ready for the next game as it starts off. Poe gets on to a good first start here, and they are going to be looking to really, really ramp up the pressure here, because this is where they need to shine.
Their first bout of pressure doesn't work out though, and Osick's trying to make something happen, misses the demo onto MV, which means the Englishman will have space to work with. Gets it round, Steb, Pizzas there, and it's a passing play going the other way to start us off in game 4. Messiahs going to try and shut this one down in 4. They're not happy with Phoenix getting one back, but Phoenix might be equalizing here. Bjarne was threatening. Still, Messiahs will take it back. MV with another touch on that ball. Maybe he didn't quite want, because it's gone over to Bjarni now. He's looking for another solo play, gets it off of the backboard. Steb is a little slow to the punch. I'm not sure how much quicker he could have been without pre-jumping it though. Phoenix are going to have to keep pushing. They are 4 minutes away from going down to the lower bracket as they are facing this deficit at the moment, and Steb even takes it away from his own teammate. That's not going to help their cause.
No, that's not good. They don't want to see too much of that. They got away with one there. The double commit was on, and so with the counter, but they are pressing over this little half midfield press thing they have going on here. They're stealing boost and just kind of holding that midline with a third guy kind of deep. It's really causing Messiah's issues, but they are still down 1-0 here, and Messiah seems to have figured out what they got to do, kind of soaking up their pressure and countering their counter. It's starting to become a chess match out here, Bar.
Tactics going left, right, and center here, and it's definitely seeming that Messiahs have the better read of the game at the moment. Double commit from Phoenix is going to cause huge problems. Envy is left with an open net, and of course he slots it. This is the master tier. You cannot be making mistakes like this in defense, and after they played so well in game 3 in their own half of the pitch, it's a crumble here that's going to lead Messiahs to perhaps an easy way to see out the series.
Yep, that is a mistake that they will probably be thinking about for the rest of the day. Maybe Comms could have fixed that, but it seems to me the third guy back there doesn't need to be going. They still had someone on, but you know, who am I? Who wants the momentum there? Who knows? But they find themselves down 2-0, and they have to now start fighting for their lives. This is where your mentals have to get really strong. They still have a way in this game. They just got to score a goal here, and they got to get themselves within one, and they can do it. But can they is the question, because it's going to be, whoa, Bar, that could have really sealed the game. I got caught in mid-sentence there, started to watch as he started that flip reset, was forming a great play, and now they're throwing everything at the front, and I hope they don't get countered too hard here. Wow, another great save, Bar. This game is getting hot.
Phoenix, after nearly going 3 down, try to get something back from this one, but Messiahs now are taking their turn to step it up in the defense and limiting everything the 3 Icelandic players try to do. Osik again will get nothing on the right hand side. It's straight back to for Messiah's chance. Poe looking for Pizza to come back in and cut the play, but this time Phoenix got a read to it. Bjarni's over MV here, but Poe's waiting for him on the backboard. Instead, we'll have to try and make something else happen. He's got Osik waiting for him. The pinch will go straight down, and Bjarni was looking for the read, but MV dropped it across and meant that Bjarni couldn't get the read. Pizza's going to look for snapshot, but Steb will deny. Both teams trying to put on as much shots as possible in the hopes of forcing a mistake from the other side, but that will just benefit Messiahs until they concede a goal like that, but they don't concede. Somehow Steb can't make it happen, and he clatters it off of the post.
Well, you can't be missing opportunities like that, can you?
Wow, that is a blunder from Steb. Phoenix are sowing their own fate here, unless Bjarni can look for the double.
Oh!
No, Osik looks
oh!
for it, then Steb as well, and just nothing goes through. Phoenix still left without a goal in game 4.
They are knocking on the door, but nobody's home. I can't believe nothing gets across the goal line there, as they are starting to maybe panic, being like, if we can't score this, how are we going to get back in the game? But they're not done yet. They still have time.
Still, Messiahs are giving them opportunities. Poe just gives it straight to Osik. And this time, no mistake is made. They've had enough. They will finally batter down the entrance to this red goal, because Phoenix are back in business and they're not ready to let go of this series just yet.
Oh, they're relentless, Bar. They are absolutely relentless. It's hard to imagine, but the Messiah's in the lead 2-1. It does not seem like it from the last 2 minutes of passage of play. Off the crossbar, takes another touch into the corner, gonna be back around. Empties his good speed. He's gonna get up the wall here. What can he do? He's got boost. Oh, he tries to get around the right side. He actually lets it fall right on the goal line. That's a great play, but no one could finish up. It was a bit too much of a commit there. Ball gets pushed back to Bjarni, and he's going to be good off the wall. He does, but he gets intercepted. Poe's going to get another interception, straight up, straight down. Oh, Poe could have turned on that. He may have known nothing about it, though. Pizza's going to be up. It's a good challenge. Straight up, straight down again, and here they go. Oh, great play. Straight up, straight down. 10 seconds left. It's going to be out the goal. Oh!
Bosick with one last chance. A bump comes out from Bjarni, but MV Success stands firm and gets it all the way into the other side of the net. Oh my goodness, so close for Phoenix to snatch one on 0 seconds, but again, they do not make their dying Ember chances count. And MV Success with the biggest interception of the series to give Messiahs the W.
And you know what? There was a moment of silence there with 5 seconds left, wasn't there, Bar? We both shut our mouths. We're usually pretty talkative, and we got real quiet real quick. It was almost like a time machine had just taken over us, and we were just watching it in slow-mo. It's like, oh, here comes the last chance of their series, and it ends up in their own net. Unfortunate, but it was a moment indeed. What a series that was.
Huge performance from Phoenix to make this interesting up to the last moment. But Messiahs made their 2-0 series lead count. Phoenix got one back, but Messiahs saw it out in 4. Get themselves into the upper final, just one step away from that all-important grand final and even getting the benefit of not having to bracket reset. Phoenix will drop down and they will take on Rias Legion. They've already swept out Dogon in that lower off-stream match, so we know what's going to be going on next on the B stream, but still the other match still goes on. Draugr are leading Hades 2-0, and Messiahs are unaware of who their opponents will be for now.
Yep, and that's not always a bad thing. But looks like your prediction came pretty true. Pretty close,
yeah,
eh? You're on it.
Pretty close. I almost got it, but Phoenix, they couldn't quite get the game 5. They were so close on 0 seconds, but
yeah. They were.
I mean, even throughout the game, they had many more chances that they really should have at least got to overtime in that game, I feel.
And they're going to feel hard done by, Bar. They're going to feel hard done by. A couple of the missed open nets there. I mean, hey, we all do them. It's just the timing of these ones were really unfortunate, and I feel for them on that. I really do, but we can't take it away from Messiahs. They played so well.
Absolutely, and that will do us for the first series of the day. There's still so much Rocket League left in the Master Playoffs. We know one team that will be on here in the mainstream next. Infinity have just knocked out Severance in the other lower bracket game, so they'll be taking on the loser of the match that's currently going on in the B stream. So go check that out. We'll be back here on the mainstream in about 20 minutes with the next lower bracket game. Catch us in a few.
See you guys.
Counterfeit. Guess it from the thought of it. People fake. Think they need to start a kid. Tryna be real. This right here to start a kid. Pick the grind. Look like I just started it. Counterfeit. Guess it from the thought of it. People fake. Think they need to start a kid. Tryna be real. This right here to start a kid. Pick the grind. Look like I just started it. Roll one if your dog hold you down, do not take it for granted. Get a credit out if it's both of you that planned it. If you got some bread, they should not be empty-handed. If your homie winning, then you winning, understand it. Roll two, don't compare yourself to anybody else. These days, people wanna be anyone but themselves. All that picture posting and fake boasting really doesn't help. Push it to the side and make sure you focus on yourself. But sometimes it get hard. I just keep on working till we make it out of Dodge. People posting pictures, really, that's just a mirage. Real ones with me, I know we gon' beat the odds. Counterfeit, guess it from the thought of it. People fake, think they need to start a kid. Tryna be real, this right here to start a kid. Pick the grind, look like I just started it. Counterfeit, guess it from the thought of it. People fake, think they need to start a kid. Tryna be real. This right here to start a kid. Pick the grind. Look like I just started it. If somebody left me, I'ma let them leave. I just upgraded to a better me. Ain't no hard feelings, I'ma wish them well. You
for the win. It drains me all out and pushes me to the ground. I keep on fighting, cause I feel his flames within. Please keep the fire burning, fire burning. Just keep the fire burning, fire burning. Just keep the fire burning, fire burning. Just keep the fire burning, fire burning. Please keep the fire burning, fire burning. Just keep the fire burning, fire burning. Yes, just keep the fire burning, fire burning. Yeah. Keep this fire burning. Keep this fire burning. Keep this fire burning. Keep this fire burning. These flames will never fade in me. They're part of me. They're part of who I am now. So take my hand and come with me, so you will see and set your fire free. These flames will never fade in you. They're part of you. They're part of who you are now. So share the word and shout it loud. Let your voice be heard. Let the fire spread around. Keep the fire burning, fire burning. Just keep the fire burning, fire burning. Keep this fire burning. Keep this fire burning. Keep this fire burning. Fire burning, fire burning. Keep this fire burning, fire burning,
It's about 503 is killing me. You've left me all alone. I still can't sleep, I can hardly breathe. I'm dying on my own. My heart's in pieces, can we just reset everything we've done? It's about 503's killing me, and I'm all alone. It's let go for the pain, cause nothing was the same when you walked out my life, when you walked out my life. Yeah, we were so amazing, beautiful creation, gone in the night, yeah, gone in the night. And like a storm, you destroyed my way of life. I cry every time I'm not yours, but you're gone. I guess I'm paying the price, cause I wasted your time. It's about 503 is killing me. You've left me all alone. I still can't sleep, I can hardly breathe. I'm dying on my own. My heart's in pieces, can we just reset everything we've done? It's about 503 is killing me. I'm all alone, and I know I've lost you. I've lost you, and I know that there's no coming back. So I just stay sad. It's about 503 is killing me. You've left me all alone. I still can't sleep, I can hardly breathe. I'm dying on my own. My heart's in pieces, can we just reset everything we've done? It's about 503 is killing me, and I'm all alone, 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 alone,
I'm the storm that meets the moon. I'm the sun that will not move. Do you think you are? Who do you think you
Hello everyone and welcome back to the continuation of the RSC EU 11 Master Playoffs. We've had one round go down so far in which we witnessed the Messiahs beat down Phoenix to the lower bracket. Here we will go into the lower bracket, but on the other side it's going to be Infinity taking on Hades in a fight to the death. One team goes home, one team moves on. And joining me for this one is Greybeard. How are you feeling? Very excited to have you back here in RSC.
Man, I feel like I've aged a lifetime since I was last here, but I'm very, very happy to be back. But I've been off trying to build the sub-Saharan African empire down here so we can challenge the world. But RSC is such an important part of I feel like it's my childhood. I grew up in Rocket League in RSC, so what a pleasure to be back, and especially with you, Barmanatan.
Of course, it's going to be a great match, and we'll start it off here with looking at the play-ins once more. You can see both of these teams did finish third, but they took altering routes. Infinity lost their play-in match, and Hades won theirs, which meant that going in the playoffs, we had Hades losing and then Infinity winning. So they've had a bit of a mismatch, but in the end, they both come into this one 1-1.
they're pretty. I mean, when you look at the overall, they both finished third. They're quite close, similar sort of journey. So, in theory and on paper, this should be, in theory, a solid matchup.
You'd have to imagine so. And take another look at this. What's waiting in the rest of the day? It's going to be the all-out brawl between Infinity and Hades at the bottom of your screens. Rias Legion taking on Phoenix on the B stream right now. Drogar and Messiah's waiting in that all-important upper final, which will go down after this one. There's still so much Rocket League left. It's still very early in the day, and you know you're already getting these Titan matchups. Third taking on third, and only one of them can advance.
And don't you love it? It all comes down to this. I mean, you have an entire season of league play. And there's the very real possibility of the teams at the top who've just dominated all season kind of don't show up on the day and then lose to a lower team. And that's what playoffs is all about. It's like, okay, we've seen your consistency over a season, but you now got to bring everything into this moment.
And one of the big things you look at for consistency is wins and goals. Hades got an extra 4, despite them both finishing in the same place, and had a goal difference that was 45 better. Infinity came from league play with a -4 goal difference, so I'm not quite sure how that happened, but they both managed to claim third seed either way.
Yeah, it is kind of an odd thing, and I think, I mean, probably... I mean, it's hard to read too much into the stats out of league play, but there are some important things to note, like the win percentage, 60 over 54, I think is important for Hades. So, maybe it leans. They're both very physical teams, both getting around 3.5 demos per game. So that's clearly a big part of both of the strategies and planning and play style of both of these teams. And so it seems... if you look at this mixed bag of stats coming out of league play, I think Hades hold an advantage here, but I just don't know, Bomb Manitan, is it enough to call it favorites? And I really don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, you've even got this extra element of both teams coming in with not necessarily a sub, but a player they haven't played with a whole lot. Asik is playing today. He's only played 12 games for them. And JB on the other side only has 22 games for Infinity, so there's mismatched stats. So the fact they're from league play, there's the fact that the players haven't played a whole lot together, so it makes it all the more difficult to predict. But despite that, Greybeard, we've both gone with sweeps, so we're just trying to predict that it's going to be unpredictable. And yeah, I've gone the way of Infinity, and you've taken on the side that the stats definitely favour more in Hades.
Yeah, but I still think it's an adventurous prediction to make, because we've kind of made the point that given how close they are, it's more likely to go to a Game 5 overtime sort of situation. But how many times have we thought teams are really, really close, and then one comes out, just has a sparkling day, and the other one has a disaster? And you and I have predicted the sparkling and the disaster, but on opposite ends of the pendulum.
Absolutely, and into the beginning of the pendulum swinging we go. Game 1 on Manfield night. Both of these teams playing to keep their RSC seasons alive and to knock the other ones packing. And it might be Hades starting off better, but Carrick somehow gets around this one already. Hades trying to prove why the stats are favouring them. Jushi's going to have another crack in Mimical this time. Will get in the way. It looks like it might be a lot of Hades attacking and Infinity defending.
Yeah, they definitely want to come out the pass, the redirect by Manitan. That was a sparkling play and a sparkling finish.
Oh my word, Jushu. Yeah, Mirati getting on the board within 30 seconds, and Hades have already taken 3 shots. It took them for the 3rd time lucky, but they still make it work, and pretty much all of those attempts for passing plays are going to look to try and pick apart this Infinity side. And with the early opening coming in, it looks like it might be pretty successful. Almost the first chance for Infinity, but still nothing on target just yet. This one almost sneaks all the way through from JB, but Jushu making impacts at both ends of the pitch.
The first kickoff, right from the kickoff, Hades were in attack. Right from the second kickoff, it's all been about Infinity. They haven't made it count yet, but the sparkling start from Hades, they have been pushed back and pushed into defensive duties. They do seem to have maybe come out, although Carrick's, there's been a demo. This might make things very awkward. A shot on is touched away. JB trying to make something happen. And again, they've had a couple of shots, but Hades' defense holding up better so far than Affinity's.
What I'm now realizing is that although Hades lost the last round, they've made a substitution. Hines did not play in that loss. They've taken out Rose and brought him in, and seeming like this dynamic may be working a little bit better for them as they're really taking it to Infinity, but Infinity almost get one back again. Hades proving that their defense is also up to scratch and really taking it to Infinity. They're playing at both sides of the pitch, and she's going to look for another impact. You're looking for the passing play, but ASIC cannot stake it through the oncoming Infinity players. There's maybe going to be another chance here, but ASIC again takes it away. So Infinity are going to get their chances in this series, but they're going to have to wall to put up with, and again they cannot break through. No, JB denies his own teammates, and Infinity somehow still haven't got a boat on the board.
It's been an absolute barrage on the Hades net. Somehow they've kept it out. And certainly, the demo now, JB, surely. Oh, the pass back. I want to save again. What is going on? And now there's a counter. It's going to be a second for Hades. And Barmanitan, that is completely against the run of play. But stoic defense, solid defense, and they have found a counter-attacking opportunity for it.
Jushu playing out of his mind. 3 saves, 2 goals, and we're not even halfway through the first game here. He is stepping it up, and wow, Infinity will count themselves hard done by, because they absolutely should have equalized in any one of those number of opportunities, but Hades just kept them out, and as you say, absolutely stoic, but might be more damage done to this Infinity side, and it will be. They cannot clear their lines, and ASIC will join Jushu on the scoreboards.
And I wonder if they've kind of just broken the will here of Infinity, because since from that first goal, the opening 30 seconds, there were 3 shots on goal, a goal by Hades, but ever since then it's been 6 shots from Infinity and all the pressure, yet they find themselves 3-0 down. It's gonna be pretty frustrating.
We'll keep pushing here and try and make something of this game 1, but 3 goals is not an easy margin to come back from in the Master Tier, and Hades will always keep up their chances at the other end. ASIC will threaten, but Mimical will deny. Infinity have to get out of their own half. It may still be 2 minutes on the clock, but when you have to pull back 3 goals, you want to be pushing as hard as you can for as long as you can. Another long-range strike will be very easy this time for Hades to deny, and I'll be very happy soaking up that pressure. JB's found a bit of space. Just time Jushu misreads, but there's not enough pressure put on the ball by Infinity, and Hades get an easy out.
Yeah, it's a tough position to be in. I mean, Hades, they're going to get a fourth here. Yeah, they're in the ideal position. Infinity have to do all the work right now. And Hades, they can just kind of try and keep control and find opportunities. They have the leisure of waiting for good opportunities, and there they take a fourth. And now you have to, a minute and a half left, we have to assume that it's going to be pretty much a downhill ride here to a Hades victory. Although I did see somewhere, was it RLC or somewhere, there were 2 goals in the final second of a game to take it to overtime. So really, we can't count anything out until the clock is 0 and the ball bounces.
Infinity are going to be living up to that mantra in this final minute. So they are still occupying the Hades half of things, but struggling to make chances out of this possession they have. Mimical will send it to the middle. This one will be a chance. JB slots it. All of a sudden, there's no one home for Hades, and Infinity keep that glimmer of light at the end of tunnel alive.
Well, there's certainly time for an upset apple cart here, Barmanitan. I mean, it's been plain sailing here pretty much for Hades. They finally concede. 53 seconds to go. A solid kickoff here could suddenly make things awkward.
Indeed, Hines will just give it away. Carrick's going to race down this one. ASIC gets in the way. 40 seconds left for Infinity to find 3, and Hines expertly takes more time off the clock. Pushes it left for Jushu to collect, and look at this, the confidence oozing out of Hades right now. Hines will fly past And Asik once again takes it under
Oh,
his
wow.
wing and surely all the way through crushes Carrick's on the back line. And Hades stamp out the idea of an Infinity comeback immediately.
That was so amazing because they were clearly going for the run down the clock play, keep possession, slow it down. And then ASIC there, he taking it forward, suddenly sees an opportunity, and what a fine execution. And now suddenly it's a dominating scoreline. And right now, Infinity, look, I think they've gone, okay, go next, see out the game. So they haven't had a great opener, and now they just got to regroup for game 2.
Going to have their chances in this series. Maybe not in game 1. They only managed to put one through, but they did still actually have their chances in game 1. They just didn't make the most of them. They will absolutely continue to be a part of this series, and Hades can probably count themselves a bit lucky here because they really had to pre-jump a few of those Infinity chances when the scoreline wasn't quite so dominating, and really put them in good stead. And of course that counterattack from Jushu that really put it to bed pretty early on means that Hades have to keep themselves ready here, because Infinity are going to keep pushing into the start of game 2, and if Hades don't get a couple of easy goals at the start, then maybe Infinity will pack one back.
And I think the key for Hades there was how they came out there in game 1. They asserted dominance, sort of the alpha moves right off kickoff, like, okay, we're in charge, put them on the back foot. But then it has to be said that their defense after that first goal was scored, they were under the cosh, massive sustained pressure from Infinity, but they couldn't break through. And I think things would have been very different if indeed they had found a way to get an equalizing goal earlier. I think the complexion of the game would have been completely different. And then by the time Hades got the counter-attack second goal, it just seemed all the wind had gone out of the sails for Infinity.
Yeah, they will have to find their fight here in game 2. In the previous round where they knocked out Severance, they did have to go to game 5, and they won that in dominating fashion, so they're not scared of going to long distances in series. It's what they might have to be doing here against a really tough Hades side, but they did win that first game last time as well. They were never playing from behind against Severance, and that sometimes can be all the difference in a series like this, where losing you go home, don't have that confidence behind you of having a game spare. And immediately they're making mistakes on the back line. Jushu is handed the opener, and he will absolutely take that. He's now got 4 goals in 2 games, and that is not what you want to see from Infinity, a complete collapse in defense.
And it's taken them even less yet to score the opener. It took, I think it was it was either 26 or 36 seconds, but here we go, 14 seconds in, bang, Hades in front. But it is Infinity with a good kickoff, and they're immediately applying pressure. But ASIC going to take it away, and Hades will march forward once more.
Good read from Mimical, but doesn't have any teammates to push with. JB with a good interception, though, means that Infinity can keep pushing like they did in the last game. They're going to look to try and equalize when it's just 1, but maybe this time their efforts will be less fruitless. Mimical's going to be handed it, and he cannot make contact. He doesn't read the whiff coming out from Hades, and that absolutely should have been the equalizer. Again, Infinity cannot make it happen.
Man, that is really frustrating. I mean, and you can't play for the mistakes, the whiffs, but often you're in position in case of the whiff. But you're still so surprised that it comes that you're not quite sure what to do with it. And a combination of the two means they miss a golden opportunity. That was heading on target. But it's ASIC who gets up high off the backboard to clear it away. Surely now. Nope,
cannot get
still
on
not.
that one. And Carrick still can't do it. Hades are putting in the stops where they need and relying on Infinity not reading them where they cannot reach the ball. And for the most part, it has been working this series, but they do still only have a 1-goal lead here, and that does lead to potential problems for them where Infinity get one eventually, where they really deserve. And then it's a whole lot harder for Hades to keep going. You can't imagine Infinity make another blunder in this game. Yeah, Hades not be the ones pushing Jushu, looking for a goal of his own accord this time, but again, Carrick steps up big on the back line again. They're just going to hand the shot to ASIC, and it is indeed another blunder. It's not quite the immediate caster curse, but Infinity do not keep it solid on the back line, and Hades are just pretty much handed an open net.
Yeah, and what's frustrating here is that Infinity have been handed open nets and they've not taken advantage of it. Hades have, and I wonder if we're going to see a similar situation. It seemed to really demoralize them when they conceded their second in the last game, and almost exactly like game one, the third goal comes very quickly, and oh no, the signs here are terrible by Manhattan for Infinity right now.
JB plays the high-risk, high-reward option, and he indeed ends up with the high risk, leaves the goal completely open, and here he's once again proving their willingness to score open nets where Infinity do not. It's disaster for the Green Phoenix side at the moment, and they are staring down quite the difficult situation at the moment. They again, just like in game one, have time to deal with this massive lead coming out, but it's so much easier said than done, and anything, it feels like the defense is getting worse and worse.
Yeah, and there might be a fourth here on the offering, but no, it is gonna finally get cleared, and this is gonna be a massive test of the mental of Infinity, because it is tough, and we've all been in these situations, by Manhattan, where you're going, how are we down 3? We should be at least even on 1 each or 2 all, or maybe even a lead. But you can't figure it out, and it's just so hard, and so they're going to have to dig deep and find a mental way to get back into it. But in the meantime, Hades looking to run riot in offense on the Infinity net.
Here they go again. Asik has all 3 defenders chasing him, and indeed only can find the post, but not sure how much Hades will mind, considering this 3-goal lead is very much still in stature. Mimical looks to take one down from it, and he does. This time he makes no mistake with the open net, and hopefully that is a lifeline for Infinity. They're not down and out of game 2 just yet.
I'm trying to think what was the scoreline when they finally scored. I think it was 4-1. It was indeed, I think, 4-1 when they got their goal. There was only 53 seconds left on the clock. This time they have a luxurious minute and 40 seconds to find 2 goals. So they're in much better position here. But now the next 30 seconds are really important. A, do not concede. Even if you don't score, don't concede. Surely the double! It's on target! Oh, no, it's not! Oh, it hits the crossbar down, and the follow-up shot is saved! And that, more than anything, probably sums up Infinity's night.
Here they come again, but Heinz is straight onto that one. Infinity gonna have to look for the chances elsewhere, but my goodness, they should definitely have more than 2 goals in this series. Hades just keep on making the defense work and punishing Infinity for not making their massive chances find their way through. But there's still a minute left here for Infinity to try something and stop letting Hades away with so many, maybe not necessarily mistakes, but slight miscalculations that are giving Infinity the chances. Here they come again, but Heinz this time does very well to keep it away from danger. Carrick's beaten away by Heinz coming through once again. There's more time off of the clock. Infinity still chasing for 2, but when it was at 2 minutes previously, it's now just 30 seconds, and that leaves Hades' job to be much, much easier.
Yeah, it's not been a good minute for them. That's on target, but man, Heinz is there. He knew what he's doing. He wasn't even stretched. Got up, got the save, and their defense has been incredibly solid. They've only conceded 1 goal. Only 1 goal in almost 2 games, and in the meantime, scored 8. That is a solid performance on any night. Oh, and there we go, 9.
Wow, Hades putting their stamp on this series so far, where Infinity have pretty much looked the better team for at least half of the time, perhaps even more. Hades are the ones with all of the goals going their way, and maybe they'll even match the 5-1 from last time off of this kickoff. It's been a superb performance from them so far to just make it work, whatever they're doing, whatever Infinity are trying to batter them down with. Hades are just repeatedly saying no, and they've got themselves a triple match point.
All right. Well, this next game is going to be Infinity's best opportunity to turn things around, because we see it almost universally. The sweep game tends to be the team going for the sweep tends to take their foot off the gas a little bit, their eye off the ball. They sort of get into cruise mode. And if there's any whiff of that, Infinity got to jump on it hard, and try and find any kind of gap to get their little crowbar in there and try and wedge their way back into the series.
I mean, we even saw it in both upper bracket games earlier on. Dragar and Messiahs both went 2 up. Phoenix and Hades both got 1 back, and then they were able to finish it out. So Hades know what it's like, because they were just in the receiving end of this position, and they know that teams like Infinity will have their chances to strike here, and they'll know that they'll want to keep on going, not take their eye off the ball, but it can be very difficult to not get overconfident in these situations. It's going to be interesting to see what Hades do, because it really doesn't feel like they should have won 5-1 and 4-1, yet that's exactly what happened, and you have to give them credit for being so dominant in the scorelines in the end.
All right, well, let's go, Commandos. It's howling time. It's do or die for Infinity. And again, the first kickoff of the game goes to Hades. Joshu, though, doesn't get the touch there to give the immediate pressure, and that's opened an opportunity for Infinity. Maybe they find a way in. It's high and loose. Heinz, though, will get there. JB too far away to affect any pressure, but they are right back into it. This is a much better start, though, for Infinity.
Hades just always seeming to have a clutch player on the line to get those chances away, but it's definitely reassuring that Infinity are forcing those touches when it's only 0-0, and it might mean they get ahead, but Carrick smacks it off of the crossbar twice, and JB puts it off a 3rd time. Infinity cannot catch a break in this series, and even when they're looking better, it just does not go in the back of the net. Now Jushu has the counter on and gets it past Carrick. Asic will keep it alive. Surely it's not more salt in the wound. No, Mimic will get it away. Now it's an open net for Carrick. Surely this is finally it, Greybeard. They finally have a lead.
All right, well, there you go. And I do get a bit of a feeling, and this is the worst start that Hades have had to a game, the best start that Infinity have had. And I do think there's the curse of the sweep game. It's like, guys, we got this easy, GG's easy coming up. But the combination of the fight of the team that's behind and the not quite on the ballness of the other, this could be a second. It's put into the Hades corner. Nothing comes of it. So this is good. Infinity, they have a tiny crevice to put their crowbar in. Can they increase the gap?
JB will keep it pushing forward, as indeed Infinity can smell the blood in the water. They feel that Hades are struggling maybe a little bit more so than they did in games 1 and 2, inviting the pressure a little bit more, but Infinity struggling to make it count for a second just yet. Only scored 1 throughout the first 2 games. They might need a second if they are to pull one back from the clutches of defeat, but they're doing very well to keep it in the red half. Carrick will immediately push it back down, and JB's waiting for it. Carrick gets demoed out though. It's it, Jushu will be able to clear. Heinz now up in the air. JB immediately shuts it down though. That's encouraging sights for Infinity, that even when they do let go of the possession, they're immediately denying these Hades chances. This one's a good one off of the corner, but Heinz is beaten now again. Infinity will deny.
All right, well, this is good. This is good for Infinity. Although Jushu, and they just haven't had that sustained pressure that we see them do so well, Hades. They haven't been able to find it in this game. And that's a credit in large part to Infinity and their capacity, their ability in this game where they haven't been able to before, where keep it over in Hades' side. But you kind of feel that for all the pressure they're getting, they're going to need to score soon, because we've seen a few times Hades biding their time and finding the counter-attack goal.
Forced back in their own half once more, but there will be no counter for the Might of Hades team just yet, because Infinity are looking to put game 3 to bed of their own accord. Asic with maybe a bit of a mistouch, it allows JB through, and Infinity double up on their lead. It's a huge moment for them in trying to put their sights on that reverse sweep.
Yeah, that's looks like the comeback is underway. Jushu, does he find any kind of double? He doesn't matter anyway. Carrick's getting to the board first. So, yeah, and once again, they're not spending much time over in the Infinity side. It's a brief foray, and then they're pushed immediately back. Oh, that's going to be a third, surely. No, Heinz will get there and clear it away, but the pressure not relieved, at least not for long.
100 seconds left for Infinity to see this one out. They've definitely been the better team here in game 3. As you say, Hades have had very little possession in the blue half, and only 3 chances as a result,
Oh,
and
dear.
it's just become even worse for Hades because just like the last series, we're getting on the board with some own goals here. This one perhaps better than the 2 we saw before because Jushu, in the middle of his own box, on the edge of his own box, absolutely slams it into the back of the Hades net.
Solid redirect there, though, into his own net. And do you know what the tough thing is here, Barmanatan, is that we just know how much confidence and mental attitude in Rocket League, how much of a huge factor it is. And in the last game, I was talking about the mental test for Infinity to dig themselves out of the, not just losing the 2 games, but really the manner in which they lost it. So whether this is Infinity upping their game or Hades taking the eye off the ball, the result is going to be the same. It's going to be an Infinity team resurging in confidence. And now Carrick's just waits for it patiently off the corner, taps it in, and a dominating win by the look of it in Game 3, going the other way.
Yeah, to me it does feel like slight just rewards. It's not to say that Hades were lucky in keeping out Infinity for such long stretches in the previous 2 games, but they're maybe getting favourable touches, favourable 50s that was just restricting Infinity in the most frustrating ways, and really feels like Infinity could have scored 4 in the previous 2 games and just didn't happen for them. So now they do get their own dominating win, maybe a 5th here, but Carrick's misreads the double. But it's a really, really interesting way to continue this series because we've seen both teams get the dominating wins, even maybe Hades going to match getting the goal for the dominated loser, but not just yet. But I mean, Infinity, they won Game 5 in the last series. They'll be looking to try and do that again here because with a 4-0 win, all the momentum is with them. Maybe one last consolation for Hades, but not quite.
Yeah, and what's been very good for Infinity here is they're going to get a 5th in the die in seconds. It's a shutout. The manner in which they have won this was quite different to Hades' win. In the wins of Hades, Infinity had long periods of pressure in which they couldn't score. It seems like this game, there were almost no room, no space for Hades. There wasn't any real kind of attack on the goal. Although they got the 5 shots, it didn't feel like they did. It felt like it was all Infinity there. So from a confidence point of view, a mental point of view, they got to be feeling pretty good and confident that they can take it to a Game 5.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, you've kind of talked about Hades looking for those counterattacks in the previous 2 games. Maybe there was a bit of Infinity trying to shut down those gaps, maybe not playing slower in the midfield and trying to make sure the rotations are always there, reading where Hades could have a chance to go for the rapid counter and just not letting that happen in the first place, because Hades at times look kind of lifeless here. You look at the 6 shots and you're kind of wondering where they came from. It never really felt like they had a clear-cut chance. And Infinity had saved all 6 of them. None of them went onto the crossbar or post. Infinity were always ready for the oncoming players, and it really spells out a Game 5 coming our way.
Yeah, well, listen, I mean, the advantage sits squarely with Hades. This is their series to lose still. But you just get that feeling, the confidence, the momentum, the mental is all that pressure is on Hades right now. And Infinity, I think, again in this game, got to take advantage of that. Don't give them any room to work their way back into the magic of Game 1 and 2. Put them under pressure immediately from kickoff.
Here we go. Infinity still playing for their lives. They lose another one and their season is done, but they have the momentum. Hades have the pressure of match point. It's going to be an interesting one. Carrick is going to let Asik in here, and Jushu somehow gets the shot off. I'm not sure what happened to all 3 Infinity players here, but they all make a mistake of their own. JB is too slow, and it's even Carrick again. He gets a ghost touch on that one. Mimical cannot read on the goal line. It's all falling apart within 18 seconds.
Yeah, but that was good from Asik. Great little touch off the back wall to pass it rather than going directly for net. Sets it up, and it is Hades with the opening goal. And they have not lost a game in which they score first, have Hades. Oh my word, what a mess. Oh no! Smashed off the crossbar! And it was catastrophic clumsiness on the goal line from Hades. That really should have been the
way.
equalizer. They scored.
No
Yeah,
way.
it might just break them down. Oh my goodness, it's all happening.
Crossbar and out from both goals in the space of about 3 seconds. Absolutely pandemonium going on at the moment within the opening minute of game number 4. And Infinity will do it yet again. Miracle cannot keep a shot down, and it comes careening back out of the red box. Both teams should have had another goal on the board by this stage, but it remains 1-0. Infinity doing well to keep up the pressure, but Hades looking to get back up to the defense they were having in games 1 and 2. Carrick's with another strike, but Hines will make the last dash save.
And the problem, though, with, oh, this is a great pass. The shot is high. It should be a rebound. Hines gets there. And this is starting to have vibes of those opening games, Barman at 10. Good pressure from Infinity, but not breaking through. And Hades soaking up the pressure and waiting for a counter. They haven't found that counter yet. And as long as they don't... Oh, it's going to be a mistake from Jushu. We do have a level game. And perhaps that'll be enough to break the spell.
Jushu leaves it for Asik. Asik is too slow. Jushu cannot read the shot coming in, and Infinity, perhaps not the way they would have thought, get their way back into it.
All right, nervy.
We're going to get another one here.
Oh, my
Hades on
word.
the player.
Oh.
We both realised at the same time what was happening there, but Hades again get yet another clutch save. They've had so many this series where it feels like Infinity are inevitably going to score, but somehow a Hades player pops up out of nowhere.
I'm gonna make a solid prediction. I'm gonna make a solid prediction here, Barmanatan. Whoever scores the next goal is gonna win. And obviously that's a little bit moot if it happens in overtime, but I just get the feeling it just needs the next goal, and that whoever does it will take this game down.
You've not had a comeback win yet in this series. Maybe Infinity will make it happen. Mimical punches it into the back of the net, and it's our first turnaround of the series as the half-time whistle blows on game number 4. It's Infinity heading towards game 5 with all of the power in their arsenal.
Oh dear. Okay, so I'll stand behind my prediction. Well, listen, we're both wrong in our predictions. So at least from a score point of view, we're not going to have a sweep either side of the equation here. So that's out the window. But game 5 looking likely, and that was probably the best result. That is probably the best result given the stats and the level of these two teams at the start. But a long 2 minutes to go, and maybe one goal in it, not quite enough to decide it. But we'll see how we pan out.
Especially if Infinity are giving up this much space. Jushu to the backboard.
Oh,
Hines comes through right on time, and we're straight back to level pegging.
Backboard passes, demos on the goal line. It's a recipe for goals, and there it is. And wow, there we go. My brilliant deep analysis immediately falls apart. We're back to a level game, and with a minute 50, I think we could easily now see one more from either side and push into an overtime.
Yeah, the first time we've seen both teams score 2. It's the closest game by far. But Infinity are not happy about that at all. They're immediately going to wrestle the lead back for themselves. It's pretty much a mimical soul by underneath one. Carrick's will join the attack with that demo. And Hades are left yet again needing a response if they are to see this series out in 4.
All right, well, if they lose it from here, they're really going to have only themselves to blame, because they've gotten themselves in front twice. Oh, what a save! That would have put the kibosh on it, surely, but my word, we've seen defense at either extreme. We've seen clumsy play leading to open nets. We've seen an astonishingly good save, and then we've seen a magical shot by Mimical, who's going to get his hat trick to put his team 2 in front.
Infinity do so well to keep their heads up here. They go 2 down in the series. They get 1 back. They get their turnaround lead in game 4. Hades immediately take it back, and Infinity are straight back at their necks. They have a 2-goal lead here as we roll into the final minute, and they're going to look for another. Carrick's looking for the dagger, but Jushu will keep Hades with some hope here in game 4. Asik is going to try and center it for his teammate, but This time Infinity are looking to set up on the defense and hold down the strong hold. They know that this is their game to lose right now. There's still a minute left, but they should be seeing themselves into a game 5. Okay, here we go. What can Hades do to make this one interesting, to keep this one interesting, to not let Infinity run away with it? This one might be the final goal that it takes, but Asik again with a crazy save. 3 for him, 3 for Jushu, 2 for Heinz, and it's just not enough. Infinity keep it up, they keep on going. They know in their heart of hearts that Game 5 calls them yet again here today, and Mimical with a huge recovery off of the backboard to get themselves to Champions Field. Hades are having the world of pressure on their backs right now. They've thrown away their 2-series lead. And they're going to have to call on some almighty resources that they've left behind in this game on the last, because Infinity are feeling it in their bones right now. Are they even going to get another? Barracks can't quite get through. Asik looks to do damage control at this point, because Infinity want their sick. They almost get it. It clatters around some ping pong in the red box, but 5-2 is what it will stay. Mimical puts it to the ground, and Infinity are one step away from making this reverse sweep happen. Oh my goodness.
There's a feeling of inevitability about it by Manhattan. This is the proper result, isn't it? I mean, you predicted a sweep one way, I predicted it the other way, but in our heart of hearts, we were being we knew we were wrong. And here we've been proved so, because with these two teams, it had to go to Game 5, and Game 5 it is. But what a comeback from Infinity to dig deep. It wasn't just the losses, it was how they lost those 2 games. But they have found a way back, and we're going to Champions Field.
Yeah, it's really impressive. And okay, we have some interesting news here. Mimical calls the technical timeout for Infinity, despite them just winning. So it's a timeout going the wrong direction, which is not something you often see.
No, well, listen, I mean, if you think you don't want to have technical issues, I mean, we know what that's like from a production point of view, from a caster point of view. When there's technical problems and you're in the thick of it, it just leads to a lot of anxiety and tension. So not where they want to be right now. So hopefully it's not major, it's not long, and it doesn't distract, because the wind is behind them right now. All the momentum is going in their direction, and hopefully it doesn't distract their plans to conquer on Champions Field.
Makes the momentum from the previous 2 games really seem like a trickle, and means that somewhat favourable for Hades. I mean, they didn't seem to be calling the timeout themselves. So they were quite happy to play on. They felt confident that they could do it, but I mean, they're forced into the timeout here. They're going to have to regain their thoughts, and it was kind of interesting to see that happen. The team that should have called the timeout be forced into it, and maybe how that'll affect them.
Yeah, well, they've got a few minutes to sort it out. Hopefully, it's nothing major like Windows deciding to do an update, because in that case we can guarantee a forfeit coming up, maybe just a reboot of the router or something. We can get him back in game, and hopefully that isn't a factor, because this has the potential to be an epic Game 5, just given what we've seen, how Hades performed in the first 2 games, how Infinity dug deep and mentally came back. But I do blame Hades by Manhattan a little bit in that Game 3. I just get the feeling they let Infinity find a way back into the series.
There's always going to be something that's gone wrong if you let a 2-game lead slip, and it's exactly what Hades have done. They have not been playing to the same level. They haven't been maybe reading the play quite as well as they did in games 1 and 2, because they always had an answer for Infinity attacks. And game 3 and 4, they just didn't. They kept it closer in game 4, but it still went the other way. But Greybeard were into game 5, and all players are in for this one. It's all tied up.
Let's go, Commandos. This is it. This is the big one. Do or die for both teams after this. And as a reminder, it's lower bracket, so no more lives. The end of the road for one of these 2 teams. And Mimical, man, he had such a sensational Game 4. And what an opener to game 5.
He is the man of the hour for Infinity. And not only has this game gone to 5, I've just looked at the bracket, and RSC11 and Phoenix are also partaking in a game on Champions Field of their own. It's all the tension right now in the Master Playoffs of RSC11. Hades are left needing to try and fight back. They almost had a chance there, but the double click comes out. JB's going to have time to put one into the middle. Jushu is going to be up. Carrick's trying to put more pressure on and catch Hades out. Well, they don't look completely composed in the defense. Still a chance for Mimical. Can he already get a second? Hines is there, but another double commit means more space for JB. Jushu gets in the way. Hades holding and trying to make something work, but it's really interesting game 5 so far. JB almost gets 50 of his own. Still in possession, he's just going to put it on target. Asik, while the ball is halfway through the goal, gets a touch to the ball and prevents further damage being done. Jushu now finds a teammate on the backboard, but still Infinity the ones with all the pressure. Hades have barely had a chance indeed yet to put a shot on target. Game number 5, but keeping it to 1 goal. Sometimes that's all it can take. You find a counter like they were doing in games 1 and 2 and try and spell disaster for your opponents. Hines going to look for the bump, but JB shakes it off, gets it away, wins the 50, takes more space for Infinity. Mimical's going to put it center, but only Hines is waiting. Asik looking for Jushu. Carrick in the way. Asik, a bit of a wayward touch, didn't have much to work with, but Hines will eventually pick it up. There's just nothing to be done on that push though, as Carrick again gets a good touch away. Going to be repeatedly pushing up to the next level of the pitch, but this time Mimical will take it away from JB. Jushu with a chance, looks for the fake to the Carricks. Now Hines is going to float one, but JB will find Carricks again. I seem to be saying his name a whole lot. Carricks, he's not got many points on the board, but making important touches. Don't get yourself too many points again. Taking opportunities away. JB follow this one up, and both teams probing, but not too many clear-cut chances after that opener. JB tries to work with his own pass. He's even got it up for Carricks, but Jushu makes sure there's still no second goal for Infinity. And if they do double up in their lead, it might be Hades season over. They know how high these stakes are. Every touch matters, every clearance matters. Don't have any shots, pretty much, and that's really what's going to matter. You need to find a way back into it. Still 2 minutes left to do so, but they're giving so much space here. Mimical off target, can JB finish? He puts it past Hines, but Jushu with a huge stop gets yet another saviour in this series. He's been an absolute stalwart on the defence, and he hasn't been too shabby on the other end either. He gets one back for Hades. They tie it up, and it's a beautiful solo play. Mimical gets dunked out of his mind, and no one on the back line is ready for it. This is going to be a game 5 for the ages. You have the update from the bracket that Phoenix have advanced to the next round. They eliminate RSC11, the lowest seed from league play remaining. They are out. So the winner of this will play top Ignis seed Phoenix in the next round. It's always going to be tough, and especially when both teams have had their difficulties here. They'll know that if they can just win this game 5, they'll have every chance of taking it against that Phoenix team in the next round. The moment it's Infinity pushing slightly harder. Still out shooting here, 6-2. They have been better in game 5, and here is their reward for it. Hades did equalise, but Infinity can feel everything going their way. As Greybeard said, the wind is pushing them forward. And it's Mimical yet again. 6 goals in the last 2 games. And Hades have a minute 15 to do the impossible, to stop the force that is the reverse sweep. The casters want it, the audience wants it, the neutrals want it. Are Hades capable of denying the all-elusive moment in Rocket League? They do have a push here, but Asik is stopped by Carrick's. A brilliant pinch away takes more time off the clock and leaves Hades needing to make every push that little bit more special. They need something out of this world to peg Infinity back. At the moment it's just not happening for them. Jushu's going to look for the sidewall redirect. Eventually will come out to ASIC instead, but there's no one left for it. JB will miss. Means Hines can keep this attack alive. There's still hope here for Hades. That's an awkward touch for Mimical. JB no touch. ASIC will take his time and try to get it into a dangerous position, but Carrick's well placed to take it away. Jushu, it's the last chance saloon now for Hades. 10-second countdown begins, and they're going the wrong way. Hines will keep it alive, takes it away from Mimical. Carrick rushes back, it's JB, cannot get on the end of this one. Jushu in the middle for Hines, but Carrick gets in the way. Jushu will keep it up, surely not in 0 seconds. Mimical is up to deny, Isaac's gonna be there, and it's denied by JB on the line. It's not enough for Hades. Infinity do it, they go 2 down, they win 3 in a row to complete the reverse sweep. They advance in the playoff bracket, and Hades go home heartbroken. They almost get the 0-second goal. ASIC millimeters away, but JB stands up strong. He stands up huge, and he denies everything that Hades desired from that 0-second play. It wasn't enough for them. They had 3 chances to see it out, and all 3 times Infinity took it away from them. They will play Phoenix in the next round. And oh my goodness, folks, what a series we've just witnessed. Oh. And yet there's still so much more to come with this RSC11 Master Playoffs. Draugr and Messiahs have been waiting patiently in the upper bracket. They will be going to play next here on the main stream. On the B stream, you can continue Infinity's journey as they will take on Top Ignis Seeds Phoenix in what's sure to be an absolute banger. But that has done it for me. We will be back at you in about 10 minutes with more RSC11 Master Playoff action.
the sound asleep. Something's gonna bring the change. Journeys we are meant to take. Something at the edge of space, calling us to fly away. Don't you be afraid, everything will change. You and I, jumping off the edge. They say dreamers never die. So come and fly, come and fly, come and fly away with me. We're rising, we're falling, we're making through. We're climbing, we're soaring, 1,000 views. We're rising, we're falling, we're making through. We're climbing, we're soaring, 1,000 views. Come and fly away, come and fly away, come and fly away with me. Come and fly away, come and fly away, come and fly away with me. Something's gonna bring the change. Journeys we are meant to take. Something at the edge of space, calling us to fly away.
And the hills have eyes on my side of town. Yeah, the reason you keep on putting me down. And you say that I can't love us enough for the both of us, for the both of us. And the hills have been watching us turn into dust and fall out of love. And now I'm stuck with the feeling I used to have back when we were kids and didn't know. I come back down. I don't wanna feel the thing, so I'm numb right now. I said I'm done for now. Me and you will finish, girl, it's over now. Looking for the pain till I come back down. I don't wanna feel the thing, so I'm numb right now. Save me, I needed you to save me. But every single time you break me, every single time you break me. Ooh, you break me down, you wear me out. I can't breathe now, you let me down again. Since you break me down. I gotta watch my back, probably pack my bag. You're like a computer crash, baby. I was wrong, so she left me. Now I'm down on my left knee, but I'm gone in a jet speed. Get around like a 10-speed. I gotta watch my back, probably pack my bags. You're like a computer crash, baby. Well, maybe it's not that bad. Pretend like I'm not that sad. She only know how to make me mad. You don't know a damn thing. 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 Baby, that's a damn shame. 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 I can't rock with that. I can't rock with that. You just hold me back and it makes me mad. I can't rock with that. I can't rock with that. You just hold me back and it makes me mad. I gotta watch my back, probably pack my bags. You're like a computer crash, baby. Well, maybe it's not that bad. Pretend like I'm not that sad. She only know how to make me mad. How to make me mad. I bet she does it with ease. I bet she does it to tease. Somehow she got in my dreams. I'm a nightmare. This ain't how I used to see. I guess it wasn't to be. Not everything's what it seems. Making that clear. I think I saw the devil in her eyes. I sink, I fall. This happens every time. Go ahead and call upon another guy. This is way, way, way too much for me. The demons keep her company. I gotta watch my back, probably pack my bags. You're like a computer crash, baby. Well, maybe it's not that bad. Pretend like I'm not that sad. She only know how to make me mad. How to make me mad.
I'm the storm that meets the moon. I'm the sun that will not move. Do you think you are? Who do you think you
Welcome back. It is upper bracket not grand final, upper bracket final time, and I am back. I'm here for the entire series, along with Zepcast, with whom I have not worked, so very excited about it. And he's a little bit breathless, having just rushed from the bus to get here. So welcome to you. Well done on making it.
Thank you very much. Made it just in time for what should be a fantastic game. I had the pleasure of looking over Messiahs yesterday. We got the chance to cast over Messiahs yesterday, and they are a team that look dangerous. And they also played a game yesterday as well, in where they'll have definitely figured out maybe some flaws in their game. So if they've come into this one having learned from the previous game and improved on that, they're going to be really, really dangerous going into this one. I mean, I don't actually know the Dragger team. I haven't had a chance to watch them, so unfortunately I don't know directly what they're bringing to the table, but I have a feeling we could have a terrific series on our hands here, and I'm so glad I got to make it back on time for it and cast this with you.
Well, in the upper semis, the Messiahs 3-1 over Phoenix, so they've had a very good series. They've come off that high. By the same token, Dragar have also 3-1 over Hades, who just lost in the lower bracket. So two teams who should be pretty high on confidence, which should mean a nice, tense, close match. But Drogar are managed by Kirika, who is a South African from SSA, so they're definitely going to get my support to come out on top. Solid Rocket League analysis. Who's the manager? Yeah, I'm going with that one. So that's who I'm putting my weight behind, Zep.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, you know, I'm relatively new into the Rocket League scene myself, so when I go in and I try to make predictions and I'm, you know, doing analysis of the stats and seeing these players, it's all very surface level from me at the moment. But, you know, having the opportunity to go in and see these teams go at it and see the levels that they play at, we really are just very privileged to be able to sit here and commentate and cast over the level of which that we do. And yeah, just watching Messiahs the last day, as I said, they look so dangerous. And as you say, both of these teams are coming in high on confidence, having won their games. There's a 3-1s with a score in each game. So not completely comfortable, but, you know, a 3-1's way better than a 3-2. And you're coming in feeling dominant, feeling like you can go all the way. So when you have two teams riding a wave of momentum about to face off on each other, it can lead to a really, really fascinating matchup.
Yeah, well, listen, I do. You know, Bob Manhattan and I in the last series kind of predicted either extreme. But both of us predicted a sweep, and I do think we were wrong to predict that, just given how close these teams were. And I mean, I see you going for the 3-1. I'm going for the 3-2. Given the level of these two teams, it would have to be. I mean, it's got to be a closely fought game. I don't see a sweep either side here.
Yeah, a sweep definitely is not on the card for this one. If it happens, of course, it'll be a real surprise. But the reason, you know, why I go for a 3-1 instead of a 3-2 is that I just think the way a game can flow between teams at this level, you're not always guaranteed a game 5, because, for example, if a game 1 is very attacking, doesn't mean that the game number 2 is going to be overly defensive or exactly the same. These players are going to be constantly going at each other, learning how the opposition plays, trying to get one up on the other. So it's about adaptability, who can just adapt the best in this series to counteract what the other team is throwing at them.
And my favorite part of any tournament, of any league, is the playoffs, because it comes at the end of a long season of league play. But then you're in the position of like, this is do or die. It's not just 1 point or 2 points or whatever for a win, loss, or a draw. It is, you're either moving forward or you're going down. So it just adds that element of pressure to the proceedings where everything you do is important. But early on here, this is a couple of attempts early on the net here. And but so far, it looks like we're going to close out the first minute with no goals.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's as you said, the pressure is on. And as soon as you say that, you had to say it, didn't you?
I know.
Come straight in from... Now, we had this debate on the stream yesterday. Is this player's name Pizza? 3.14 pi. Is it?
I'm going with Pizza Pie, but pizza for simplicity. But I think what he's trying to convey there is Pizza Pie. That's my take on it.
Yeah, lovely. But as we were saying, you know, the pressure is on with these teams, as you put so well. And, you know, pressure can make diamonds in certain instances. And you look at these teams, it doesn't matter how well you do in a league throughout the season. When it's do or die, you have to get the win no matter how many wins you've been able to accrue throughout the entirety of the season. So, yeah, the pressure is really on. Who can adapt to that? Some people feed off it, some people crumble with it. But for the moment, Messiah look like they're reveling in it, being 1-0 up at this stage.
Yeah, and they've had early pressure, although on the other side, Chris missed the double. Oh, and Peachy Boy smashes one off the woodwork, off the post, and that's going to give an opportunity for the Messiahs to counter-attack. Oh, the Droga are going to be miffed that they missed that over there.
Oh, for sure. That was definitely a massive opportunity, but you get the feeling that that is not going to be the last opportunity for them. Both of these teams so far demonstrating such ferocity in the attack, really passing it well, putting the ball into dangerous areas. Nothing really going home for them as of yet, but that could all change in an instant.
Yeah, I like the defense. The defense very solid on the goal line, but they're struggling to clear it. Once they've saved it off the goal line, they're just getting it far enough for another tackle there. Net, NW7 trying to take advantage. Open net briefly, but he was too far back to make anything happen. Peachy Boy, 1v1 in the air. MV6 gets back and will get the pressure here from Droga is huge, but they haven't been able to make it count yet.
Yeah, both teams seem to be applying good pressure on the offense, but just not really able to get a shot away on target. A lot of these ones that have been going have been hitting the crossbar, coming close, but no ball has ever been dropped into an area where someone can just simply come over the top of it and put that straight in the net. So the shooting, if it gets a little more accurate here, I think we could see a flurry of goals, because there's clearly the ability of these players to put the ball in dangerous areas. It's just got to be a touch more accurate.
And 5 shots so far for no reward. The longer that goes on, the more frustrating it becomes, because they are getting there. They're getting in front. But the Messiahs on their goal line are fantastic. They can't get it out much, but if they can just keep it off their goal line, it's going to be good. They're going to get a counter against the run of play. All that pressure from Drogov is for naught. They give one up here. What a play off the ceiling. The finish by Poe, 2-0.
Well, this is where Messiah are looking really, really dangerous. I mean, we're seeing Draugr orchestrate some great attacks, but they're not able to actually break through Messiah when they're holding the back line. And I have to say, Messiah are defending really, really well in this game. But going on the attack, as you say, Messiah are catching Draugr on the back foot when they move forward, exposing that counter-attack. And they've just been so clinical in applying that final touch. And that's what's getting them through this game.
We saw Hades doing something similar in the last game. They just soaked up so much pressure, so much attacking play on the goal line. It's going to be goal number 3. Pizza Pie gets the 3rd, and now Messiahs stamping their authority on game 1.
I mean, they are really, really looking dangerous here. Draugr are going to have to alter what they're doing a little bit in this game to try and come out for the rest of the series, because you know, at the moment, this sort of barrage that they've been orchestrating on the offensive end hasn't been working. They have to try and maybe stretch the defense a little more, start putting it across goal into dangerous areas and following up better. Because at the moment, when a Messiah come in, as you see right there from Pizza, they're looking so dangerous.
Well, this was a very even-looking game, and that play there to catch the ball out of the air and then flick it over the defense, beautifully done. And that's their 4th goal. I mean, this was a close game for the first, probably close to 2 minutes. 1 goal was in it. It was very tight. Droga were having opportunity after opportunity. And they will finally get one in there. And but have they left it too late? A minute left to find 3 goals for all of their pressure. They finally make it happen. Well, if they're going to catch up, it has to start somewhere, and it has at least started now.
Yeah, precisely that. And here's the thing as well, even if they don't come back in this game, the fact that they've been able to get a few goals under their belt and maybe get a bit of momentum could be massive going into game 2, because if they finish this game 4 or 5-0 down, they could have felt very deflated going into the rest of this series. But they have already proven that Messiahs are in fact humans. They can be beaten at the goals. So they just have to try now and take advantage of that and start gaining some momentum of their own, because so far it really is all Messiah's way in terms of confidence.
Well, if we want to get dramatic about it, do they bleed? Yes, they do. And if it bleeds, we can kill it. And that's got to be the theory now. 25 seconds to go. It probably, in all likelihood, is going to be a Messiah's game 1. But Droga have looked very good in parts throughout this game. They just got to get their radar and their power shots on that final third to get it over the line, and they can be a proper threat in game 2. But it has been a solid performance from the Messiahs, and they're going to take down game 1.
Well, I gotta say, if it bleeds, we can kill it. I do appreciate the Predator reference, someone who knows a good film when they see one. But, I mean, yeah, you have to say that is the big thing that Draugr will have to take away from this game, because ultimately, when you're playing in the moment, you can go back afterwards and pick apart all the negatives, but when you're in the moment and moving through a series, it's about looking at the positives. And as you can see there, the statistics on the screen as well. You know, for the most part, both of these teams, as you said, they looked pretty close. The statistics may not necessarily say that, but just from the eye test, from watching that game, Draugr can keep an attack going and keep sustained position in the enemy half. And, you know, for them, attack could just be the best form of defense at this point, because Messiah ain't scoring goals if Draugr can keep it in the opposition half.
Yeah, I think, you know, I think your point is well made there, that this is, even though the scoreline's 4-1, it wasn't a walkover. There's a lot for Draugr to be positive about. A lot they can take into the second game. It really, for me, is a matter of tightening up in their offensive pressure. Just in that final third, they're doing everything right to apply the pressure. They're just not banging it hard enough or finding the passing plays to get it over the goal line. So if they just tweak and tighten up that part of their game, they're a proper threat going into game 2.
Exactly, and you look at Draugr as well. Maybe after conceding that third goal, there was an air of them just being slightly deflated. So if you're taking into account both of these teams playing at the top of their game and not giving up, you're really talking that there was only 2, maybe 3 goals in it at most. And Draugr could have easily had 2 or 3 goals themselves in that game number 1 if, as you say, they were just a little more clinical in the final third. So not a walkover by any means. As we go into this game number 2, both of these teams seem to have a pretty equal chance of coming away with the win.
But the early pressure in game 2 is the Messiahs once again. Now, Crisps have done very well. Well, he's not going to get the follow. He will pick that up. And now there's an opportunity, but Poe, with the touch, if he can get the follow, they might have an attacking opportunity. But it is Draugr trying to come forward. Peachy Boys up, NW7 down. That's Crisp as the final shot. What a save and clear from Poe.
Yeah, Messiah have been really good on the defense overall. Again, we did criticize Draugr for maybe not being as clinical as they could have been on the attack in game number 1, but there was some pretty good saves in that game 1 from Messiah as well. So even though while they're looking super strong in the offense, we know they can do it on the defense. So Draugr, it's going to be a tough job for them to beat them here.
Yeah, but they've done good keeping the Messiahs out. Poe, though, is going to have an empty net to shoot at. Crisps trying to get back and does incredibly well to do so. There is a follow-up shot now down off the backboard, cleared away by Peachy Boy. And now loose in the midfield. Crisp looking for NW7. Can he get there in time? He can't. And now this is more of what I was expecting in game 1, the cut and thrust of 2 teams that are pretty well matched up and neither breaking down the other just yet.
Yeah, it's really back and forth, both teams demonstrating some quality, although that was nearly a big mistake in the defense, but they get it cleared just about. This game, we're really seeing these teams just give their all here in this matchup for sure, because this is some great Rocket League.
That's fantastic, but what nervy moments for Draugr. They were looking a little tense, a little panicked, a little bit scrappy on their goal line. They survive it, but the pressure continues. Poe now's got 2 players to beat. Can't get past the first one, but there will be another attempt. MVS follows up his own shot off the wall, down off the crossbar and away. A defensive demo might open up a transition play here as Draugr look to go into attack off the backboard. Peachy Boy very cautious about overcommitting. Well done in the end, but again they can create opportunities, but still not able to break down the Messiahs on their goal line.
Yeah, I mean, they're absolutely right. They are able to create these opportunities, and maybe they just have to start employing a little bit of the dark arts a bit more in this game. They might have to start going for a couple of demolitions, to knock people off the goal line, because Messiah, when they get a whiff of having to go on the defense, they get back quickly and they defend well. But if they have someone disturbing their goal line coming in, like even if they don't get the demolition, if they're just being a presence, being a nuisance, making them aware that they may have to dodge a hit, that could be enough to open up the goal for Draugr.
Yeah, they just got to keep at their work. And so far, their work has not been too bad. I mean, by the same token, Messiahs have struggled this game. They're suffering from the same curse. They've had attacking opportunities. They've had shots on goal, but they have not broken down, gotten over the line in this game. They did very well in the last, but not so much here. So at least we know that Draugr have tightened up on defense and are keeping a clean sheet so far. And you get a feeling here, Zep, this is going to be probably a very low-scoring game, maybe just the single goal in it. In the end, oh, long distance, I thought for sure that was in. The follow-up is going to be there. The save is on, but not the clear.
That is so disheartening for Draugr. As we were talking about in this game, that the offensive plays has been great, but the defensive plays have been even better. Draugr have done such a good job of shutting up shop, not letting any goals in, holding off the pressure. But that goal will be a big disheartener, and there's not too long left in this game to make moves, given, as you said, how low scoring this game is most likely going to be. There may only be 1 or 2 chances here for Draugr to take this into overtime.
Yeah, but as long as they keep it to 1, the overtime is possible all the way to 0 seconds. So they've got to, while they throw everything forward, they can't be, oh, this is great play, the passing play, oh, and again they can't find out the line. It is so agonizingly close, but not there. But the build-up play, the passing play was fantastic leading up to it, but still they remain without reward.
That pass and play was just unbelievable. As soon as he got that ball in the midfield, I had a feeling he was going to look for that pass, and he did, and it was played perfectly. And again, you just have Poe in that back line. I mean, how many saves have Messiah have made overall, actually, just looking at it here? Like, Poe's made 2, and you've got 1 each. It's just, yeah, Draugr again orchestrating some really good offenses, but it's just not quite enough.
Yeah, listen, the shot count is huge. I mean, it's 16 shots in this game for the single goal. So clearly the opportunities have been there. But this is tough for Draugr because they cannot find the net. They're going to be shut out in the second game. They've scored just the 1. Maybe now Chris will get it on 0 seconds. And that's why we love this ridiculous game of Rocket League. For 5 solid minutes, they couldn't cross the line. But they do it with not a second on the clock.
Well, that was just a fantastic touch-up to keep it in the air, and Crisps rifling that one into the roof of the goal. Fantastic finish. Shows again what Rocket League is all about, playing till the final second, till after the final second, as long as the ball is in the air, not giving up, keeping on the pressure. And now they're in a position where they could come away with the win.
And you know, the frustrating part mostly for me as watching Draugr play, and I want them to win and predicted them to win, is that they've had so many shots, but it's not that the shots are being saved. They're banging them onto the crossbar, banging them on the left post, the right post. They're like setting up, they're just not on target. And if they'd been a little more on target with their shots, they could have had this game far earlier. Oh no, they're going to get countered here. It's a disaster. Counter-attack. They were all forward looking for a way through. And MV6 from distance gets the winner in overtime.
Well, after how tight that game was and how good both of these teams were on their defensive plays throughout the entirety of the game, it almost feels a little lackluster for a ball to trickle over the goal line in such a fashion as it did there. But again, you got to just give GGs to Messiah there. They played a great game. They played on the defense well. You know, at the end of the day, Draugr were missing them. You're absolutely right. But let's be real, these guys have some real quality. So Messiah clearly being there, being a presence and being annoying on that goal line is enough to put Draugr off, putting it in the back of the net. So, you know, all credit where credit's due to Messiah as well. They're playing some really good Rocket League at the moment.
Well, both of us confidently said at the beginning that we would not be seeing a sweep. It just didn't feel like that kind of matchup, and certainly given the pedigree of these two teams, it would be a surprise, but we are at risk of a sweep. But it has to be said, in the last series, we had the same thing. Hades, they dominated in the opening 2 games. I thought the Infinity team were down and out. They had been so thoroughly beaten, but they came back to reverse sweep. So we are not done here, Zep. But certainly the impetus is all with the Messiahs.
Yeah, well, again, just looking at how both of these teams have played in these games, it still does not feel like a series where there should be a clean sweep. Draugr, again, they've played some fantastic Rocket League. That game 1, they kept in it for a large part of that game. That game 2 really could have gone either way. If anything, it looked like it could have been Draugr's after the momentum they had built going into overtime. So I could see a reverse sweep happening here as well. It's genuinely possible. Until this final whistle goes, I would have no confidence in saying who I think is going to come away with the win anymore.
Woo. Yeah, and of course, I agree with that sentiment. It was almost early lead here for the Messiahs. They are kept out. And this is, you feel Dragar have to, they have to take the initiative here. They've got to grab this game, and right now they're up against it. They're having to do defensive work, and there we go. NW7 much better, keeping possession, gets past one, gets past two, gets past everybody, and they have a lead, and importantly an early one, so that's going to boost the confidence.
Yeah, fantastic individual play there from NW7 to get that finish. And I was about to say as well, Draugr are going to have to weather a little bit of a storm here from Messiah, who will be smelling blood and thinking they can shut up shop here in this game 3. But Draugr, they weathered it well, orchestrated a brilliant counter-attack, and that could be the game changer that they need here to go on and take a game for themselves.
And the early goal, of course, a blessing and a curse. It's good for the confidence to get that early lead, but you have so much time to defend. A second would be magnificent. They might get it here. They will. Oh, a poor show in defense. Doesn't get the clear. And Dragar pounce and get the second.
Yeah, a bit of a sloppy goal, all things considered, for Messiah. You wonder maybe has a little bit of complacency set in here, because that'd be a really bad thing to set in given the quality of both of these teams, because Draugr have shown how dangerous they can be, and now that they're putting them away, if they can start putting the danger away more regularly, the Messiah may not know the beast that they've awoken.
You know, I'd love to get some research done, because anecdotally, I feel like whenever there's the potential of a sweep where a team is 2 games up, I always feel like that third game gets lost, because the team 2 games up just gets a bit sloppy, and whether or not they go on to win the series, I feel like this game is lost more often than it's not, and it might well be here. But Mike, you spoke about the beast being awakened. That was an astonishingly good play out of the corner for the finish. 3 goals up for Dragar.
And what kept that ball in the attack as well for Dragar, something that I said in game 2 that they need to start employing, the dark arts a little bit, start going in, going for the demolitions, being aggressive on the players rather than the ball. And they were in a position there where they were going to lose and have to go back in the defense, but the demolition came in, they kept that ball in the offense, and ultimately that's what led to that 3rd goal.
And there might be another one here. NW7 doesn't get a huge touch on it. It's a soft play, and Poe, without too much difficulty, can get the clear. But my word, this is the most positive period of play we have seen from this Dragar team, and they are making it count. And now they just got to hold on, because there's still a lot of time, plenty time for the equalizer. And if somehow the Messiahs find 3 goals to equalize, that becomes a massive test of the mental for Dragar.
Yeah, Draugr have to keep a good defense going here, and they have to start draining the momentum more of Messiah, because while they are down, they know at the moment that they are not out of the series as a whole. So if Draugr can keep a clean sheet here, not let Messiahs in at all, it might start to creep into Messiah's head that maybe they've lost their touch, and Draugr there again as a team with a fantastic defensive showing to keep the ball out of play. So Messiah, they're peppering that goal, they're trying to continue to look dangerous, but Draugr, they may be up to the challenge now.
Yeah, they've soaked up a bit of pressure. There was a defensive, a poor touch out, which continued the pressure on their goal line, but they did recover. They did go and mop up a potential mess, and they've kept them out. And this is really good for them, because we will slowly start to see the Messiahs get more and more frustrated as they pepper the line with shots, and they don't get across exactly what was happening with Dragar in games 1 and 2. But they are managing this magnificently, and they've got to see out another minute 40, which is a long time, but they're going about their work very well.
Yeah, for sure. It's a really good defensive effort. Again, you know, there is some mistakes here and there. As you say, they're not clearing it perfectly, but as long as that ball is not going in the back of the net, they're doing their job. And with 1 minute 28 left on the board now, 3 goals in the deficit, Messiah, they may have to just look at resetting here for a game 4.
Yeah, well, you kind of feel there's probably another 30, 40 seconds for them to just throw everything at it. But now I think your point comes into sharp relief, Zep, because, yeah, with 4 goals to come back from and a minute 15, you feel that Dragar have done enough. But I'm hesitant to call it, because I've seen worse before. But, man, are they in a solid position now.
Oh, for sure.
Well,
MV answering right back,
dear.
where maybe we spoke a little too soon.
Dear. And this is exactly what worries me, because if they get another one here, if they can sneak another quick goal in the next 5-10 seconds, suddenly it puts a massive seed of doubt in the minds of Dragar and a burst of confidence for the Messiahs.
And it's one of the most beautiful thing about Rocket League, again, isn't it? That you saw these teams was in Game 2 fighting really, really hard just to try and get one goal, and yet out of nowhere you can just sneak one, maybe even two easy quick goals just like that. It really shows that you have to be switched on at all times. And Messiah once again maybe sniffing blood as they nearly score. A fantastic defensive effort there from Crisps, I believe it was. Draugr, they're really holding out strong here.
I gotta find the tweet, because it was yesterday in a game where the score with 1 second to go was 3-1, and it landed up going to a 3-minute overtime. I mean, that's the sort of craziness we can see in Rocket League. 2 goals with a second remaining on the clock can happen, but 20 seconds to go. You've got to feel that Dragar now have done enough. They have clawed their way back into the series. They're not going to go down in a sweep. They're going to live to fight at least a Game 4.
Poe again with a fantastic defensive effort there. So this, as you say, yeah, we're going to a Game 4. It's not over yet. Both of these teams, again, we talked about how this game as a whole, this series that we were watching, was not a series that deserved a sweep, because both of these teams are playing some phenomenal Rocket League. And now, regardless of how it goes, that series score is going to reflect a little more the quality that we have on show from both of these teams. Honestly, we're on for my prediction. We're on for 3-1 from Messiah, but hand on my heart, I have no clue who's going to come out on top in this one.
Well, both of our predictions are still live, Zep, so we've got that going for us. But it is Dragar who they've got to win 2 in a row. The equation is quite simple. The Messiahs, they just got to complete it once. But importantly, and we saw it in the last series, there's a shift of pressure now. Suddenly, Messiahs who were cruising after Game 2, there's pressure, because now they're thinking, we're not going to give up. Surely we're not going to get reversed here. Surely we're not going to go to Game 5 when we should have closed this out in a sweep. And now it is up to Dragar to take advantage of that potential doubt and just press the little bit of advantage they've managed to find.
Exactly. I mean, Draugr know now that they have sown the seed of doubt in the minds of the Messiahs, and it is taking full advantage of that. I think going into this one, they just have to keep doing what they were doing, keep up the offensive pressure, maybe try and stop as many shots coming in from Messiah as they did last game, because let's be fair, Messiah had quite a number of shots that could have gone in, and there was some immaculate saves made. But they just want to get control of this game a little more, because while they won that last game well, it wasn't one they dominated and controlled the ball of for the entire 5 minutes. So definitely more that could be worked on there, but if they can expose them here, which they might do off this initial play, unfortunately they couldn't there. But they are definitely looking dangerous.
And there we go, the countering goal. A 50 goes the way of the Messiahs in the corner. And MV6 from distance spies that open net. All he had to do was get it on target with enough speed, and he does that. And great early start here for the Messiahs.
Yeah, slightly unfortunate there for Dragar, but that happens when you overcommit. And maybe another one on here as well, unless Peachy Boy can get back, and he does. Yeah, Messiah, anytime Messiah attack, they look so dangerous, no matter what circumstance it's in.
There's an open net here. Oh, Crisps has the angle, but MV6 does so well to find the angle for the save and almost the counter. And we're seeing a little bit of a seesaw here. Advantage for now for the Messiahs. MV6 is bumped off the ball in his attempted shot. But they are building a bit of pressure. It's high and loose in the midfield. MV6 will get a touch on it, but not keep possession. And now Dragar, I think they got to just focus on maybe slowing it down a little bit, keeping possession, trying to find a little bit of build-up play, because now it has been cleared right back. And we're not seeing any sustained pressure, sustained possession by either team. It's a little bit of a ping-ponging either side with no real result.
Yeah, it's very scrappy, very back and forth, being played at a really fast pace. But I would think, unless Messiah make the mistake of overcommitting themselves, I think a fast-paced game would suit Messiah. I think Draugr need to work more off just slowing the game down, as you said, and playing for more overall dominance. I mean, they may get a counter-attacking goal, as I said, if Messiah overcommit at a certain point. But it doesn't look like that they've done that all series, and I wouldn't see why they're about to start now. So Draugr definitely got to look for some more control.
All right, well, it is they who are chasing the game. They are behind here, and it is their series life. They, of course, won't be out. There is a lower bracket they can go to, but that's never fun. That's never somewhere you want to be. You want to keep that extra life in hand going into the grand finals. But so they have to rush it. They have to chase it. Messiahs, all they got to do is control the play, not leave you. Don't overextend. Keep yourselves tight at the back, and hold on to the slender lead.
And Draugr as well will surely be so disheartened if they lose this 1-0 that they lost the series just due to an overcommit at the beginning of this game 4, because again, you look at the quality that's been on display from them. They don't deserve to lose like that. I mean, sure, it'll be a close score line, but you would like to think that if they lose 1-0 in this, it'll be from one of the best goals Messiah has ever scored, given the way that this series has panned out. But sometimes that's just the way it goes.
Well, it's the way it's going right now. 2 minutes to go. And with one goal, Draugr are certainly in it and by no means out. But the tension will be rising. The anxiety will be rising. And the more that happens, the more likely it is that you snatch at the game and you start to rush it and don't rely on your solid, basic Rocket League skills. Oh, the briefer sight of an open net, but Poe very quickly shutting it down. Peachy Boy into the middle. NW7 floats it up. Crisps in front of the net. Who gets there first? It's Pizza Pie with the clear.
Yeah, fantastic defensive effort again from Messiah. Draugr, they're getting really close now in this offense. They could score this. They definitely could do it. Oh no, that's so unlucky. Poor Draugr that they conceded that one, but Messiah, surely they're feeling safe now.
Yeah, and that's the danger always. The team chasing, the team under this sort of pressure is going to be pushing perhaps a little higher than usual, trying really hard to find opportunities, and it leaves that little, it's spread a little thin at the back, and they are punished there, and it's tough to say it's unlucky because the read was very good for the dunk into the net, and it is the Messiahs. Oh, we are not done, Zep. They're going to be frustrated they didn't do this earlier to level it up, but they have got themselves right back in it. A 1-goal deficit ain't catastrophic by any means going into the last minute.
It's very interesting that Messiah, their 2 goals in the up with only just over a minute to go, didn't leave more people back on the defense. You would think you'd just run down that clock to enough of a time where you'd be able to run it down more. Okay, you'd maybe concede 1 and that's it. But now they've got to keep this going right until the last second.
Oh boy!
It looks like they won't mind that.
Yeah, great play here, and MV6 has been a very an anchor in this team, setting up plays that time, getting the pass round to Poe. But we spoke about the complacency of Game 3 when you're ready to sweep, and maybe you take your foot off the gas a little bit, and maybe they did with their 2-goal advantage. They got a little complacent. They got punished, but man, oh man, did they snap back to attention and focus to extend and find once again very quickly their 2-goal lead.
They're just such a high quality team. I mean, we've seen with the goals that they've scored throughout the entirety of this series, bar maybe 1 or 2. Whether you'd want to call them unlucky ones, slightly easier ones, whatever you might want to say, but the goals for the most part from Messiah have been top quality, and they've demonstrated some fantastic Rocket League in certain sections of this game. And you're absolutely right, they've corrected for that complacency in Game 3 big time. And PG Boy, after scoring there is still time, there is still hope, but you would think now Messiah have done enough to just about get through.
You would think. You would absolutely think that, and you wouldn't be wrong for thinking that. But this is going to be a sweaty 8 seconds. The kickoff is everything here. It's not a bad one for Draugr. They might still be able to make something happen. It's loose in the middle. Crisps. They need to get it. It's gone down the wrong side, and there we go. Done, dusted. It's all over. It got close in the end. We said it didn't Maybe it should have gone to a game 5, but I think, Zep, on a balance of play, what we've seen, I do think Messiahs did more work here to take this win. They take the upper bracket final. They move into the grand final. Dragar, though, not out of it, but they're going to have to go do some hard work, some hard labor down in the lower bracket.
Well, Dragar look like a team that will be able to come back into it from the lower bracket, because at the end of the day, they did play some fantastic Rocket League. I think you're absolutely right in what you said, that Messiah just about looking like the better team, probably a deserved scoreline in the end. And because I ultimately think that was down to just being clinical. Messiah, when they had opportunities to go forward on goal, they looked like a threat. They looked like every time they went forward they could score. And to be fair, Dragar did themselves, but then whenever they would have a shot, as you were commenting earlier on in the series, it would come off the crossbar, it would come off the post, it would just be cleared by good defense. They could never actually have a game where they were just consistently scoring goals and consistently dominating the game. Even in the one that they won, a few of the goals that they scored in that were through counter-attacks. They weren't really controlling the overall flow of the game. While they played very good, there was never a point where they looked dominant and like they were taking the series by the scruff of the neck and pulling it back for themselves. And I think ultimately that was the difference, because Messiah looked like a team that were out there to win it, and they did.
Yeah, I think that's a solid point. You do feel the series was lost in those opening 2 games, just given how many opportunities that Dragar had created for themselves and just couldn't finish it up in that final third. And in the end, those 2 wins, it's very hard to come back from. They almost did, but they failed in game 4, and it is the Messiahs going through to the grand final. But Dragar will have an opportunity for some revenge if they can make the lower bracket run now and make their way back to the grand final. That story, though, is yet to be written. So we're done now with the upper bracket final. We've got some work to do in the lower bracket, the semis, the lower bracket final, and then the grand final. So to continue writing that story is going to continue after this break. But that's going to be it from me for tonight. I will be back tomorrow. And Zep, who had to rush to get you, well done to you for making it. But we're off. So I think it's Kingsman Gas after the break, who is the AGM of Dragar. So hopefully he's not too upset by that loss and can bring you the next. But that's it from me. Sorry, Zep, that was a terrible...
Couldn't keep us from the sea. Here we stand open arms. This is home where we are, ever strong in the world that we made. I still hear you in the breeze, see your shadows in the trees, holding on, memories never change.
I really ain't trying to concern you, but lately I've been a mess, and it's been pretty concerning how all my color turned gray. I hate when shit is out of my control, and lately shit been out of my control. So I've been running fast in my head, trying to erase these thoughts, yeah, trying to find peace inside, but that shit's been hard to find. I cannot see it here, I cannot see it here. So I need to get away. Don't miss me too much, I know I'm gonna miss you, darling. you know I'm gonna miss you, darling. Forever in my heart, but I need a new start. And find the happy me again. Clear sky, yeah, there will be. And one day I'll come home and better me. I really ain't trying to concern you, but lately I've been a mess. And it's been pretty concerning that all these colors turn gray. They say you can't fall.
Why wait when you and me? Pigs fly great by day. Better get here by the by day. Irate the way that I've been feeling, I've been irate. Why wait? Lately, I've been feeling crazy. Lately, I'm depressed. Lately, not my best. Lately, I've been thinking about the feeling of a breast. Lately, in my feels, I've been popping pills. Mama's getting worried. Lately, I'm still cracking seals. I've been feeling low. Lately, I don't know. Lately, not myself, I'm someone else when off the blow. Mama said to work, so I put work in. I'ma keep on pushing till I'm 10 feet in the dirt. And seeing me, but no one wanna be me. I don't blame them, I don't wanna be me either. See me, but no one wanna be me. I don't blame them, I don't wanna be I'm on a mission to find myself. Lately I'm off it, coughing. These meds I take gon' put me in a coffin. More often than not, I'm distraught, all alone in my room with the lights out. Even when it's nice out, I'm lazy. Really wish you see me on the daily. Lately I've been feeling crazy, baby, I don't wanna talk. I can tell she faking, she only hit me at 1 o'clock. My brain, she's staying like sidewalk chalk. My brain, she staying like sidewalk chalk. Hey. Whoa. Hey. She making me go insane. Wanna see that my girls and all my chains. Little shawty, I know she messing with my brain. Don't need no side, cause I got my man. She making me go insane. Wanna see that my girls in diamond chains. Little shawty, I know she messing with my brain. Don't need no side, cause I got my man. And I know it will never change. Gotta get through the struggle, going through the pain. Lately my bros been acting so strange. Run up on me, we gon' let it bang. Lately I've been chillin', been thrillin' for some time now. Gotta get my bag, I can't waste no time now. Gotta get my head up, I can't leave it down. Can't leave it down now. Getting my bins, higher than ever. Gotta make my family proud, I ain't feeling no pressure. Too much money on the table, I swear it's a treasure. Play with us, boy, we gon' put you on a stretcher. Swear you back, run it up for the team. Hit you with that bean, then we gon' let it eat. This ain't no scheme. Ain't no scheme, ain't no scheme. Ay, ay, what you doing? Play me like a game. You stay the same, swear you looking like a lame. I'm feeling with fire, I can feel the flame. But you stay arguing, making me feel the blame. She making me go insane. Wanna see that my girls in diamond chains. Little shawty, I know she messing with my brain. Don't need no side, cause I got my man. She making me go insane. Wanna see that my girls in diamond chains. Little shawty, I know she messing with my brain. Don't need no side, cause I got my man.
Distorted my reality. So I gotta leave my feelings on a shelf right now, while I work for better wealth and pray for better health. Been drowning in my thoughts, distorted reality. All these evil thoughts distort my reality. I'ma sing away the pain and trying to kill the devil away, so he won't live to see another day. He won't be in my way anymore, not anymore. Detached right now from reality. All I see is darkness surrounding me, and feeling torn apart. But I can't be consumed by the dark. So I gotta leave my feelings on a shelf right now, while I work for better wealth and pray for better health. Been drowning in my thoughts, distorted reality. All these evil thoughts distort my reality. I'ma sing away the pain and trying to kill the devil away. Zoned out right now in a different world, in a cold world. So sorry if I cannot talk. I'm trying to make it out, but I can barely walk. I feel it lacking on over me like a hawk. The darkness, and yeah, it talks to me through the evil thoughts in my mind. Been feeling torn apart. But I can't be consumed by the dark. So I gotta leave my feelings on a shelf right now, while I work for better wealth and pray for better health. Been drowning in my thoughts, distorted reality. All these evil thoughts distort my reality. I'ma sing away the pain and trying to kill the devil away.
None of them panned out. A few panned out for you. And one of those is Draga being in the lower final. How excited are you about this prospect?
Honestly, it's my AG, it's my master team. I'm an AGM for them. I've been watching them all through the night. They've been a very exciting team to watch. But here you go, playoff bracket. Obviously, two teams in question. Phoenix, they dropped to Messias earlier on, but then they 3-2'd Rias Legion, got a reverse sweep onto Infinity. But to face Draga now. Draga beat Hades at the start, sending them on their downfall. And once again, both teams have something in common, Vector. They've both been beaten by Messias tonight.
They have indeed, and one of them will have to go back up to that grand final and face them once again in a best of 7 that time. So maybe that favours them, maybe it doesn't. We've already seen them being beaten 3-1, not even needing that game 5. But I'm expecting this one to go the distance. In my actual predictions for the full bracket, I thought that Draga would be here. I thought they'd drop in the upper final, and I thought it would be Hades they'd be facing. I thought it'd be a 3-2 then. I'm expecting the same, but because you're the AGM, because you're expecting Draga to go through here, of course, I'm going to go the opposite. I'm going to say 3-2 to Phoenix. I think it will be a very tight contest, which just leaves no room for error in terms of, thinking this is not going to be a close series. You'd be crazy to think that. It's both top seeds. We've seen plenty of crazy upsets and crazy results throughout the rest of the tiers in the weeks prior. But I just expect this to go to Champions Field. I'm going to be conservative with that pick, and I think it's going to be a great match regardless of the outcome. I just hope that one of my predictions, at least tonight, goes the right way.
Well, we've seen a lot of these go to Game 5, but we've also seen a lot of high-intensity games go to Game 4, not even need a Game 5. Messias, and showing that twice when they beat Phoenix and Draga, and I have Draga taking it 3-1. A bit more inside information, they've done a bit of scrims during the week, and they did one today as well, which I'll reveal when they went tied in scrims earlier on today, so it'll be a bit interesting, but during the weekend before, they absolutely walked it in scrims, but I'm not saying that for now. It's playoffs. Playoffs and scrims are completely different things. I'm sure you'll agree with me there, Vector. And, well, game number 1 is underway. Honestly, momentum's going to be massive in this. That's all I'll say.
Playoffs and scrims and playoffs and league play as well. We had a bit of a back and forth about that in the Twitch chat, Kingsman. Some healthy competition you'll have to see off the field as well as on it. Yeah. Hopefully we see a lot of it tonight. In this lower final, it's already begun. 5 seconds in, that bias showing its ugly head immediately from clapping from the AGM. I mean, it's to be expected. I'm embracing it, and I think you should too. But yeah, Peachy Boy, the personification of danger, I think, throughout this season. No doubt about it. His ability on the ball is almost second to none at times. I'm sure Phoenix will be wanting to respond in kind as rapidly as they can.
Yeah, and I will say now for the viewers, I don't want to be showing my biases. I want to show that as little as possible. I want to keep this as fair a broadcast as I can. As Chris looks to move it down the... Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Good demo from on the goal. It's going to open up MW7 here, who is going to find the angle. But once again, Phoenix did go 2 games down again and got a reverse sweep. But it's a good demo from Chris to open it up from NW7. 30 seconds in, it's been a brilliant start for Draga here. And, well, 2 goals, and every member of the team has been involved in one way, whether it would be Peachy Boy and Jordan on that first, Jordan, I mean NW7 on that first goal, and then you have Crisps getting the demo on that goal. A lot of demos and a lot of 50s, and now we see flip reset, but it's going to be a good save. And well, Draga really taking it to Phoenix off the start here.
As they would hope to, of course, coming off of a loss in the upper final. They want to get back into the swing of things as quickly as they can. 2 goals in the first minute. Definitely aids itself to that. Make that 3 is a massive miss off the backboard here. Peachy to pick up his brace for free. And woeful defense so far for Phoenix. As Source pointed out before we got into the broadcast, it's pretty much been the night of the reverse sweeps in the lower bracket. I think we've seen 2 or 3. Phoenix were part of one themselves. And, you know, that could be the same thing that happens tonight. Obviously, Phoenix don't want to be in that situation because it puts years on you. It really hurts the old ticker being in those awful situations that you just have to deal with it. As Bjarni goes wild with that strike, not able to finish the first attempt. Well, technically the second. Steb does have a shot on the ball, but it's the only one for Phoenix so far, and that one didn't even count. But This is a place that no team ever wants to be, in the lower final, because you find yourself there, realizing that you've made mistakes, you've made errors, you've been beaten, and both these teams, they're not used to defeat. They had very, very few in league play, so the fact that they're here, they're having to deal with it, and even worse so for Phoenix, no player on the team has over 100 points, and they've got 4 goals in the deficit, so this has gone just from bad to absolutely awful very, very quickly.
Yeah, it has, but Phoenix just not getting close so far. We've had a few chances, and here's going to be one from Usyk, but Peachy Boy, good save on the goal line. Crisp is there as well. Another open net, a bit more woeful defending, and it's going to be 5-0 in 2 minutes. I think it's just Phoenix overcommitting here. We see Steb Bajani, I don't know where Usyk is. He's going for boost on the other side of the field. Oh my goodness, I did not see this. 2 minutes, 5-0 up. 6 shots is all Droga have needed for this 5 goals. And well, honestly, I have been absolutely stunned. I think everyone in chat will be as well. It's not because I'm biased, but Steb now.
I just imagine Pikachu face for you, Kingsman. That's how surprised you are. But it may actually be the case now as Bjarni finds his way through. It did go off the defender, but a free ball not dealt with off that corner bounce. Peachy does eventually get across to it, but just not quite long enough in that Fennec to deny at least one. But this is closer to a setup of the country that's somewhere between Argentina and like Venezuela or something. I don't want to say the exact name because then I'll curse it. But it's not looking great for Phoenix.
The geographers in the room and in the Twitch chat will know, but
I'm probably wrong.
I'm gonna go. Yeah, I am gonna go back to it. It's still 2:30 left. Lots can happen in this game. As Usyk now looks to push it forward, but no one following up on the touch. Crisps, good pinch. Steb now looks to turn it towards net, and NW7, bit of an awkward touch, but Peachy Boy is managing to get it out. As Phoenix now piling on the pressure. Crisps with a good touch. Bajani looks to push it forward, but NW7, bit of a touch out here, but Crisps, good 50 with Steb, and Peachy Boy's up. Droga now getting their heads around this as Phoenix, they start to resurrect their, I want to say, a bit of a poor start in game 1, as they're going to make it 2 now. Phoenix have really come out and risen, there we go, have risen in this game. Usyk with a lovely ceiling shot, not read by Crisps, and Steb makes it 2.
The opponents just right themselves. Phoenix themselves took down the Green Phoenix, Infinity Master Team, just last series, so they won out in that battle of the mythological beasts. They're losing to another mythological creature in Draugar right now, and the Valkyrie Knights make that 6, 2 hat-tricks. Peachy Boy and NW7, not quite perfect. They've had 4 shots, but I'm sure they won't mind one bit. As goal after goal keeps going into that blue net, padding the stats. And I always wonder when scorelines like this happen and you score tons of goals in one game, if, you know, when you get further in the series and, you know, with the chance they end up losing it, you start to think, damn, I wish I'd have had those goals later on. If you could just bank goals, if you could have them on credit, like I'd rather just save 3 or 4 here and there from an incredible performance in one game and cash them in later on, but that's not quite how it works. And for Phoenix's sake, they're looking to pad their stats as well. Has a great finish here. Well, a better assist here by Steb. It's a pretty easy finish for Bjarni, but a wide open net, a lonely one for Draugar, and they're really starting to struggle on the defensive end despite a stellar performance on the other side.
Yeah, I wouldn't say this is Phoenix stat padding. I say this is Phoenix trying to get their way into this game. It's a 3-goal game now. It's been a 4-goal, 3-goal game. As Crisps now takes the ball taken off him by Peachy Boy. Looks for the chance. As now Crisps awkward touch. As NW7 beaten out by Steb now. And Peachy Boy, he gets bumped, but NW7 is beaten by Usyk. And Peachy Boy manages to get the read now. All into the midfield. NW7 was up, but he's not going to get there. It's now Crisps. You've played with him, Vector. You know what he can do, and he looks to beat Usyk, but not do so. A minute left on the clock. Time expiring very quickly for this Phoenix side.
Frightening individual behind an octane wheel is Chris. His ability on the ball improved massively from Season 9 to Season 10. And now, clearly, Season 11 is in the lower final. It's no surprise to me at all, but they're getting a little bit nervous maybe at this point with Phoenix barreling down on them. Of course, plenty of time. Not plenty of time, barely any time left for Phoenix to mount a comeback here. So Drogon not sweating too much, I'm sure, as Usyk does get a shot away, but they could just sit back, wait, spend a little bit more time wasting, make Phoenix think they've got a chance, you know, bait them out a little bit, like a bull with their waving red cloth. Draga do take game 1. Eventually, as you said, only a 3-goal game, technically just a 3-0, but Draga won it in the beginning. I mean, we saw 3 goals in the very first minute. That ended up being the difference, despite Phoenix's chance of a comeback there, a little spark, but not quite enough. They're still getting their wings, still getting their feet. I think something will change in game 2 quite drastically. I don't think this is very much a clear highlight of what these two teams can bring to the table in terms of competition between one another. And I think Phoenix maybe just need to calm down a little. Didn't expect to be in the lower bracket at all. Many people didn't expect them to be here, and I think that's just rocked them, and they're still recovering from that. They've managed to get to this point through that reverse sweep against Infinity, and I think they've got the caliber to not be in that position again.
Yeah, and it's as you said, this game was won in the first minute. Draga had 4 goals, and that looked simply unclimbable. Phoenix tried to climb it, but Draga, they just had to tap 1 or 2 in occasionally, and they would do it and hold it off. But as you said, this is definitely not a show of what we should expect. Both of these teams are sensational. Most people would have had this as a grand final series. Instead, lower final. But anyway, game number 2 is underway. Are we going to see a quick start from Draga here? Crisps looks to beat it, puts it middle. He goes for the bump back. Bajani, brilliant awareness there of that. It's now quick pressure again as Peachy Boy looks to put it middle. NW7's up here, but Bajani, good beat. As Crisps is there looking for a challenge, but Steb going to be all alone in the air now as Peachy looks to put it across, but immediate pressure from Draga here, Vector.
So we should expect to see continuation of game 1. They're not going to want to take their foot off the pedal. Allow Phoenix some daylight. So you know for a fact they're going to take it in their stride. Is this going to drop favorably for Chris? Maybe looking for the pass after the fact. Realized they couldn't get the shot on target. Going to try to cut rotation, break Bjarni's control here. NW7 links up with Peachy Boy. Seen it so much this season, didn't come to any avail there though, as Phoenix forced back into their own half. Usyk not with the greatest of touches. Peachy misses, and Chris has got the time to play with the ball as his teammates demoed out. So Phoenix should get some space to breathe. Pre-jump by Bjarni, he's cut out by NW7 somehow, as Peachy Boy's right there for the follow-up, thankfully. Phoenix Steb in the right position at the right time. The start of this second game, much brighter. Not allowed Draga to find the cracks. Filled them in a lot quicker than they were able to in the opener. But still not a single shot on target for them. So biding their time is worrying that they're having to wait so long to try and get out on offense, but at the very least they've got a tie game to work with.
Yeah, they do, and well, it's been relentless from Draga, but now we're going to see Phoenix. I was about to say, we're going to see Phoenix push forward. No, we're not. Caster Curse has got it as well now. We're going to see Crisps push up. Bit of an awkward touch into the midfield. Usyk with the shot. First shot for them, but no trouble for Peachy Boy on the goal line as NW7 manages to clear that out. Beautiful beat from Crisps, though. Can he get the double? Yes, he can. Oh, my God. What, as you said, almost a brilliant finish from him. Peachy Boy and NW7 almost linking up in the midfield. And there's a demo from Peachy. The attack continues. Oh, bit of an awkward miss for Crisps there. But now Usyk looks to beat one. This attack from Draga is unrelenting. Crisps is up. Good save from Bajani. The defense is definitely ironed out now for this Phoenix side as they look to make their first attack, but Peachy Boy clears up, and this is very much what I was expecting, a very tight game with both teams being at each other's throats here, Vector.
Draga very much the ones closer. 7 shots, make that 6 in fact, to Phoenix's 1. Finally get a second, putting them on the back foot. I think Draga's offense has been a lot more telegraphed, a lot more predictable in this second game, and it's allowed Phoenix to find their way through as a double tap from Steb. This may have been unintentional. They'll claim it wasn't, as Bjarni with a great touch back and actually pulls the ball behind him. Actually, no, it was a touch by NW7, my mistake. I thought that was a double tap. Ends up being Fortune to go against Draga here. Concede first in the second game. 3 minutes in. Never something that you want to see, of course. They were struggling on offense because of Phoenix's ability to read the game, adapt, change what wasn't working, and now they've forced them into a error that's cost them the lead. At least an equal game at the very least. They'll be desperate to get back on the front foot. Peachy Boy with a free touch. Was expecting Bjarni to get one, and maybe it threw him off the play a little bit as Usyk is going to get this one above the crossbar. Find it again, never mind, that bounced too awkwardly as Bjarni gets a shot down. 2 players from Draga's defense completely stuck in midair, unable to react to this one. Oh, that's so unfortunate for them. He shot low to play them both out of it. Great finish and a great way to re-establish themselves in this series.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you have both players pre-jumping and on the seat squishy, going for the squishy on the same area, you never normally get success. But in this scenario, Phoenix have played very well. They've pulled themselves back into this series, and Draga just have not been able to finish those chances. And now Phoenix massively on the offense now as Peachy Boy. Good clear. Can NW7 get there? Oh my god, yes he can with a bullet. But Steb is going to be the one to stop it. And they're on the line again, but Usyk is there. NW7 with the shot off the crossbar. How is that not gone in? Oh my god. Wow. I thought that was in and we'd be looking at 2-1, but Phoenix to stay in the lead, 2-0 here.
Yeah, that was relentless pressure from Draga. They just couldn't get through. And eventually it bounced off the post. Steb to lose his life for this goal. But we'll pick up the brace. Another great touch by a teammate again to send it into the midfield. Make it just that little bit more awkward for Draga. It's 2 touches from Bjarni and Usyk that have just been strange, unexpected for the red defense. Being unable to deal with it as Peachy Boy just stops Steb's attempt at a hat-trick there. 3 goals to the good, make it 4. With 30 seconds left, Phoenix seemed to be doing to Draga what they did to them in the first game. It just took a lot longer to do it. The difference, though, is that they haven't conceded.
Yeah, and I'd say it's better for in a Game 2 scenario. Game 1, you can say, well, warm-up, we were getting into the series. But Game 2, you're in the series, and, well, I'd honestly say Draga have been unlucky not to get a goal here, as Crisp looks to change that, but not to be. Steb. Peachy Boy now, though, he is going to change that. Maybe it might not be I'm so optimistic, it's winnable. But 19 seconds left on the clock. Yeah, we do not know, this is RSC, but it gives them some momentum at the least.
Sure, they'll be happy to have it. And as I said, in the first game, they scored more goals than they needed to. Desperate for them now as 2 massive whiffs on the sidewall. Open it up for Steb, it took too long. Won't matter too much, of course. Another 3-goal game. Unless, no, he's not going to get that one through. Usyk, happy to stop it. As Phoenix take the Forbidden Temple. And we've broken the streak. No reverse sweep in this series. Some people will be happy to see it. Some won't, obviously. You will be less frightful if this goes to 2-1 to Draga, because, you know, edge of your seat, biting your fingernails, thinking, oh no, is it going to happen again? Is Phoenix going to do that again? But it won't happen. And now it's just whoever wins the next 2 games to seal that. Of course, it could go to Game 5 still, and I expected that. So I'm hoping that it happens, but with the way that Phoenix did this, the amount of shots that came through, I mean, they ended up being extremely similar in the end. Draga just pipping Phoenix there, but they struggled. As I said, I thought they had a predictable push. Every time they went up on offense, they almost always seemed to be doing the same thing. There were very few solo plays, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, because when I think of Draga, I think of a team-oriented team. I think of them passing to each other almost constantly, always looking for ways around the opponent. via using the ball rather than just sending it and hoping for the best. But that has allowed Phoenix to figure out the passing lanes, figure out the positioning, and figure out a way to take down Draga here. Something that you mentioned to me before we came on to the cast was that they've scrimmed each other before plenty of times, so they know what each other's capable of. They know what they can do, and crucially their weaknesses as well. Is it at this point that Phoenix have warmed up, they figured out what Draga can bring to the table, and they found them lacking?
Well, that is a question that will have to be answered in game number 3, and well, it's going to be an interesting one. I'd say game 3. Oh. Well, speaking of interesting ones, that is a very interesting defense. So we're talking about Phoenix waking up into this series. A lot of cast occurs. Okay, I'll give some credit to Peachy Boy there, putting them under pressure. But ouch, as you said, Vector, that is going to sting. And as I was going to say, game 3 has to be crucial because whichever team wins this gets match point. I mean, obviously, it could go either way. We've seen a 4-0 and a 6-3. So, sorry, 4-1. I had to correct myself. But
4-0 for all intents and purposes. But
yeah. You get the point. It's NW7 forced to make a save here, and he's not going to get the double, but Crisps. Good clear out from him, and well, it's very tense, I'm sure, for everyone in chat, especially for the two GMs, Axlos and Kirika, who both be probably watching on intensely in the chat, and that's almost good. Oh my goodness! Wow. Phoenix struggling to get into the game potentially here, but I'd say it's more Draga doing what they need to in defense here. Oh my god.
Yeah, Icelandic Giants continue their push. Latest offering to the crossbar can only be a difference. Never mind to the backboard again. Another one to the crossbar. Phoenix failing to finish their chances here. The Steb with no boost just tried to fake out the defender maybe as it finally bounces through. Bjarni will be accredited, but Steb was really the one that did all the work here. Had absolutely nothing in the tank. Completely bamboozled Chris there. Gotta give it to him. Should expect Steb coming off the ceiling with boost to do something with it, but then yeah, just completely fakes him out. Finds a way through, finds the equalizer. I think this is the closest that these two teams have been after they've scored goals. Like, they've been not been close at all in the last two games whilst they've been scoring. So clearly something has shifted, and as you mentioned, game 3, the most important in any best of 5, sets the stage for one of the two sides. And neither side wanted to fall short in that manner. We'll just have to see who can clutch up the most.
Yeah, and well, it's going to be interesting. I'm sure after that goal, I don't have Twitch chat open, but I'm sure I'd have seen Axlos saying Steb supremacy somewhere in chat. I can just guess that, as now we're going to see Crisps. Good 50 from him. Usyk looks to put it middle. Crisps with a bit of an awkward touch, but Peach Boy going to clear the back lines now as NW7 brilliant read down to Crisps. He isn't going to get that read as now Peachy gets 50'd out here. NW7 takes a very risky cut. And well, Usyk is going to punish him now. Half game gone. Phoenix take the lead.
Sort of a half cut. It was half-hearted. It seemed like he didn't really want to do it, but then by the time the player developed, didn't have a choice. And we're just caught in no man's land, stuck in the middle. And it has allowed Phoenix to take that lead, as you said, in a much easier fashion than they probably expected. Step to the backboard here. Peachy Body trying to pick it up. Chris looking to pinch to get this one out. Didn't quite work. It has gone all the way back to Step here. Left them lonely in that rotation. Peachy Boy can't follow his first touch. Free shot for Steb. Way too easy to deal with. Still, of course, Phoenix always right there with the second man to follow up. Not this time, though. Usyk bides his time. Waits for the touch. Doesn't get it at all and leaves Chris to do whatever he wants with this ball. Not much in the tank, however, allows Steb to dive on him. Throw it backboard. Bjarni, can he get this touch across? No, not in time. They're doing quite well here, Phoenix, to follow up their individual touches when they're going for the doubles especially. But almost every single time at the end of it, they've got very little boost to follow up on the recovery. And it is allowing Draga to utilize a lot more space than I think they should be given at this stage. Phoenix, they want to get that that 2-goal cushion. They've got to keep the pressure up because Droga, they're going to be like a cold spring. They'll wait until their chance comes and then they'll break out on the counter, no doubt about it.
Yeah, for sure. They've done a lot of that this season as now Usyk looks to put it middle. Awkward for Peachy Boy, but Crisps is going to take the ball, and now Peachy looks to find Chris, looks to find NW7. 1v1, here it is. Oh my goodness. Oh no, double commit. Here we, okay, never mind. NW7 has rotated. Bajani looks for the solo play as Usyk now pings it onto backboard. Good clear from Peachy. Steb. Good read of the play. And again, another brilliant read of the play. I don't know whether that was intentional, but he's done his job there. Ball onto corner. NW7 looks for the drop down, and what a goal from NW7. As Peachy Boy, beautiful pass to the left wall. And NW7 finding the ridiculous angle there, Vector. And well, slots that in. 33 seconds. We're all tied up.
Brilliant finish. So intelligent to put that under the defender. As it went up towards him, I wasn't quite sure if he was going to look for the double tap. Goes at it first time. And so does Chris as well. 2 goals in quick succession. Straight off the kickoff. Takes his time. Waits. Great patience, and realizes that Usyk is flat tired here. Just expecting maybe an early shot, maybe a flip reset, something like that, and catches them looking. A late lead taker here. Could be another one. Great kickoff to open it up. NW7 trying to fake out Usyk there. Another fake to throw off Steb, and it has allowed Chris some time to play with this ball. Not the greatest of reads, but does go for the disruption. Still in this blue half with 10 seconds left. Not in the possession of the team that wants it. Spiani can't get a touch here either. They're not going to be able to break out in time. Chris to seal it with the hat-trick. 3 for 3. 2-goal lead with a second left. Now, this is not guaranteed, Kingsman. There's absolutely no way that this is over. But it is very unlikely that Phoenix get back into this one on Sovereign Heights.
Yeah, and well, I mean, that's just what Crisps does. He's a man that shows up when you need him to. And oh my, Bajani almost put in his own net, but Droga, they leave it very, very late, but they ice up when they need to. 2-1 in the series. I'd say, once again, very much against the run of play. Phoenix, I would say, dominated most of that game. They had the pressure a lot of the game, as we commented. They had a lot of follow-ups, a lot of good touches, but Droga just had it when they needed to, and well, they take game 3 and they have match point.
I said it at 2-1. Coiled spring. They were just waiting for their chance, and Phoenix, they let them off the leash. They let them break out. They let them get the midfield boost, and they used it to great success. It wasn't even like they were doing anything that high flying. They didn't go for double taps, for flip resets. We saw incredible air dribble from Chris, which set them on the path to this 4-2, and eventually they secure a second left. But it was NW7 for me. That finish, getting it under the defender, it really made Phoenix step back a moment, and it was like they got hit by an uppercut and just realized, hold on a sec, we're losing the aerial battle here. And then things started to fall apart, especially after that kickoff goal. And I think they just lost their confidence by the end. I said that they needed to get that extra goal. They had to get that padding, just to give them the belief that they could hold on to it, but hasn't shaken out that way. As Droga go onto match point, the blessing and the curse for a lot of people, I think. That unique pressure, being like, okay, we just need one more. We're right there. You can see victory. You can see the grand final. But it's never so simple. We shall see whether or not Phoenix can rise again to return to Champions Field, as they have done so multiple times tonight, both in their favor and against it. They've managed to get this far. Can they do it again?
Yeah, and well, honestly, the goals were late in this last thing, so I'd favor Droga here, but once again, Phoenix have been very strong at the start every single game. Okay, count out game 1. They've been very strong off the start, so they've always had a lot of momentum. Except from the warm-up game, yeah. They've been brilliant off the start. As oh my, NW7 here, he's just different. He has just been. I mean, he's since he's hit 1900.
To stop Peachy.
Yeah, Listen, I mean, everyone's been commenting on Peachy Boy as the main man for Draugr this season, but NW7's been that little charm all season long, and he looks to prove it again as he drops it down. But enough of the bias, and we're going to see Phoenix push it forward now as they look for another Champions Field, as you stated, Vector. Steb, awkward read, but he does get it. Steb to Bajani, but cut out well. Usyk now, a bit of an awkward miss here. It's going to leave Steb very awkward in the net. Peachy Boy gets it over him. NW7 pre-jumps, and it's going to be goal number 1 for Draugr. Phoenix once again overextending.
There's no bias whatsoever. I completely agree on the fact that it's not just about Peachy Boy. I mentioned it on Forbidden Temple. This is a team that works well together. They're not all just solo players. They're great mechanics. I mean, they've got great mechanics in and of themselves, but they utilize them in the right way. Chris is definitely the rock for this team, in my eyes. The glue that holds it all together. The most reliable. But when it comes down to it, the X Factor, NW7, Peachy Boy, they get results. And they're doing so again, but it's still a flimsy lead. Phoenix themselves, so well-rounded, so much chemistry. The understanding between these boys runs deep, and they're going to look to link up again as Biani to dribble it over. Usyk came as the third man. Steb was already in position though, so this leaves an open field for Draugr to hunt down. Chris eventually does get back to this ball. Biani left to deal with it. Peachy Boy, like a shark, just waiting around, waiting for the ball to come to him, but it eventually gets past him. Biani gets it along. Chris taking a mighty big chance there. That was frightening for a moment for me. I can't imagine how it was for you, but he gets away with it, and Draugr hold on to their lead.
I'm sat here at 1-0 watching every chance go by, and seeing Crisps do that has me on the edge of heart failure. But I'd say the same. You made the comment of 1-0's a flimsy lead. I'd say that for both teams here. They've been very competitive all series long. And I said in my predictions 3-1, but as I said to Vector at the start, it could be game 5, but NW7 looking to prove me right here. Crisps, the rock of the team, posted it back. Peachy Boy smart not to go for it, and it fakes both defenders out. NW7 2 for 2. Pass has been beautiful both times, and well, a 2-goal lead. I was just talking about a flimsy 1-goal lead. Is now a more secure 2-goal lead, and now, oh my god, make that 3. I'm not going to be biased. Vector, what a double tap.
It's hard not to be biased. The control and the precision that NW7 brings to this field, to the Rocket League game, is exemplary. It's inspiring at times, and it's leading Draugr to a grand final. As it stands, Phoenix on the back foot, constantly struggling to even get out of their own half. As Chris wanted to dive on that, get in the Peachy Boys' way, eventually drops to NW7. They're flying at each other because they've just got so much confidence in every single play that they make. They're not fearful whatsoever. Can't exactly say the same for Phoenix, as Biani with low boost can only play it to the corner. Steb has to go back. Thankfully Biani does pick up the midfield. Still doesn't work out in their favour though, as Usyk's going to be read wildly here. Still not going to work. Usyk in the right place at the right time, does get a flick over. Peachy wasn't expecting it, and Biani was up, but they misread the trajectory of the ball. They send 2 players just to stop the ball dead in that red corner. Eventually Chris does get it out, and I'm just seeing very little threat from Phoenix here. They get the ball into a dangerous position in the midfield, but then they can't get that extra touch to take it past the second or third man, and it's leaving them with very little chance of getting back to get Champions Field again here.
Yeah, and well, there's a minute left. I did call 3-1 at the start, but I said this could be a game 5. I've mentioned this already, but it's just been brilliant from both teams. I'm not going to discredit Phoenix in the slightest. They've put up one hell of a fight, and it's been absolutely a brilliant series to watch. And there's still 40 seconds left, so it's still doable because Phoenix are on the attack here. Double commit, but it's going to be a backflip as NW7 looks to put on pressure. The man to score the hat trick. And I mean, seal the hat-trick out with a sensational goal, but the pressure just not going the right way here as Usyk. Beautiful bang, NW7, nice save again. He is known in these big situations, show up, ERS Challenger champion, remember. And well, Crisps, he's going to look to push it forward, make the pain even worse, make the bleeding even worse as NW7's there just throwing themselves at the ball now. They know it's over. They know they are making a grand finals, and they know I'm going to be celebrating that BC in about 5 minutes.
You'll be celebrating right now. I'm surprised you're not screaming out your lungs. Draugr take it in 4, leaving only 3 of the master talent predictions still viable. I think it's what is it? Ice Davy, Potter, and Tavish. All of them thought that Phoenix. No, of course not you. You thought Messiahs would go out here.
Yeah.
Ends up being Phoenix. They all thought Phoenix would go out. Morris Guy did as well. He doesn't count because he thought Might of Hades would be in the final. And so, Ice Davy thinks that Draugr's going to take it. Potter and Tavish think Messiahs are going to take it. But I mean, this is a surprisingly long break. I thought this would take a lot longer, and I thought we'd be on Game 5 for a while. No overtimes as well, especially was surprising to me. But it was just a seesaw in terms of scoring. It wasn't close in any of the games by the end. We saw the 3 in the first and the second. Eventually, it came to Game 3, where it's a little bit closer, but still not that much. And then Draugr just shut them out completely in Game 4, and it felt like Phoenix lost all of everything that made them special, everything that made them that distinct team. But maybe in the end, it was just about the better team. We saw it so much from Draugr throughout the season, and they just seemed to link up so much better, despite the fact MW7 three goals there, hat trick to finish it out. So it's clearly MVP of that series in my eyes, but it was absolutely a team effort, and commiserations to Phoenix there. They tried their best, but it wasn't quite enough, and Ignis lose their last hope in the master tier. And I believe that confirms the conference clash goes in Glaciers' favor, because both of them, the last 2 teams, are in Glaciers, and it's already 3-1 in Glaciers' favor anyway. So it's going to be 4-1 by the end of the night. Still, we don't know if it's going to be the Visionaries or the Valkyrie Knights. We know what Kringsman wants it to be, but he's not going to be there for the grand final. He's not going to be allowed to be biased anymore. It will be Tom Dillon instead, and myself as well again. It was an enjoyable match despite the way it went. I think it could have been a lot closer, but is what it is.
Yeah, they were all, as you said, they were close games for 4 minutes. But honestly, if you went off end results, you'd say it was end to end like that, all over the place. But they were all close all the way through. That could have gone either way. I did predict it right, but I only just predicted it on... If Phoenix had taken Game 3, I'd have said they'd have taken Game 4. It is genuinely so good how much momentum both of these teams have. But Vector, you're on to cast an amazing grand finals with, I believe it is Tom Dillon next. So, I mean, absolutely amazing. We're going to go for I think it's 20-minute break-ish. Yeah, I'm very jealous. My bias is going to be contained in a VC now, where I'll be cheering my lungs out for the next few hours. But, yeah, was a pleasure. Commiserations again to Phoenix. They were brilliant all season. I can take nothing from them. The Icelandic Giants going the farthest in Ignis. And, well, we'll see you in about 20 minutes for the Master Grand Final.
See you soon.
This love is ill. I wish that it was different. Don't know what it is that made us so indifferent. We're drifting in the dark. Can we do better? Wish I could rewind back to the start. Can we do better than this? Better. Wish I could rewind back to the start. Can we do better than this? Better. We're drifting in the dark. Can we do better? Wish I could rewind back to the start. Can we do better than this? Better. You got me high and dry in love. You got that something I can sense to let go. Wasting those amazing highs. I know you hate the way that I do just enough to get you up. It feels like I'm losing touch, I'm not enough. I keep running fast, I keep running faster. The world is such a wreck, I know I'm a mess, nothing less. I keep running fast, I keep running faster. You said that you wish I'd go. Why you live in a world so cold? I got just enough to get you up. It feels like I'm losing touch, I'm not enough. I feel like I'm gonna pass out. Thought that the day ones would last, no. They wanna be just like you, friends turning they loose. 45 and I'm gone, feel alive when I'm torn. No, I waste all my time feeling lesser. Don't wanna mess up, know that I'm blessed, it's been emotional. Listen, I hope you know all of the pain that you caused me, it helped me grow. I can't feel anymore, I know I've been ignoring the things that I live for, the life that I give, and I feel like I could've done better. So I keep running faster than ever. I keep running fast, I keep running faster. The world is such a wreck, I know I'm a mess, nothing less. I keep running fast, I keep running faster. You said that you wish I'd go. Why you live in a world so cold? I got just enough to get you up. It feels like I'm losing touch, I'm not enough.
Yeah, next, I just cut that chick, yeah, the album rich. Labels bout to tell me how they gonna make me rich. 50 milli independent, they ain't touching it, no, no. Yeah, they ain't touching it. Next, I just cut that chick, yeah, the album rich. Labels bout to tell me how they gonna make me rich. 50 milli independent, they ain't touching it, no, no. Yeah, they ain't touching it, yeah. The homie is dead, R.I.P. Bad chicken Hulu's all I need. Lunch with the fam like steaks on me. Best lane breaks, don't need them. that you ain't the same, and I'm puzzled. Wonder what it takes, I'm breaking down rubble. I had to switch lanes, I'm safe in my bubble. Look, I don't know what I'm feeling, we back and forth depending. No matter what the weather is, you're never gonna get it. Packing my bags, moving, I'm finished. All out of gas, I've been empty, diminished. I got my hope on full, but my heart's on empty. Don't know what you want, you've been gone and you left me. Give what I got, it's for naught, to the next please. Stuck in my emotions at a loss when you text me. When I'm in, you're out, you gon' take me down. You complain about everything, oh wow, nothing's changed about how you came around. Yeah, always try to blame me while you play around. You talk on my name, I was lost in a phase. You were wrong in your place and you wanna be shamed. And you're off with the lames, got me gone in the space. You were coming for my image, but it blew up in your face. Well, really you the villain, but always put on a front. Got me second guessing feelings, I'm wondering if I'm wrong. Yeah, manipulative and timid, you rigorous with your love. Been addicted to the feeling, but lately it's getting wrong. Look, I don't know what I'm feeling, we back and forth depending. No matter what the weather is, you're never gonna get it. Packing my bags, moving, I'm finished. All out of gas, I've been empty, diminished. I got my hope on full, but my heart's on empty. Don't know what you want, you've been gone and you left me. Give what I got, it's for naught, to the next please. Stuck in my emotions at a loss when you text me. When I'm in, you're out, you gon' take me down. You complain about everything, oh wow, nothing's changed about how you came around. Yeah, always try to blame me while you play around. When I'm in, you're out, you gon' take me down. You complain about everything, oh wow, nothing's changed about how you came around. Yeah, always try to blame me while you play around. Whoa. need tonight is your voice and an upright piano. Cause those are two of my favorite sounds. The lions at the gate in my mind, and we've run out of ammo. But everything is gonna be just fine. Can we roll it? Can we hold it? Can we drink it, chop it up and smoke it? Can we peel it? Can we pop it? Cause we don't like feeling these emotions. Can we try it? Can we find it? Can we please be kind of just rewind it? This is real life, these are real times, and we're always wanting to escape them. Put down that vice, they're all nice. Let's have a conversation. Cause you are one of my favorite songs. It always ends the same way for you. And those demons are chasing. Can we face them? Can we roll it? Can we hold it? Can we drink it, chop it up and smoke it? Can we peel it? Can we pop it? Cause we don't like feeling these emotions. Can we try it? Can we find it? Can we please be kind of just rewind it? This is real life, these are real times, and we're always wanting to escape them. All I need tonight is your voice. All I need tonight is your voice. Let's not roll it, let's not hold it, let's not drink it, chop it up or smoke it. All I need tonight is your voice. Can we roll it? Can we hold it? Can we drink it, chop it up or smoke it? Can we peel it? Can we pop it? Cause we don't like feeling these emotions. Can we try it? Can we find it? Can we please be kind of just rewind it? This is real life, these are real times, and we're always wanting to escape them. All I need tonight is your voice. All I need tonight is your voice.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Ooh, oh, oh, oh. Ooh, oh, oh. 'Cause I've been thrown, I'm falling now, can't you notice? My feelings out dancing on me, backstabbing up Meliodas. Get you on the scene, I guess you gonna notice. I'm falling out, hey Janae. Your cheesy eyes that away with me. Your dreamy looks at me face. How about we both since you wrote this? I'm falling out, 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 I'm falling out. She got me open. Bandage don't work at all. They know she's not my heart. Bet this her favorite song. Reaching forward as a star. Get her understand when she gon' lie. That's just how she roll. Even making scenes to pass the time. Making fights for fun. It's what you do. No more lies. You conspire. Took on my heart and invited desire. Get in mind to exaggerate or turn now. Cause if you really wanna lie, heck, let's say I'm falling out. It's the day. Just chase the reaper away. I'm falling out. Can't you say? I'm feeling calm with no way. I'm falling out. Can't you say? I'm falling out. You're too late. I'm falling out. Can't you say? I'm falling out. What's to say? Gaslit. Too long. Too wrong. Too right. Just to write a song.
I'm the storm that beats the moon. I'm the sun that will not move. Do you think you are? Who do you think you are?
They started at the beginning and they are here at the end. The top two in the Glacis Conference, Messiahs and Drauga of the Master RSC11 playoffs. In the grand final with me is Tom Dillon once again. We were together in the rival grand final just last week, Tom, and a bracket reset happened there. Is it going to happen again?
Well, one of the all-time classic grand finals happened there with that dramatic reverse sweep. We've seen a few of those this evening, haven't we? But today, I'm predicting probably a little bit of a more one-sided affair. I think this has got everything of a game that could potentially go the difference, but actually I think given the standard of the gameplay we'll see here, I don't think that these sides are going to be slipping up and tripping over each other like we saw in that rival grand final. Here is the playoff bracket then, that we see how we got here. Both of these sides having one side obviously having a little bit more of a difficult run to this than the other, but they did meet in the upper final, didn't they, Vector?
Did indeed. All the series that the two teams have been a part of ended in Game 4. Drauga starting, taking down Might of Hades. Messiahs take down Phoenix. And then a Messiahs take down Drauga in 4. A surprising result for some people. Maybe not so for some others. As I already mentioned in the last series, 3 of our talent predicted that this would be the final. And 2 of them predicted that the Messiahs would end up taking it. Of course, Drauga getting down to this lower final, eventually beating Phoenix and getting up to potentially take revenge. I don't know. It's going to be hard to see. I do think a bracket reset's going to happen, which, you know, Source was worried that because I predicted it, it was going to happen. It happened once, okay, in Rival. I've been terrible tonight. I've literally not predicted a correct result at all throughout the entire night. But I believed that Drauga would end up in the lower final. I believed they'd end up back here again. And I thought they would bracket reset Phoenix in a 4-3 victory. So I have to stick to that. I have to stick to my guns. Just because it's Messiahs doesn't make a difference. It's a different... it doesn't make a difference. It's the same thing. I think that they're going to go the distance. I think we will see Champions Field once again. But I don't think that they will end up taking it in the second series. I think it will actually go 4-2 to Messiahs in that one. I think they'll learn from their mistakes. But that's a long way away. That still might not happen, Tom. And it's going to be a difficult road either way for either of these sides, in my mind. And I hope this is more competitive than the lower final ended up being.
Yeah, and I've gone similar to your prediction, but I think they'll get it done in one series. I think 4-2 to Messiahs. I just think you get to this point in the Master Tier. If you've managed to go through that upper final, beat a team 3-1, you're not then going to slip. These guys are far too high in terms of their skill level that I just don't see any slip-ups really happening. But I think we're shortly ready to get into this game because, well, it could be a very, very long night indeed if we don't get it underway as promptly as we can. Once we kick off, it will be Messiahs in the blue and Drauga in the red. Vector, I'm expecting a very, very good game.
That just works. I love when the colours align. And Drauga did just win in the red, so they'll be glad and happy, glappy, haddy, I don't know, to be in that colour again, I'm sure. Messiahs continuing their stellar form, at least hoping to. As Pizza and Poe, 2 Swedes, battling out to be the superior Swede, you might say. They end up double committing here to try and get Drauga out of their half. We know how quickly Drauga opened up Phoenix in Game 1, ended up a 6-3 in their opener in the lower final. So we see something similar there. Messiahs really have got a lot to think about, but we know how dangerous they can be, how much they can bring to the table. And I'm expected to see some more as already a minute in. The supposed sub, Messiahs MV6S, it's usually the other teammate, whose name's completely escaped me, Tom. But I'll look it up, I'll figure it out. Doesn't look like the sub to me, it's been doing quite well tonight.
I think you might be looking at the caster database about Fat Cat, who's only played the 16 so far this season. This is off of the crossbar, Crystal. Clear it away.
Maybe it's the other way around. I just got the CMV.
Yeah, I think it is the other way around, actually. Yeah. 58 for MV and 16 for Fat Cat. Easy to do. Is MV looking to go forward here? One of the things you would bring up if they were to play a substitute, of course, they'll have that substitute in hand, you would think. That's a wonderful air dribble from Beachy Boy, keeping that ball very close to his car. Indeed, shot comes in though from Messias. They have got that sub available to them. It's nice to see that they kept the one sub throughout the course of this season. And if you have that sub in your locker, they can be used very effectively indeed if the grand final would start to go south for you.
Certainly could. I think the only substitution we've seen tonight, if I'm not mistaken, was from Hades, taking out Rose after the opening series against Thrauga. Hades bringing in Hines didn't quite work in their favour. But we shall have to see if the similar case occurs in this grand final, if it's even necessary, as Poe takes it all the way across the field, doesn't get the air dribble they were looking for, at least not the finish, as this one bounces wildly on the goal line. Still not going to go through for Messiah's second. Thrauga get away with one. It's continuing to struggle. These offensive onslaughts, not a single shot on the board as a massive bump opens up the space for Pizza to take a shot. Doesn't end up going through. So Thrauga hold on, keep it close. Can't get anything going on the blue half of the field, but they're at least making a case for them to be hold on to a close game. Never mind. 2 goals to the good for Messiahs. Another big demo. This time it's from the very same man to end up scoring the second goal for Messiahs. And they, I don't want to call it too early. They seem to be outclassing Thrauga at the minute, but it could just be a warm-up game for them.
It could. Game 1's always a little bit nervy, I'd say. This is trying to get back into the game. Actually, for a moment, it bounces again quite wildly and eventually out back downfield, where this Draga side will try and recollect. They need that little bit of luck to try and take this game 1, a mountain that is going to be difficult to climb for them. This might just go in. It's cleared away incredibly on the line by Poe there, I think. It was trying to be followed in by NW, not able to do much with it. This is awkward, and MV will try and bring it away. Here goes NW7 going all alone, hugging the side wall, and Poe again just about clearing this ball away. It's so awkward for him. Pizza is going to try and get to the line. Able to do so in the end. Gets demoed as the ball bounces back out for Thrauga. Here goes Peachy Boy looking to flip over the top of Poe. Not able to do much with it. We've got 1 minute and 25 seconds to go, and Thrauga starting to sustain a little bit of pressure.
Certainly are. They've opened up a bit more. Keep it on the front foot. NW7 to try and finish this one off. There's no try about it. Will do indeed, with a lot of help from Chris here. A double commit as well from Poe and Pizza, the 2 Swedes. Not quite on the same wavelength. And it allowed Thrauga to exploit them. Get one back, halve the deficit. With 1 minute to go, they've kept this a lot closer than Phoenix managed to in that lower final. We want to start this game strong, of course. Make sure Messiahs know that they're not here to capitulate, to just fall over, to give up, to lose again in such a easy fashion as they did in their first meeting of the night. This drops fortunately for Peachy. Good catch, can't get the second touch. Chris wasn't ready for it either, so they're having to barrel back to their own half. NW7 does exceptionally well to control this ball to the midfield. Get it to Chris, gonna waterfall down. Will Peachy Boy be there? Yes, he will. Under the crossbar, just about. They equalise late into this game, and this is much more of a competition than the lower final was in my approximation, and I'm so happy to see it.
You know, you forget how good the mechanics of these Master Tier guys are. That was a very tidy looking shot, but now all of a sudden Messiahs have got a little bit of work to do. Here goes NW trying to start an air dribble off of the rear wall. Looks to go forward, stop to the 15 centre field, which Peachy Boy will try and chase down. Off of the wall he goes. Chris tries to take a shot. Not any doing just yet. Pizza now downfield. Peachy Boy takes a shot. This is set up quite nicely for NW. Can't quite get there. There's a demo on MW. It's going to be Chris who tries to take a shot once more. NW's on the line. He takes the shot. It's an incredible.
Are you serious?
Play.
How in the world does he get this angle? The power as well. It looked like he hit that with his wheels, but it was so strong. Oh, he just sat and waited. He knew that no one was challenging. He knew that no one was on the backboard, and Chris, of course, as intelligent as ever, knows exactly where he is. He's ready for the shot as this one's taken. Chris sends it all the way down the field for his first goal of the game. Absolutely incredible finish for Draga here at the death. And the same scoreline they had in the last game. In their last game against Phoenix. 4-2. And again it was Chris to score the last goal. That's incredible.
Still a long way to go this evening. They might look to make it 5. They won't. It'll be spiked just on the goal line, actually. Half and half in the end. But Draga take your game 1 in the Master Grand Final. And again, there is still a long way to go, isn't there, Vector? It's not... you can't call it one way or another at this stage, but Draga looking very, very good in the second half of that game. And I do find that sometimes teams take about 2.5 minutes to really get going, and then they can accelerate in game 1. This time, Draga were able to finally get the acceleration away and get the victory. But I think it's encouraging for them. They're in with a chance.
Without doubt, and they've at least matched their performance in their first meeting, getting at least one game, getting the first game. Very, very important for their mindset, for their mental. Which I don't necessarily think that's something that this team struggles with. I think they're very calm and collected. I've played a lot of Rocket League with Chris. I know the kind of personality that he has, the kind of player that he is. Doesn't get rattled easily. And I called it in the last series as well, that to me he's like the glue of this team. He keeps them all together. 3 assists for that game, a save, and the go-ahead goal as well. Amazing contribution, and I expect to see it continue. But I don't expect to see Messiahs roll over as nearly as much as they did there. I think there was maybe an underestimation, and I think they got a bit too complacent towards the end of that game. Thought that they had that in hand, in control, but they made the same mistake that Phoenix did. They didn't score enough. They need to pad their lead more. 2 was not enough, and Draga did really well to come back within that game. Now they just need to make sure that they start to control the game sooner, instead of having being forced into that position to have to make that kind of play, because eventually your luck is going to run out in that respect.
Here's Pope collecting off of his own baseline. Crystal flash it across goal. No one there to turn it out. Here he goes once more though, looking to go central for NW, who takes a shot at MV. A very strong save this early into game 2, but it's much like how we finished game 1 in the Draga are peppering with the pressure here. Here they go once again. Another shot will come in from Crisps, and it will be narrowly turned away. Still attacking though, Peachy Boy looking to go central. Still awkward. Poe can't get it clear. We've got a little bit of a raw one. It's broken mutually in the end. Now Poe looking to go forward. Looks to get the beating of NW, and just about unable to do so. Peachy Boy going forward here, looking for an air dribble, which he's going to find over the top of MV, and he takes a shot. Poe with a very, very strong save. I have to say as well, this NW MV, it's confusing me, Vector. They're very similar names.
Yeah, a lot of numbers in this lobby. MV6 314, and as I'm saying his name, he scores. How did this go in? It's all the way from the backfield. Oh, Peachy just can't quite find the pace to get a touch. A little too advanced to deal with the strike from downtown, the long bomb. Not the way that I expected this game to begin, at least in the scoring. Draga are going to have to deal with it. This was barreled all the way through and ends up being a dunk, in fact, by FV6. This one made so awkward for Draga to deal with. Gets the bump on NW7. Peachy Boy was already in the air, not able to read the play. Chris has to come diving in to try and do anything to get that ball away from the danger area, but just ends up sending it into another chassis. And another 2-goal lead from Sai is going to be 3 possibly off kickoff if Poe can get the bump. Fortunate for them that they didn't. As I said in the first game, they just needed to pad that lead a bit more. 3 goals, it feels like, is a minimum for them to make Draga earn it, to work for it. Of course, they could shore up their defense in the meantime, batten down the hatches in this second game. Just have to see how it shakes out, but the midfield control completely in Messiah's favour.
Central it goes. MV looks to take a shot. Not able to do much with it. Peachy Boy now looking to set one up for NW. He takes the shot, but MV is going to get the save. Here goes Pizza chasing this one down. A 3rd goal would make this scoreline look very helpful indeed for the Messiahs. Central it goes. Pizza will have to swoop round to it, which he does. Nice little drop onto the floor to control the ball, but Crisps takes it off of him. Going forward now, not a lot of boost to work with, but plenty of space, and it's just taken off of him. Off of that backboard, Peachy Boy tries to drop it central. Poe will take it forward once more, gets a very strong 50 actually. Has to leave it for a teammate though, because MVW charging it down. I don't know where I got the W from, but anyway, MV6 chasing it down. Poe off of the sidewall. Again, not much doing for them just yet. This is a lucky shot, and Peachy Boy drops it into an open net.
Not much doing, but Messiah's strange rotation here. Not quite sure what was going on there. Obviously, they want to score more goals. They want to get on the front foot, but got to make sure you're not leaving yourself too exposed at the back, as they just did there. Straight off kickoff, though, they completely remedy that error. And Poe does get goal on the board. All three players of Messiahs now on the scoring sheet. 2 assists for Pizza, top of the team. Droga really need to shore up that kickoff game, or they're going to start to struggle. They're conceding every single time the ball is reset. You're never going to have much success, as NW7 doesn't manage to pick this up in the midfield. Not another touch. Hit by Peachy Boy with no pace. Easy to deal with. Chris left in such an awkward position to have to break down 2 defenders, or attackers even. It's not going to work. It's just, again, it just seems like they're getting beaten in the midfield and pushed away. I think he actually got bumped. Yeah, he got taken completely out of that play. And Salam Messiahs to take that 3-goal lead and really cement themselves here on Forbidden Temple.
They have managed to build themselves back into this game and back into this series, really taking control in this game too. Plenty of time, well, plenty of opportunity for the counter-attack, of course, in terms of the game's work. But right now, Messiahs, I think, will be the happier of the two camps, given how this game 2 has unfolded. There goes Crisps going forward, right-hand side. I mean, realistically, if you want to win through a bracket reset, you need to do the first series in very, very quick fashion. This time, Pizza's going to get to the line. He clears this one away. Out of centre field it goes from Peachy Boy. And I just sense that if this series does start to drag on, a little bit like the rival grand final, I don't see Messiahs sort of folding as we saw Disorder fold on that particular day. So I think here, actually, they are very much the favoured of the two sides should this go to a bracket reset. I just think that you've got to get it done quickly if you are this Dragger side.
Yeah, definitely call them the favourites. They only lost 3 games on their way here. And we've got Chris shooting at his own net now. Actually just being Jedi mind-tricked by Pizza here. Takes it off the wall. That's the first touch. Doesn't even touch it again. Just tries to get something on it. Peachy Boy jumps early, expecting a second touch. Ends up backflipping and putting it in his own net. Putting the writing on the wall, all but confirming that Messiahs are back in this series. It's back to a 1-1. But it's important to note that they were fighting from behind here. They had to respond. As NW7 does respond for Draga. A consolation goal, likely. As this ends up just a 3-0 victory for Messiahs. It could be different, but it's probably still going to go their way, and we're probably going to still see a 1-1 in the series score by the end of it. I really think, as I said, that it was going to be a bracket reset, but Messiahs would learn from mistakes. They'd adapt very quickly. I didn't know if they were going to do it in the first series as opposed to the second, but it seems to be going that way as they just about get denied a third at the death. They take game 2 in a stronger fashion, but Drago weren't completely shut out. They still had some offense. I think they just struggled, as I said, in the midfield, controlling the boost, and that allowed Messiahs space, which means they got more opportunities, and they just ended up finishing more of them. They actually had fewer shots, all in all, so I think the efficiency was just better. But they made a big statement with this one. And it was an all-round team effort. It wasn't just one player popping off, so it's harder for Draga to find a crack and start to pivot through that one and pry it open. So we'll just have to see how they respond.
It's going to be difficult to win in a bracket reset if you're not markedly better and dominating the team that you're playing against. That's what Draga have to keep in mind here. It's going to be attritional if the series keeps ping-ponging like this. It's a bit too early to say whether that is going to be the case, but if it is the case, then Draga in for a very, very long night, a night where Messiahs always feel like they have it in hand, that they have it at arm's length, and I think that's the important thing, that it is still very likely to finish within the first series.
Well, that's what you predicted. I disagree. Of course, it's still far too early to say. We find ourselves on Sovereign Heights for the third game of a potential 7. At minimum 5, of course. 6 even. With it being a 1-1 in the series, so I'm expecting a greater response from Draga here. I think they want to get way more aggressive and really start to push out. Make Messiahs sweat. Seen it plenty from them throughout tonight. Their ability to keep that pressure up, keep sending someone. This time Chris waits though as the third man, and it leaves space for MV6, looking for the double tap just as they started game 1, but it ends up being blocked by NW7. Much better defense. And a great way to show themselves up, because clearly defense has been their weakest part, in my opinion, for this series. So we'll see if they can do the same on the other side.
Definitely will have to see as Peter looks to spark the first real Messiah's attack of this game 3 at Sovereign Heights. It goes out to the left-hand side into MV, who Peachy Boy takes the ball off of, and now looks to take a shot, and Pizza on the line does very well indeed. It's Draga back onto the attack then as Poe tries to clear away. Pizza's going to have to do his defensive duties, which he does, trying to create an attack once more, but Crisp put it back into contention, back downfield by MV. Still Draga, just pressing it, just trying to sneak one in early on, looking for a reset here. NW can't quite find it. Peachy Boy looks for the shot, but it's cleared away. Crisp keeps the attack alive. Out of centre field he goes, chased down. Now NW having to stop the counter in its tracks, which he does. Now has to go central for a teammate. No teammate there. Envy back downfield. And at the moment, Draga definitely on the front foot, but Messiahs again will feel that they have this game at arm's length, knowing that their attack is very, very deadly, Vector.
Much tighter than maybe some people expected, especially considering the scorelines from the first 2 games, but it's a similar affair, considering that we saw from Draga and Phoenix as they eventually find their way through. Another double commit on Messiahs as they desperately attempt to stop the follow-up. A great pass across to Peachy, and then actually follows it up himself, NW7. Rapid passing and efficient team play that we've seen so much from Draga, just too hard for Messiahs to deal with. When they actually get control of that midfield boost, Draga, they do so well to read the play and know exactly when to go for that attack, when to make the right play. As another demo by Chris opens things up. Going to be NW7 to look for the waterfall. Read it perfectly. It drops down just a bit too narrow. Peachy Boy's there as well. Had to finish that one. NW7 comes back. Somehow they end up getting the second goal. I don't know how Messiahs didn't clear this. They probably just assumed it was going to go in the second time of asking, but eventually it comes back through with a very long time that passed, that Messiahs didn't get a touch there on defense, and they're starting to struggle a bit, which is a surprise here in Game 3, especially after winning the last game.
Absolutely. This series, again, just ping-ponging, as these high-level series often do. Here's MVW looking for a shot. MV, I should say. NW is on the other side. Unable to find it, though. Poe looking to go off of the corner. Has a teammate central. Looks to get to it. Not able to find a teammate, though. And NW chases back downfield. Yeah, Crisps is looking angry. A couple of demos going on the side of Draga. Here goes Peachy Boy chasing this one down. Looks to, again, go for a teammate. Fat goes all alone, and that is a fine finish. He's bamboozled 2 of the defenders on the line, all alone, all from his own half. Chases it down, able to just tap it home.
Oh, that was a team bump. MV6 got taken off the line by Pizza. Just watched that from his perspective. I didn't even realize the first time, but I was so confused as to why no one went up for the ball. MV6 was reversing into his own net and then got hit by his teammate. as Chris looks to make it 4. Just about stopped on the line this time. But yeah, Messiah's defense is extremely confusing to me right now. I'm not sure what they're doing, but something's going wrong with their positioning, their rotation, understanding what they're meant to be doing at the right time. But Peachy Boy trying to stop this counter. Won't even have to. Won't need to make a touch as NW7 looking to dribble. Does get dived on. Paul with not any boost to continue that play. However, Peachy Boy all alone with boost and space to work with. Gets the air dribble, but ends up getting bumped into the ball. Pool shot into the corner. NW7 expecting Chris to be there. Thankfully, they're able to rotate back in time to prevent the easy shot. This one will be awkward to deal with. MV6 drops it. Bouncer Pizza's there. They finally get on the board. But honestly, most of the goals in this game have just come from really odd defensive mishaps.
You'd expect better, wouldn't you, at this stage in the Master Tier Grand
Maybe
Final?
it's nerves.
Pressure. Yeah, well, pressure is a funny thing, isn't it? Because here goes Poe, cleared away by Peachy Boy. That pressure that just starts to build up and bubble up throughout the course of the series, not so much on the team that don't require the bracket reset. This is looking for a double touch. Poe will follow it in, and again, it's ever so slightly awkward on the line from all of them involved. Looking here, I was thinking this might have also been a team bump. No, MV got a team bump, then Poe got a bump as well, I think, as he followed through his own shot. But obviously you'd think Messiahs would be feeling a little bit less of the pressure here, and maybe that is the case because they look to actually have this comeback potentially in hand. 1 goal to find in 50 seconds or so.
I think on that last one, the defense from Drag was just like reaction. Late reactions, slow to read the play. Chris had to go up expecting the double tap, didn't come through, which made him look like he just completely missed. And then PG expected the hard strike, ended up being slowed down, just went flying past the ball. So they're playing a step behind at the moment, particularly on defense. You know they just need to wear this one out, and if they can do that by keeping the ball in the blue half of the field, that'd be just fine for them. As teammate ends up getting demoed out, but Peachy Boy is right there to keep them penned in. Chris is waiting for this challenge by Poe, ends up winning a 50, not quite the second, but NW7 is there to clean it up and to confirm that Draga will be going 2-1 up in the series, dropping insultingly on the Messiah's goal line. Could have been more, but they didn't end up needing it, as Poe of Messiahs does end up calling the timeout for his team. And is this a surprise? Is it a little early considering they're not quite on match point yet, or do you really think there's something here that Messiahs have identified they really need to change?
I don't think it's too early, to be honest with you. It may be slightly earlier than we would have expected, but it's one of those things. I apologise. I was just trying to look at the chat, see what they're talking about. They were wondering whether they'd actually called the timeout. I forgot I had to send a confirmation message. But maybe a little bit early. But then, if you think about it, you don't want to be losing. You don't want to be losing the next game, and suddenly you have all of that pressure to having to win three in a row, essentially. So
without a timeout,
yeah, it's almost preemptive, actually, of that next loss, which I'm not sure I'm a fan of. However, it is what it is. I think I can think of more silly things to do than call a timeout right now. Let's put it that way.
That's true, yeah. They probably felt that was a game they could win, knowing that they had to make the comeback, of course, but they started quite strong. It was just odd the way that they conceded their goals, and they probably felt like they needed a moment to breathe and to think things through. As I said, they seemed, well, I posited briefly that it could be nerves, it could just be that they're on this stage, and you get to the grand final, it's just a different scenario, different set of dice that you've got to contend with, and they just needed a moment. Of course, Poe is the captain of this team and made that decision to take the timeout, so just wanted to probably calm down his teammates, make them realize, you know, they're not in that bad of a situation, they're not quite at match point yet, they're not forced into it to winning every game, they have a little bit of a buffer, but they want to bring it back here on Beckwith Park, and we know that this field has something strange about it. Tom, we've got first-hand experience with that, and I'm expecting some craziness to happen again. Although that was the closest game, a 3-2, and it was a lot more entertaining in that sense. That it was unfortunate that Messiahs didn't get the comeback, of course, but Draga just held it down. And for their sake, they've got to keep that momentum going, keep that blood pumping, because obviously a timeout works on both sides. And the Messiahs had to take that into account when they were calling for it themselves. And I just hope that they can keep up that level of play, because mental so much of the game. If they start to break down, if they start to continue to make those mistakes that allows Draga easy finishes, then it just becomes a spiral, and it's very, very hard to get out of that.
It is. Their timeout will be over in just a couple of seconds' time. I'll tell them to join up and get into this game, because Beckwith Park, as you said, can spring some funny surprises, as any fourth game of a 7-match series will often do. We're here for it though, and it's 2-1 to the side. Well, a weird place and ugly place as well, but let's not hold that against it as we get underway. Sorry, I have to. I can't not. When we were at Beckwith Park,
the field is a bit ripped up, to be fair.
Yes, it looks like your local park, and we're supposed to be deciding tiers here. But anyway, Pete's chasing this one down, looks to take a shot. Crisps will clear it away diligently. Now chasing this one down. There's a demo on Peachy Boy. Probably not the best of ideas to go for the demo there. Actually gave Crisps a lot of space for the chance, and now Poe takes a shot. Poe takes a shot. It's an open net, and he finds the net as well. Very good interception.
Read that yesterday. Knew exactly what Chris was doing, cutting there up the wall, wanted to hit that ball quickly. It was going to be wild. And NW7 had to go sooner than that. Actually had to pre-jump it, but Poe was the first to it. Quickest to react. He's got the just rewards. An opening goal right off of the timeout. Exactly what they were looking for, as NW7 is going to be beaten here by the other man with a weird name, MV6S. They're sounding more like spaceship parts or something than actual players. So I'm maybe expecting Draga to play this game more conservatively just because of the timeout. It's hard to predict exactly what your opponent's going to do after a timeout, so that they might be a little bit more cautious, which probably does favor them because it means they're not rushing things. But I could be completely wrong, of course, because Messiahs already have a 2-goal lead. Great catch by Pizza off the sidewall, and Draga just out of position. They really weren't expecting a catch like that.
The upsurge in good play after a timeout is always confusing to me, because it's got to be a purely mental thing. I'm not seeing anything this side are doing, who make it now 3 in the space of just under a minute and a half. I don't see them doing anything different. It fascinates me how just the pure mental side of the game can be that massive.
Because it's just confidence. Like, you can have all the mechanics in the world and know how to do things properly, but if you don't have the belief in yourself to do that, then you're going to make mistakes. You make more mistakes than your opponent, you lose. It's as simple as that when you break it down to brass tacks. So if they're consistent in what they do, they already know they can do it, and they're completely capable of it. They're in the grand final. That much is obvious. But if they don't believe in themselves, then they've already lost the battle. So you take a time out. You can stop playing for a while. You can start to think, you know, this isn't as crazy as it actually is, because you're just playing constantly back to back. You only get a minute between games. You don't get a chance to you know, look back and take it all in as a wider perspective and understand that you know how to play this game. You don't need to panic, and you don't need to rush. And especially something that I've experienced a lot. My playtime is like going onto autopilot. If you play for so long, eventually you stop thinking and you just start doing things on instinct, and sometimes that's detrimental because you don't do little things differently. You don't try to adapt to the game. You just keep playing the same way, hoping that things work out. And a timeout can really break you out of that cycle and allow you to see things differently. I think that's exactly what's unlocked Messiahs here. They were just droning on in that last game, and it allowed Draga to exploit them. They've completely changed it up here, and it's paid dividends, clearly.
It has, and the question is though, will you be able to pick it up and continue this throughout the rest of the series, because it's not easy. Your opponents also have a timeout in hand. And I think what has always been fascinating to me is how you can have this timeout. Your opponent also gets the timeout, yet their mental state doesn't see a similar improvement. I suppose they've got the momentum, so logic would dictate that they don't necessarily need the improvement. But still, it feels weird to me that it's so lopsided. This is the shot that Pizza will turn away. Peachy Boy wants to go for a shot once more. MV clears this one away. NW is beaten to it by Poe. Poe drops it in and makes it 5. And the timeout has worked absolute wonders. It's been their messiah, you could say.
It's the greatest buff. There's no doubt about it. It's just psychological warfare. When you call a timeout, you're helping yourself realign, but you're also dampening the flame that is your opponent. They're on fire. They're raring to go, firing on all cylinders. You call a timeout, you just doused them. You've iced them out of their momentum of keeping that flow, of just getting straight back into things, because clearly things were working, despite the fact it was only a 3-2 victory. They were under a lot of pressure in the final 2 minutes of the last game. But they managed to hold on, and that gives you a lot of confidence. You get a moment to breathe and you think, oh yes, we've just about taken down these guys. We held them off, we managed to do it. As Chris does get one on the board. Just a consolation for now, but great read out of the corner. Much better from them in the latter half of this game. But in doing that, in taking that timeout, they've given themselves that advantage of regaining so clearly and so brilliantly, as Pizza finds his hat-trick again off the kickoff, and this has been something that's plagued Drauga throughout the series. They're really struggling here on Beckwith.
Well, crazy things happen at this particular ground, and it's continuing to happen in this particular game of this particular grand final. Pizza looking to clear this one downfield. Crystal challenge it for him, but it's all pretty much a formality at this stage. Game 4 is going to go through to Messiah's. Peachy Boy going downfield. MV gets a very nice shot away. It'll be cleared away by Chris as a demo. Poe not able to follow it through, however. Let's go central. MV looks to take a shot. There's nothing doing there once more. Pizza flashes one forward, and Peachy Boy clearing to the left-hand side once more. They are still attacking. They're still attacking with the same vigour and the same aggression that they were about 2 minutes ago, when it was only, 2 or 3-0.
If it ain't broke,
it isn't broke.
don't fix it.
You are right. And 25 seconds to go. It is going to be Messiahs who take this game 4. We know that much. Now my question turns to you, Vector, and they have to look at 2 more games to win the championship. Do you think they can do that in a row?
Which side, Drauga or Messiahs?
Messiahs.
Oh, it depends. I think if Drauga take a timeout here, it really could change things. But if they don't, if they just want to continue on, if they just feel like they can figure out whatever their issue is that caused an almost Brazil. I can hear Kingsman Gas grinding his teeth. It's so loud, and it must be a painful one to see. At least it didn't actually end up coming to fruition, a Brazil. But I wouldn't be surprised if we still could see one in this series. Messiah's clearly got the momentum, but I already talked about it in the prior series that Drauga had, in that they wish they could have banked the goals that they scored in one of the games and used them in a different one. And that might be the similar situation here for Messiahs, of course. As you mentioned, they just kept going. The intensity never let up, and that's where they're comfortable. That's where they enjoy playing the game. Never give your opponent a moment to breathe, a moment to think, because that's opportunity. That is a chance for them to change things, and Drauga never got that here, which is why I'm surprised they haven't called a timeout. I thought they would need a bit more time to figure that out. But they seem confident enough, and I said it in the last series as well. They don't seem like a team that gets rattled easily, particularly Chris. So maybe it's not so surprising. Maybe they want to save it just in case Messiahs end up taking this one But time shall tell, as we have a tied series, 2-2, as competitive as ever between the top two in the Glaciers Conference of the Master Tier. It continues on. Whoever takes this one, though, match point. Pose wanting to be the one to do it, already scores 3 seconds in. Again, a failure to adapt to kickoffs. They're really, really struggling with this, and I don't know why.
Well, it was a fine double touch off of the post, wasn't it? Regardless, as I don't know if your camera on your end's doing that, but did you see that as well? Was that just me? Okay.
Oh no, I have no idea what we're talking about. I thought you were talking about the double tap. It's an unbelievable looking pinch from Chris gets denied.
My connection was doing something. It was a camera. When you said what, I thought it was on your end as well. Here goes MV trying to touch it forward. No doing just yet, but it was a fine double touch, wasn't it? Here is a shot from Crisps. Pizza will clear it away. Back downfield for Drauger to recollect. Crisps looking to take a shot. Not able to find anything just yet. And I wonder if almost it's frustrating for Messiahs that they haven't been able to follow up that first goal with a quick second goal. Because now this game is still delicately poised.
It might get to them, yeah, that they can't score in such quick succession. NW7 faking out the reset. Didn't quite end up working in the end, but not too much of a downturn for Drauger's fortunes here. Poe does beat out NW7, looking for the double tap again. Off the corner, his strikes are so rapid. You never know when to expect them, as NW7 is forced to take this off his own backboard. NB6 was ready for it. Pizza lying in wait to try and salvage something. As Peachy and NW link up, not much coming from it. Poe to take this slow, try and 50 underneath. It works out so well for Pizza off the post. NW7 saved that, but then his teammate ended up planting it in the bottom left. That's so unfortunate to see. This one could have been stopped. In fact, I think it would have actually hit Pizza, not NW7, but a slight bit of panic from Drauger on rotation there. Ends up a 2-goal lead for Messiahs, and this is why I was surprised that we didn't see a timeout from the last game. They're starting to get skittish. Never mind. Great finish from Chris here. So NW7 takes it off the sidewall. They've figured out the problems on kickoff, Tom. Don't concede, score.
Well, they still look skittish, I think, is the thing here. Even if they are able to at least get one back, I think, yeah, the general rule is they are starting to look skittish and rushed on defence. But you will be at this stage in a grand final. Pizza looks to take a shot here. The skittishness not continuing just yet. Flashes it back downfield, and MV tries to keep something of an attack alive. MW looking for scything through the defence, goes up nicely for a shot from Pizza. Gave himself so much time, and time is not something you can afford to give in the Master Tier. Off of the wall this one goes, and W out to the left hand side. Here goes Poe, drops it central. Pizza takes a shot, and Pizza finds the net. And I have to say, Messiahs are looking very, very good to wrap this up in one series.
Proud of that. I just knew as soon as I saw Peachy going back to his own post there on 0 boost that goal was pretty much inevitable. It was not looking healthy for Drauger in the go juice category. And eventually Messiahs found their way through. It didn't even take that much pressure. They're looking rickety on defense, and it's coming to such a detriment, such a head for them to deal with. NW7 with a wayward touch. Peachy Boy's forced to try and get something in front of the shot. Ends up being Chris to struggle to deal with it off of their own crossbar. Now a 3-goal lead. Messiahs, they were just waiting. They were just lining up, waiting for the next mistake from a Drauger defender to get a free shot. It's a shooting gallery for them right now. They're 10 shots to 3 right at this point, and I don't know why Drauger's really fallen off this badly. Timeout book, man. It just does something.
Well, maybe Drauger needs to use a timeout. They'll get a goal here, though. Make it 4-2. in this series. It was Crisps off of the wall into Peachy Boy, and he tapped one home for the Cowboy to come out in full force. But with 2 minutes to go, this game is still by no means over. It definitely is Messiahs who are the favourites. Crisps will look to take this one forward, try and get themselves back into this game well and truly. In the air he goes, not able to find a teammate, too much weight on the ball that goes out to the far post. NW drops one forward, drops one down as well. Poe looking to ring it away and under a lot of pressure, can't get it past Peachy Boy. He now chases one down, runs out of boost. Crisps has to work with something off of the right hand side wall, but instead it falls to Pizza, who will punish you all day long if you give him that opportunity. It's just being lazy in possession vector.
Yeah, it's a great way to put it. As Pizza throws up the threes, just shy of 700 points. Incredible contribution this season. And Throw got lazy, scattered, inconsistent, but it doesn't matter how many goals you can score, how much you can affect the opposite side of the field. You've got to hold down defense. It's a saying for a reason. Defense wins championships, and seriously struggling right now. A good demo does open up space, but Chris takes the shot early, telegraphed for the defender to deal with. Poe from his own backboard will edge it around, get some help from, I believe that was NW7 in the end. Rolls back through this red corner. Chris with 40 boosts to his name and not enough to take it past MV6, barreling down again. That intensity continues to ramp up from Messiahs. They do not want to slow down. This is where they work at their best. Mach 3, constant speed, pedal to the metal, and it does not let them down yet. Well, it's let them down a couple times in the series, but not since the timeout. Not since they took a moment as Pizza comes gliding across there, looking for the 6th, looking for his 4th in this game. And in the Master Tier, to have that offensive output so consistently is incredible. As NW7 does make it a 2-goal game with 12 seconds left. Stranger things have happened, Tom.
Well, stranger things have happened. I would like to extend your phrase slightly. I think that in this game in particular, the notion that defenses win you championships is perhaps not quite correct, because with the Messiah's defense, as we get kicked off again, hasn't been exceptional.
7-goal game,
as they get a goal
8-goal game, a 9-goal game even. Doesn't prove my point. But
no, I'd actually say that defense loses you championships. You know, a good defense can win you a championship, and a lack of defense can lose you a championship. And I think that's what we're seeing here. I don't think the Messiah's defense has been bad, but it definitely hasn't been as good as they know it can be. This will drop to the 4, and they go on to match point. But there you go. I think defense can also lose you a championship.
I think to elaborate my point on that is that you only need to score one more goal than your opponent to beat them, to win. And so being able to stop that one goal, having the better defenses Messiahs clearly do here. I mean, we saw 8 shots from Draga there. Obviously Messiahs had more because they scored more, but the fact that they stopped 5 of those shots gives you a massive indication as to just how well they're playing. It doesn't matter how many more they score than Draga. Obviously it is making things a lot more difficult for them, and it is hurting them mentally, because they're getting demolished essentially. But they're not giving up. They've still got that offensive output. The biggest problem is defense, is stemming that bleeding and making sure they're just not giving easy chances away, because it feels like when they get scored on 1 time, 2 times, in the first minute or 2, it feels like they just not give up on defense necessarily, but they forget how to do it. They forget how to do the fundamentals right, because they're completely focused on getting that equal game or that lead back. They desperately want to get out on offense, which is fine. They need to. They have to score in order to win. But then if you completely throw your defense out the window in order to do that, then you're not going to win at all. You've already lost in my eyes. So defense, start of the game, make sure that Messiahs don't get an easy start and continue on that momentum. They've just been rolling after that timeout. They've won 2 games in a row now, and I don't see them slowing down. if Droga can't change something, as they still don't call a timeout on match point.
They don't. The championship might well be won at Neo Tokyo, which is the scene for this game 6 now, and it's Messiahs on match points if you're just joining us, but this is a strong fight back almost straight away from Drauga. Back downfield they go though, as this Messiah's attack can be turned from defence very, very quickly indeed. Here goes Trips trying to create something. They have to up the intensity now to Drauga, who are playing at essentially a win or bust basis in this series. Poe off of the left-hand side will look to drop one central. Crisp takes a shot. Poe has to get there, does get there. Peachy Boy chases down, but MV is able to clear his lines eventually. A demo on Peachy Boy as well will give MV the chance to go downfield. Off of the wall it goes. Peachy Boy clears it away on this occasion. We stay level after a minute into this potentially decisive game. I say that! This is so close to going in.
Unfortunate for Drauga, they'll feel hard done by missing that one. It was a great dunk attempt. But they managed to survive the first minute or so without conceding. Holding onto their backboard well, strong, making sure they're efficient with their boosts as well. They're not rushing things, as Chris does rush this one, but it does allow time for Peachy to get an air dribble. Didn't quite end up beating the first man as NW7's pushed off of the play, and Pizza will get back out on the counter. Peachy with a great touch though will beat out Poe. This could be a 3v1 if they play their cards right. Chris up to the backboard, will not follow the touch himself. Peachy Boy is unable to break back through that midfield line. As Messiahs do so well as playing like just, you know, one defender, they make sure they follow up the touch so that they stop the second touch as well. They don't just make it one and done. And that gives them so much more opportunity to rotate, because they don't need to overcommit and they don't need to double commit, because they can trust that their first man is going to get a solid enough defensive play. They don't have to worry about the follow-up from a Drauga player. So holding on well, but halfway through this game, absolutely could go anywhere.
Here goes MV. It will be Peter who takes it off for him. Looks for a double touch, but this one is wayward. And halfway into this game 6, still no doing just yet. Game 7 is what potentially looms. Then absolutely anything happen. The shot comes in from MV and he follows it through. It's end. Don't apologise. And that game 7.
How does this go in?
Like a very real possibility. It was so awkward.
He missed the initial shot, and I was like, come on, man, how have you not put that on target? It was Poe. It was an own goal.
Oh, Poe and MV. Poe off of MV. But anyway.
Yeah, it was a team pass to end up actually going in, because he was trying to clear from the backboard. NW7 got extremely lucky there, despite missing. Ends up being accredited with the goal. This one gets glanced across the blue net again. Big miss, opens it for MV. No boost, so no power, but that's so awkwardly placed by the defense. It's dropped underneath. He had nothing in the tank, but somehow Peachy Boy gets back in time, reads the threat, the danger, gets the flick over to. Immediate counter is then completely culled by MV. Gets back down the field. Every time I look at his perspective, he's got less than 10 boosts, but is somehow still influencing the game so massively as Chris to take it over, looking for NW7. Somehow Poe pre-jump saves this and manages to keep the deficit to just 1. Never mind, Chris is right there. Such a large boy, able to get it through. A 2-goal lead, something that Drauga have not had for so long, Tom, and they've really changed things up.
Game 7 is alluring and starts to look like it might just be where we go. 2 goals in a minute and 25 seconds. Might just win, well, will win the championship here for Messiahs, or 3, really, to get that lead. Right now, they're all up against it, though. They have created in this game, and to be honest with you, probably should have scored. Here goes Peachy, downfield, into the centre it goes. Poe will try and chase it down, does get to it, gets a touch, but it's only as far as a teammate further back, and a minute to go. They really need to start to score very quickly indeed. It might turn ugly, it does turn ugly! Oh, Crisps puts a hand on this game 7, he sneaks it through.
What an absolute bruiser. Jesus.
Well,
that's incredible. is the size of a container. This guy is just a moving brick wall wherever he goes. NW7 looking to find the 4, takes it all the way over. And you know what the difference here is? Shot ratio. Messiahs have got 3, and Droger have got 8. So what was that about defense?
Well, there you go. They've obviously listened to our commentary, Vector.
No, you make very, very valid points. I'm just saying that Drauga didn't need to score 4 here. They only needed to score 1.
Yes,
Point
exactly.
is, they stopped Messiah's scoring at all. Never mind, they've got 1. Eventually, at the end of the game, could just end up being a consolation. But as soon as they don't defend, this is what happens. There was a big demo, and Chris was in an awkward position there, having to cut back with low boost. But
I
if they
think the
don't
point
throw
as well
this away.
I think the point as well here to make is that defense. I mean, we're both right in a way, actually. In that defense wins you championships, but it also loses you championships. And when they tighten up that defense, that's when they start to look like a championship-winning team. That being said, here's the commentators' curse and pizza. Oh, they couldn't, could they?
King's been trying to shush me in the chat. Cast a curse on Drauga. They came back. It's all about defense, and it's falling apart again. They can't seem to learn their lesson. Messiahs are happy to not be teaching them it. How many times do they need to teach them this lesson? But just score more than your opponent, obviously, is the name of the game. Whether it's by 1 or 10, the difference is negligible. They've done enough. Maybe. Oh, maybe. If Pizza actually found his brace there, we could have been talking about something, as Drauga's kickoff strategies have not been the greatest throughout this playoff night, but they managed to hold on there, kept it to 2 goals, and kept Kingsman's blood pressure down. But we go to Game 7, to Champions Field. Your prediction's been broken. Mine is still alive. And I'm really surprised that they managed to do this without a timeout. I think I saw Kingsman saying in the chat there that they knew what to do. They have the mental fortitude and the resolve to just understand what is necessary. They didn't want to pad it any longer, and we talked about it before as the strategy of taking a timeout. It's also a timeout for your opponent, and that may have favoured Messiahs, but instead Droger have done it within the regulation time and managed to at least bring themselves to a Game 7. Can they hold on to that? I'm not going to risk saying anything.
Well, I think the most nervous man in all of the RSC right now is probably producer Source with a bracket reset.
That went a different way.
Real
possibility.
Yes. By comedic timing.
Kingsman, Kirika, no. Source.
No, Source. I imagine Kingsman is quite nervous as well. But here we go, Champions Field. Will it be the only time this evening that we're at this wonderful, wonderful ground? Or are we going to be back here in about an hour's time? Pizza chases it down off of kickoff. It's quite a simple equation then. Messiahs need to win to take this championship. Drauga need to win to go into a bracket reset.
It's almost again Pizza to open the scoring for Messiahs, but blocked on the line. Double commit needed. And back up the other end of the field. NW7 can't follow through the corner. Poke can only throw it to Chris. A wayward shot is flipping sideways. Just get a touch to the middle, but it's not enough. 20 seconds left of the first minute. And back we go. Across this corner. NW7 doing enough to get it out, and Peachy to follow. Messiahs, to me, I don't know, are they looking a little bit more fearful when they're challenging as first and second man now?
I don't know, really. It's been a very cagey start to a Game 7, as we often expect. This is MV, my word, he was so close to missing that one. Here he goes, chasing this down, maybe a chance. Looks central for Poe. Poe is there, but Crisps is able to clear away. It has been cagey, it's been nervy. These guys just not wanting to be the one to make that mistake that either loses you the championship or takes it to a bracket reset, but you definitely want to be the one who takes your team to a bracket reset, and that is what Peachy Boy might well have just done.
It's Peachy Boy, the one called out so often throughout league play, throughout the playoffs, as the one to do it. That guy, the catalyst, the spearhead, any kind of word you want to call it, starts the scoring here in Game 7. This has popped up for Poe to take control of. MB6 already on the backboard. Realised he had to try and take Chris out the sky there. NW7 with a massive beat here, pushes it forward. Another double commit from Messiahs. Rotation's starting to break down as a 2v1. Peachy takes it high instead of going for the quick pass. May have been the wrong decision in the end. Still got the pressure. Leveled across to the midfield. Chris didn't want to commit too early. And why would you? You're a goal up in Game 7 of the Grand Final. Bracket reset right on the horizon as Poe with an incredible second touch to keep that away from the marauding Draugr offense. They don't manage to get anything from that play, but they're playing so much better than they did in the middle of the series.
This one will drop nicely for MV, who looks to take the shot, but there's no doing just yet. It's still only a goal, and there's still plenty of time to get back into this. Poe looks to make it level immediately. Pizza will follow it through. There is a demo on MW. Now Peachy Boy taking this forward. MV won't be there. There's a total overcommit. Actually, there's no one home. There is absolutely no one home. It's a chance, but Pizza eventually appears out of nowhere.
Really playing with fire there.
Playing with fire for sure. This time he'll clear it away. Again, downfield they go. Corner is looming if they can get this one there. MV now passes it to Poe. Poe takes a shot and the game is level. Back and forth. No one giving each other an inch. And it takes just a slightly scrappy moment. Chris perhaps going for it that little bit too early. And we're back to a square game.
Quoth the Fennec as Poe takes the equaliser for the Messiahs. We've completely forgotten about Hunter Sam, the general manager for Visionary. Only team to get this far in the playoffs. Looking at a potential grand final victory. They've been so late, so tight. Will this end in an overtime? I don't think these two teams have had an overtime throughout both of their series, which is incredible. And if they end up doing that in Game 7 of the grand final, will be quite a cap to this this battle, this rivalry that's developed. They faced each other in league play, of course. Draugr ended up winning it out, I believe, but it's not going to be them to win it. It is going to be them even to win it out in the final minute of Game 7. Peachy Boy with the brace, great touch off the bounce and the double tap as well to take it round the final man, putting this team on his back.
And now Messiah's faced with a very, very scrappy minute to go. Into the centre it goes. Poe looking to bite back immediately, but there's no doing. This shot comes in, it almost sneaks in as well. Crisps last gasp clearance. 40 seconds to go before we start to see a potential bracket reset. This is poised quite nicely as MV clears away. Here go Messiahs. Poe getting the touch forward. Crisps can't get it cleared away. 30 seconds onto the clock now. MV takes a shot off the backboard. It goes. There is a demo on NW, but he's back in nice and easily. Here goes Poe. Central it goes. MV looks to tap it forward. Pizza now challenging. 15 seconds for this Draugr side to hold on, and that will definitely do it. 11 seconds to go. And Draugr have taken it to a bracket reset, but they've had to go through Game 7.
It's not over yet. Not till the fat lady sings. Not till the buzzer beats. They do win the kickoff. It's Poe to take it across to MV6. Not quite the reaction they wanted. NW7 is there to confirm it. Draugr have bracket reset on Messiahs in 7 games. I predicted it would happen. I can just feel Saucer's eyes staring into my soul, staring daggers. The sheer anger and fury that is being leveled at me right now cannot compare to the sheer elation and relief of all of Draga, Kingsman, and I assume Kirika as well. As we see Poe and Pizza lead the match, I don't know, maybe just to take a moment to change cards, do whatever. But obviously they need to take a moment to realize what has just happened. This wasn't a reverse sweep, of course, but the way that it went down, they got the timeout, both got 2 games, then got dropped in 2 games without even needing a timeout for Draga. They believed in themselves and they had the resolve to take it to this point. They're going to have to do it all over again, so...
And I'm just waiting to see, is it Messiahs who have to confirm whether we take a break or not, or is it Draga? It should be Messiahs, shouldn't it?
I believe that is the case, yeah, but I mean, 2 of them left the lobby, so well, I can't communicate with them now. MV6 was still there. I think we'll just go on assuming that they haven't. But we'll just, if Drago want one, then... Because, yeah, they both left the lobby, which I'm not sure why they did that. They haven't joined back yet. Maybe they just assumed there was a break between the 2. Or maybe they didn't realize it's a bracket reset and they think that Draga just won the championship. That would be quite funny.
So, there's a confusion here. They don't know whether they take the break or not. They didn't say they took the break, but they've gone. So, are we taking the break, or are we just going to play?
I mean, Draga didn't ask for one, but they're not in the lobby, so we can't play anyway. I don't know.
Okay, we're going to a 5-minute break.
That I'd love to sort out, but they're not in the lobby. I can't communicate with them. So we're just going to take a 5-minute break for now. Gonna fill for a minute.
Not yet.
To figure out what in the world is going on. As
well,
yeah, it would be very strange if if Messiahs actually think they've lost the entire championship.
That would be very funny as well, to be honest with you.
But regardless of that, we've seen what Draga are capable of. I thought that they would do this. I thought they'd do it against Phoenix. They've done it against Messiahs, an arguably tougher opponent, considering they beat both of them. But now I'm starting to reconsider
Shout out my boys, man, we paved the way. Rode with the punches like a crashing wave. To the haters that think they special, I can't see you from the higher level. Does that close your eyes and fall asleep? I got you in a headlock. Visit you inside your dreams, you'll see me at the tip top. Nightmare to your team, now your album's about to flip flop. Saving all my green, I'm raining singles down like drip drop. Drip, drip, don't you ever give me lip. They try to put me in a tomb, I just pop right out the crib. I came in like Sonic Boom, meet your doom. Take the lick, a dozen rappers in a room, and all 12 are getting hit. See me robbing rappers like it's Gotham, he's too tough to stop him. These rappers on the rise, I guess it's up to me to drop them. This not bump it in your car, no I don't shoot for the stars, I shoot for the highest bidder. My advance is rather large, show the labels what it costs. Cut the check or get lost, you begin when I win. I'm 50 Cent, mixed with Nas. All I made was a cause, all they gave was applause. Hit a grave on my enemies, now welcome to my TED Talk. Yeah, shout out my boys, man, we paved the way. Rode with the punches like a crashing wave. To the haters that think they special, I can't see you from the higher level. Higher level, higher level. These mountains that you climb kinda start to look like pebbles. Yeah, higher levels, we on higher levels. All these things that you flex ain't the things that make you special. Higher levels. Big talk, you loud mouth, I take the beat and I chow down. Feast all up in the booth, the studio like a powwow. Just count down till I blow. Fired up like pyro, you act dumb to go viral, but you only ever the sideshow. Like, hey, you can never take me out. I keep taking different routes. Copycats keep trying to switch it, but they missing all the clout. Every day I deal with doubt, I just rap what I'm about. All the haters I defy, double size my account. I just count the profit, keep on making comments. We get it poppin', got your girl talking my favorite topic. She know I rock it, not your average Joe, my life exotic. And you're just jealous, you don't got it. Got me way up in the skyline. Won't be phased, I'm on my grind. Higher levels, you won't see me till I fly by. Day by day, I keep picking up the pace. Middle finger to the ones who acting fake. Big mistake. Yeah, shout out my boys, man, we paved the way. Rode with the punches like a crashing wave. To the haters that think they special, I can't see you from the higher level. Higher level, higher level. These mountains that you climb kinda start to look like pebbles. Yeah, higher levels, we on higher levels. All these things that you flex ain't the things that make you special. Higher levels. You don't know about the hours, you don't know about the minutes, you don't know about the blood, the sweat, the tears that I put in it. I've been living like a hero, they've been calling me a villain. Haven't pocketed a dime, even though I made a killing. You don't know about the hours, you don't know about the minutes, you don't know about the blood and sweat and tears that I put in it. I've been living like a hero, they've been calling me a villain.
I'm the storm that beats the moon. I'm the sun that will not move. Do you think you are? Who do you think you
Welcome back to the RSC11 Master Playoffs. For the final time tonight, we are in the second series of the bracket reset of the Grand Final. As much as Sauce hates hearing it said, I did predict it, and I initially thought it was going to be Phoenix and Draga here, but it was Draga and Messiahs that ended up beating them the second time of asking in a, I think a pretty crazy series all in all, Tom, but it went the way I thought it would, and I think it's going to be a similar situation here. What are your thoughts about this?
It was a funny series, wasn't it? Our new predictions are up on the screen. Mine hasn't changed. Vector, you're going 4-2 to Draga, which I actually think is a pretty fair prediction. I think Source might have lost his mind if I did in fact change my predictions, so I thought I'd save him the task. But anyway, it was a funny first series because both teams looked like champions at stages, and both teams looked like they were being battered at stages, and it was very much like a pendulum swinging one way and the other. And I think the 5-minute break now, it's essentially, as much as it can be, a clean slate once more. And I think again, it could go either way. Messiahs could pull out and be the team that we know that they are and go and sweep this series, or Draga could again come through and win it comfortably themselves.
It certainly could. As I already said, I expected Phoenix to be here, and I thought that they would bounce back after the bracket reset. I thought they'd go 4-2. My mind has been changed. I think it's the first time I've changed my prediction tonight, because obviously I did the Master Talent predictions. And I'm not sticking with the one that I made. I feel like Droga go 4-2 instead of Messiahs here, but I may be wrong as Pizza scores from way downtown once again. Poe with the fake out. Makes it look like he's going to hit that shot. Beats Chris, and he took it. They score early again, but we've seen all of this before. The story is not new. And I definitely think the record is going to change this time around. Droga take it in 6. But it's still a long road to go.
Very long road to go, and taking it in 6 I think is probably the fair guess. Here goes MV trying to take us off the sidewall. Let's go forward. Crisps will close this one down, but it's Messiahs who have the lead 1 minute into this first game of potentially 7. Pizza taps this one back forward. Crisps booms it downfield. NW's on the wall waiting for it. Peachy keeps it alive, looks for a double touch, an impossible angle, and turns out to be impossible, with Poe getting a very good save away. Here he goes now, attacking down the left hand side. Crisps beats him to it, drops nicely for NW, who does in fact take a shot, and Poe again is there to clear this away. Now, a phrase we've used throughout the course this evening is defense wins you championships, and when you're defending like that, the championship will be won like that.
Of course, it's not enough. And Droga, they still do have to score at least 2. Favour in Messiah's court, but it's, you know, I've seen it plenty of times that they've been on the Droga at bay, but I think I keep disconnecting, getting a lot of packet loss, but I'm still here, still chugging along as this is going to drop down so awkwardly. Yeah, I just stopped talking, but I leave you like out to dry because I take long pauses between my statements, so you never know when I've stopped talking properly. And I apologise for that, but I don't apologise for thinking that Droga can play better than this. They are certainly struggling early on in the game. It is just a similar story to the first series where they couldn't quite figure it out at first. Of course, they did win the first game, but it was from a comeback late on. We could be seeing the same thing as a double commit. Ends up pinching this to the corner. Poe there to try and follow up his teammate, wanting to imitate. MV6 is eventually beaten by the blocker as Chris looking to be that big boy again. Trying to get those blocks in, those 50s, those dunks. Loves to do it. His prediction game is on point, but it's not quite working out so far. 2 minutes left to go, and Messiahs, they have the run of the mill.
There you go. Making it just that little bit more comfortable for themselves. Pizza drops down for him nicely. Open net to Ahmad. And he took aim and scored 2-0 to the Messiahs. And it's actually a brace for Pizza as well. 4 good measure. 3 shots he's taken, 1 save and 2 goals. Crisps looking to get themselves back into this game. Here he goes, finds Peach on this right hand side. Now NW chasing it down off of the backboard. It goes, shot comes in and it won't quite go in. MV with a very good save to keep them ahead in this game and keep them comfortably ahead at that. NW though stops the attack going back downfield. Poe with a save. Peachy boy with a shot as well. MV with a save. I apologise, there was a demo on Poe. He's got demoed twice. Poor guy must clearly have a problem with him. It goes Crisps into the centre.
Violent.
They are getting violent. I mean, I suppose I would at this stage. This is pinched to the right hand side. 1:19 onto the clock as it goes central once more. Chris looks to take the shot. Peachy will go up for it. Poe with the save to take this dream away for a moment of a comeback into the centre. And W takes it off of MV. And that will continue to confuse me throughout the course of this evening.
It's great backball control from Messiahs in this game. They know that's exactly where Drago want to go. to get this game back in hand as a temporary 2v2, and W7 and Pizza demo each other out. Didn't end up working for either side. It's Envy just waiting on that midfield boost because he knows that it's just killing time, and W7 taking way too long at that aerial. Trying to flip reset through the midfield, expecting someone to challenge him early, because why wouldn't you? It's Messiah's. But it's going to kill the clock. Not when you want it to, as Pizza looking for the redirect through the corner. Peachy Boy misses this ball completely, which does favour Chris to get the air dribble, looking for it. Gonna get the touch round, doesn't even need a dunk this time. They give themselves a window. Can they peer through it at the end of game 1? Repeat what they did at the beginning of the very first series, or the second series technically, between these two of the night. Kickoffs haven't been their strongest asset throughout this playoffs nights, but it's going to drop favourably for NW7 to open his scoring sheet and open up the possibility of, yes, you're hearing it right, the very first overtime between these two teams. Could it happen, Tom?
Looking very likely, isn't it, as we get back underway. 7 seconds to go, 7 seconds for a favourable kickoff, and they'll find just that, you know, but it will be cleared away by Poe, who now attacks up the other end. 1 second to go, buzzer does go here, it should have been on net. Here goes Pizza, one last chance in this game, maybe another one. Poe can't get to it, and we do indeed go to an overtime. A crazy 7 seconds of Rocket League. It's cheated well, but it's counter-cheated by Crisps in a way. MV on this left-hand side, taps it forward. Peachy Boy can't control very well, but it's totally wayward. Not even a real attempt to play the ball there. MV up in the air. Crisps chases it down. Messiah's really bottling this lead, actually, at this stage in the game. Here they go, though, trying to redeem themselves. Shot is on net, but Peachy Boy is able to get the save away. Now central for MV. MV takes a shot, and it was almost a clear net, but Peachy Boy is home. There's a good bump. This allows Peachy Boy to have a chance, but Poe, just see at the top of your picture, was home there and firm for a moment.
Oh, the MW7 went up so early for that. Assumed the edge was coming, as Peachy Boy's got a free lane to 1v1. Takes it over, but Poe rotates back in time. Stops it on the line. Can it be done again? Yes, it can. MV to stop NW. As Chris looking for his teammate's pass there, but ends up being cut out. Intercepted just on the edge of the blue box. NW7 once more to air dribble it across through the corner. Oh, had to get a touch, but it's ended up in Chris' possession, but Peachy Boy's right there to pick up his first goal of the game and end the overtime between these two teams. What an incredible finish. I don't know if that was on initially. I thought Pizza would have gotten up to defend it, but it looked post-bound. Didn't end up mattering. Went the other side of the net. Peachy Boy to take the first game and to win. I think that's 3 or 4 on the bounce now for Drauga. That's incredible.
I've lost count, honestly. This again, bracket reset series is so attritional that at this point all the games seem to merge into one, and you start to get ahead of yourself and look at the big picture. What I do like about Drauga here is you can tell that they're not thinking about the big picture, really. They are just taking this one game at a time now, and I like that from them.
I mean, that's exactly what they need to do. First overtime between these two. It's incredible that it took this long to get here. With how many close affairs these two teams have had. I mean, I think this is only the second game that have actually ended up being a 3-2. Finishing this close, typically it is by 2 or 3 goals. But the fact that Drauga managed to clutch up in the only overtime that they've had shows a lot, and clearly highlights their pedigree and their ability to play under that kind of pressure in a golden goal situation, which we might see again throughout this series, because they've played against each other so many times now this season. They know each other intimately, and it's one that's probably going to go down in the history books. I feel like this could be a classic all-time series in the RSC if it goes the way I'm imagining it to. But starting early is so crucial for Drauga. They couldn't manage to get it off kickoff there. They've really changed up their kickoff strategy as well throughout this series. They struggled so much with it in the first. Flip the script, And Messiahs seem to be struggling to remember their lines.
This is almost in though. Very almost in. Cleared away though. Messiahs need to hit back early and they need to hit back hard here in order to take a grasp and a hold back on this series that they really struggled to control through the first one. Here they go over the top, it's MV. Crisps with a strong challenge, takes it downfield now, sets it up very nicely actually. NW will try and chase it down, but Pizza clears it away. MV now taking a shot, it'll go off of the backboard. Can it drop down? No. Poe has to take a second stab at it. Here goes NW downfield, Crisp looking for a redirect. MV is on the line, Peachy Boy with a clear shot. MV will get back to it and all alone as that third man, but he's doing his work absolutely wonderfully.
Defense here, Messiahs once again struggling, not conceding. Managed to pop out for a little bit. MV with a great attempt! Hits it low, but Peachy Boy aware of it. Another double commit on offense from Messiahs. Poe and Pizza battling out, as I said at the beginning of the first series, to be the superior Swede. Say it's still finely in the balance. Maybe Poe slightly edging it, in my eyes. But they both struggle to make that play. He's given Drogo some time on offense, back through the corner, bounces awkward, but relatively simple to deal with. Peachy to throw it back up for NW7 to look for the double, maybe, just ends up hitting it to the backboard. Chris to hit a bouncer, crossbar denies. Peach is following up though. So slow for Messiahs here, I'm not quite sure. They looked completely, I don't know what Poe's doing there. I think he assumed someone was coming so much sooner. They didn't realize how much time they had to clear that ball out, so they just end up not doing it. Drogo to open the scoring 2 minutes in.
It's looking desperate, isn't it, from Messiahs at this stage? I mean, maybe I'm being a little bit dramatic, but they're looking very weak at the moment. Poe chases this one down, he won't quite get to it. I just feel that morale is going to slowly start to take its toll, and it's going to continue to plummet. I mean, you said it wasn't a great sign when they're basically leaving the lobby, and all the confusion that happened anyway in that 5-10 minute break before the series got back underway. Crisps will save this one, and I just sense the Dragger up for this, whereas Messiahs maybe not so much at this stage in proceedings. Here goes MV off of the corner. Crispy able to clear and take it away. Can he do much with it though? No. Poe with a good challenge on the right hand side. Pizza tries to get to it, but it's met quite easily in the end by one of the Dragon defenders. Here goes Chris going downfield, looking to make it two. It's a very nice shot. Poe has to get back, and the touch is just enough to see this ball go clear.
NW7, great catch, control, flick over another. He's going to get the 50 as well. Unbelievable efficiency in that midfield area. Again, something Drogo have struggled with throughout tonight, but they're seriously shoring up the defense. Making sure they're controlling the ball a lot more. Not just giving it away as Peachy Boy deals with a top right slinger. Dealt with it well. Still in a dangerous area. We see MV again on the backboard waiting, trying to poach something. Anything that his teammates can throw up. Drogo right there to stop it. Another one by Chris to the backboard. A big miss. Opens up space. No one's going for it. NW7's all the way back. I think that's the longest amount of time that the ball has just been floating there without someone touching it, as all three players on Drogo on the goal line of Messiahs. I don't know how they haven't been punished on the counter here. Almost is. It drops across. NW7 assumed a shot on target. Goes flying past it. Once more, Messiahs don't capitalize, and they spurn a huge chance to equalize late.
Do indeed, as here goes Crisps down to the left-hand side. 30 seconds to try and find a way back into this. Messiahs 2 goals down, 2 games down in the series. Starts to look like a very ugly prospect going forward. Here goes NW trying to put this one to bed. There's no doing just yet. Peachy Boy goes central. Crisp to put it to bed. Poe clears downfield. Here's MV. Can he create something in the last 10 seconds of this game? No, they lose possession once more. Running clock is NW down the left-hand side over the top of the two of them. It's kept alive. 3 seconds to go. One last attack for MW. We hit The buzzer does go. Poe off of the wall, he goes, not quite able to find it on Pizza taking a shot, but eventually onto the floor it falls. And Drauga get the victory. 2 games ahead in this series. And a grand final victory on its way, maybe.
And I did the maths. That's 4 games in a row that they've won. They won Neo Tokyo, Champions Field, Manfield Night, and of course now Forbidden Temple is taken, which is flipped. Messiahs took this one the first time around. They changed it, and once more, defense is the great equalizer. Peachy Boy 5 saves and the goal as well. And we talk about it a lot that it's not just him. It is NW7. It is Chris, and we've seen both of them shine brightly throughout the night. But it always just seems to come back to this guy. It's been said in the chat a few times. It's Peaky Boy at this point. Deserves it. Has earned the title, and is continuing to show up here, being an incredible catalyst for his team. And I don't expect that to slow down whatsoever on Sovereign Heights. I think the heights will continue to be hit for Droga, despite the fact it only was a 1-goal game. That's all you need. You just need 1. And if you can hold your opponent to nothing, then it feels so much worse. The sting is so much harsher if you can keep them. If you just score 1, you're just like, that's it. We don't need to score anymore, because we know you're not going to score. It's very disrespectful, even if it's not intentional. And I think Messiahs are certainly starting to feel it now.
All of the psychology of this game. Downfield we go, and W off of the corner. He goes into the centre. Peachy Boy takes a shot, and they're going to get the first goal in the 3rd game of the bracket reset. Guess who it is?
None other than Peaky Boy. Great assist by NW7 as well. Playing it through the corner far too quick for Messiahs to deal with. They get a taste of their own medicine, conceding early. They don't know what to do with this situation. They're not used to it. Their first taste of defeat in the playoffs was to this very same team. Came all this way. They beat them like one-handed, essentially, in the upper final, 3-1. There's very little in the way of competition and of doubt in Messiah's minds whether or not they were able to win that series, but they've fallen short in the first, and now they're falling somehow even lower in the second. Only a single shot on the board, first minute for Messiahs. They can only just get out of their own half now.
Only just. Here's a chance though for Messiahs. Cleared away. Eventually, not cleared away very well though, as here goes Pizza with a chance. Chris eventually clears it away. Peachy Boy downfield, this might be on net, it will be! It sneaks in, and he gets his brace.
I mean, just... what? Look at how large Chris is. Are you kidding me? Channeling that Fireburner energy, he wins 90% of the 50s a part of, and he hunts that, he searches for them. He knows exactly how to approach that situation. Orients his car perfectly. Always gets it into a great position for his teammates to do something with it. He creates opportunity. I mean, it's a buzzword and it's easy to say, but he's a facilitator. No doubt about it. A massive dump in the midfield. Opens up even more space, and they look unstoppable.
Some would even say he turns 50s into 60s.
90-10s is what he seems to do. He doesn't have 50s. He's always gonna win. He's got the odds in his favour.
There he is again.
So once again, he keeps the pressure on for his team, and NW7 to try and follow up. Peachy Boy will be beaten here. Breakout play for Messiahs. Chris to touch it forward. Peachy Boy is just always in the rearview mirror of a Messiahs player. I've lost count of the amount of demos now. But they always need to be wary, Messiahs. They cannot just sit still for too long. Someone's going to be hunting them down as it eventually does get into a favourable position. And a strike attempt, but it's stopped at the death. in the crib, and yeah, they've just got very little. It's a great demo, great fake underneath. Cast the curse again.
Well, it happens, and now Messiah's dragged back into the game, and by affiliation, the series as well, association, maybe not affiliation. We're getting there. Here goes the kickoff, which is one. Same thing, sort of. Pona looking central, cleared away. Downfield it goes, but MV stops it in its tracks. Crisps getting to it once more, rising in the air to this one. Pizza attacks once more. Messiah's a lot of organisation in their play, but plenty of passion at the moment to try and turn this series back around. Here goes Pizza looking forward once more. Peachy Boy clears it away. Already 2 goals to his name in this particular game 3. 1 minute and 41 to go. MV will tap this down. Crisps gets there first. Able to turn yet another 50 into a 60, and this time Peachy Boy gets a huge save. It is Drauga who are well and truly up against it here. But they're holding firm at the moment, so this is an overcommit once more. Downfield they go. Peachy Boy is there. So is MV. Racing back to this one. With 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. Absolutely nothing in between the two sides.
They never looked worried when they're under all that pressure. The beginning of the first series, I thought Messiahs, they're frightening. Every single time they go up the field, they always seem as though they're going to do something dangerous. And Drauga have somehow completely nullified them. A shot is taken, it is dealt with. NW7 again here getting the 50. Chris to follow up. Messiahs don't seem to be working nearly as well as a team on offense. There's obviously passes here and there, but Poe with a whiff. Pizza actually read it. NW7 gets demoed at the back post, but there's not much control here from Poe. It's going to be dropped easily. Chris eventually loses a 50, but it's still in Drauga possession as it's back bouncing across the midfield line. Chris looking for a teammate, but all it can do is forfeit it to MV with no boost. Can only flick it high. Pizza to win this one out. Peachy back in time. 10 seconds away, and it's in the right half of the field for Messiahs, but they throw it away. MV6 is forced to go up, bounces down again. Once more, it pops up into the skies. It's dropped insultingly in front of, I believe that was Poe there, might have been Pizza. It was one of them, and it hurt. That stung, as once more, Drauga win a 1-goal game without an overtime this time, and put themselves, you heard it, on match point.
And on quadruple match points. It's that. Quadruple match point in a grand final. You start to question whether it's even possible to throw that away in a bracket reset. But we've seen reverse sweeps before. Boy, have we seen reverse sweeps before, Vector, in the past couple of weeks. And tonight, of course, a few reverse sweeps on this very stream that has been going, by the way, since 5 o'clock UK time. So I make that 6 hours that poor old Source has been sat there streaming away these playoffs. Down to the last 2, and potentially down to 1 more game.
Performing some voodoo to make Drauga win here, I think. Doesn't want to go to game 7, as I'm sure no fan of Drauga does either. It felt like such a slow death. You know, death by 1,000 cuts here from Messiahs. They've not been completely bashed. They've not been dominated. They've just been outplayed. Drauga's precision, discipline, and it feels just like such a professional performance. In that they've not been rattled, they've not been shaken at all, they've not used the timeout. And I don't know if Messiahs knew whether or not they had like another timeout for this series, or maybe they felt like that cursed them in using it and then ended up losing the bracket reset. But they've opted not to use it, and this could be the last time this could have been the last time they got the chance. As Drauga back again on the front foot, looking for the finish. Chris not quite able to get that narrow angle. The improbable becomes impossible. Still though, even in this first minute, I'm not seeing that much threat from Messiahs. I don't feel like they're playing nearly at the level that they're capable.
Absolutely not. Yes, here goes Chris down the left-hand side. Looking to find the nets early on into this game 4, but here's a chance, and here's a shot that's cleared away by NW. Chased down by Beachy Boy now up the other end. MV keeps it alive. It's a counter-attack actually. Poe not able to do anything with it and bounds out to Pizza just in the centre. NW looking to take a shot. It falls nicely for Chris, and there you go. And Drauga are within inches of taking this championship vector.
Such an insane read from NW7. That bounce was vicious coming off the corner of the sidewall. Sends it hurtling to the backboard. MV6 completely caught out. Chris, well, not the cleanest of finishes, will not care whatsoever so long as it's between the posts. Once more a lead taker for Drauga. They have not dropped a lead in 5 games. Despite the fact that they've won them all, they have not gone down. They have not been beaten. Drauga have scored first every single game, I'm pretty sure. I might be wrong about that, but they've now got a 2-goal lead courtesy of NW7, and Messiah's crumbling at the very thought of it. Part of the visionary franchise, but they did not see this coming, and I don't think many people did, Tom.
It's very clever, actually. I'll give you credit where it's due. Because this time, it almost is 1 goal back, but it's not quite. It could be a series-defining moment as NW clears this one away. Peachy Boy off of the backboard has to get this one cleared downfield. Here he goes. Looks to go central. Crisps is up there very nicely indeed, but not able to do anything with it. NW again caught in possession. Here goes Pizza looking to go forward, goes central. Poe is there to try and get one back, but MW is home. And he's always going to be clearing that one downfield. Here goes Peachy Boy to make it 3. He can't. NW might be able to. Here he goes up for 1, and no, not quite. There's still somehow no doing for this side. Up the other end, Poe takes a shot. Total miscommunication. And Messiahs might be hanging on by a thread. But at least
rare error there for Beachy. A thread, yeah, that's very slowly dwindling. I mean, that was just an anomaly. Beachy wanted to play quicker than he was capable of at that moment. It's dropping down from Messiahs, 2 in quick succession. Is there a resurgence? Is there life left yet in the Messiahs? Did they take it personally? But I said they couldn't see this coming. Who knows? What we do know is that Drauga have been hit here. Not expecting that one. And sometimes one mistake is all it can take to unravel you completely. Hopefully they can hold on. At least for their sake.
Drop central. Take a shot. Nothing found just yet. NW taking this one forward. Looks to go all alone. And MV is on the line. MV's on the line to clear it away. 1 goal now. 1 moment. It's going to win you this game. Win you this championship. That's what Drauga know. Got it in their minds. Here goes Chris off of the backboard. Looks to take a shot, and it will go in. And Peachy Boy, once again, is the man. And Drauga, it might just go their way.
It's such simple Rocket League. Chris could take a shot there, but he knows there's 2 defenders on the line. Backboard it. There's no one up there. He knows, he trusts implicitly that his teammate is going to be ready for the follow-up. Free aerial, and who's going to bet against Peachy there? And it's just the fundamentals done so well, to such a degree, that it's a surprise that Messiahs aren't reading it, aren't adapting to it. They're definitely capable. But they've lost confidence here. It's certainly showing in their play style. Poe does just about get the boost there. And is able to take this down the field, looking for the reset, does not get it. Won't be beaten out by the first man, still in a threatening position. Peachy Boy to send it all the way across. Chris can follow, will get beaten out. Poe is there, but so is NW7 to find his second save of the game. Keep them in contention for a championship right here. A clean sweep in the second series would be phenomenal, as they're going to get the fourth of an incredible dunk by NW7 to find his brace and possibly the final nail in the coffin of Messiahs. They've just lost the edge, and they've been cut completely on the edge of Draga.
They have. Now Draga have got 27 seconds to do the basics right. Here goes Chris going forward, trying to put it even further to bed. Envy goes downfield. Every second ticking away for them. Closer to that all-important championship that they've had to fight hard for. 8 seconds onto the clock. And it looks like it is going to go the way of Draugr, who have had to play so superbly for this. We might find a buzzer beater, we won't. Draugr win the Master Tier. And that was sensational.
I mean, I don't even want to know what decibel Kingsman Gas got to after that fourth goal even went in. But it must have been high, because Draugr are flying in the clouds right now. The Valkyrie Knights take their first grand final victory in their first ever season, debut season for this franchise. Congratulations to them. And commiserations to Messiahs, because, I mean, they were deserved opponents. They fell apart here in the second series, of course, but they gave us a show in that first one. It was extremely entertaining, the way that it went, and they deserved to be in this spot, but just didn't have the ice at the end of the day. Peaky Boy was too much. NW7, just that different, and Chris, I mean, what do you say about Chris? MVP for me, despite the fact that, you know, most of the plaudits go to Peachy Boy, because Chris does the little things right, does all the dirty work, and makes it look so easy, does it so well, and it's a pleasure to watch at times. So I'm happy for Draugr. They deserve that victory. GG's.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it can't really be said that it's an excuse at this level, but I think Messiahs ran out of steam there towards the end, and it happens. It happens. You know, you can't mitigate. You can't expect these circumstances, and no one knows how you're going to react to those circumstances. And unfortunately for them, this isn't going to be their year. But strong franchise, strong team. They'll do whatever business they have to do through the drafts and through the business like that, and they'll be back next season, I'm sure of it.
Hopefully so, of course. Seeing new franchises, new GMs, it's always a pleasure, and we love it when they do actually make such a massive impact on the landscape. As we, of course, hear the victors coming into the VC and ruining our outro. Well, not outro, but, you know, introduction to to them. As yeah, it's been a fantastic night, lads, and I've thoroughly enjoyed your journey throughout. Of course, being the top two in Glacies, there was a lot of like storylines going into this one, especially against Messiahs, against losing against them in the first place. But you clutched it out, and it was a lot of fun to watch. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
A great series to play.
Honestly, bro.
Game 7 on the first series, it was so intense, especially the Game 7. I think it was a one goal difference.
Feel it, yeah.
Oh.
I can't remember exactly. It might have been 3-2, something like that. You got a really late goal, something. I'm not entirely sure, but there's been a lot of goals scored tonight, especially in this final. So it's all kind of blended together. But we've brought you here because we want to ask you some questions. Despite the fact that you've just gone through all those series, you must be exhausted. you just probably want to go to bed. We're going to keep you up just a little bit longer and pick your brains. And my first question would actually be to Chris, because there's a personal stake in this, in that we were both on the same team at the start of the season. We're on Heck. Obviously, there were 5 of us, and it had to be cut down. Ended up being Chris to leave, and then got picked up by this team, and things just clicked incredibly well. So my question would be, like, what was the feeling of like, getting taken off of a team, but then going to a team where things just seem to work instinctively? I feel like you've improved massively throughout the last 2 seasons. So, like, from your perspective, what do you think has been the main reason for that?
The main reason, it has to just be the teammates. Like, you can't perform good as a team if you don't see each other as friends. Like, we've been hanging out for, obviously on 9 for ever since we've been a team. Always been in VCs together, and that is great. And being dropped from a team, obviously it sucks, but it's just one more step to going further. You can't get any better if you don't switch it up.
It's a great philosophy to have. One door closes, another opens, and it kind of slammed in my face in thinking, if you would have been on Heck or whatever instead of me, things might have been different. But yeah, it's a pleasure to see that you bounce back in such a way from that can call it a quote unquote loss, and then to go on to this victory, have an amazing league play, and then to get to this point as well. Such a brilliant story. But moving on, my question would be open to Kingsman and Kirika as the AGM and GM, brand new GM, brand new franchise. Coming into this season, were your aspirations to win the Master Tier or any tier at all? Did you think that you had that ability to build teams that would work this well?
Well, yes, 100%. I can't lie, out of draft, we put the most effort into our master team, so we had very, very high hopes for them. And I'm sorry, I just can't stop smiling right now. I'm so proud to have had such amazing players on my team. I feel so honored that I had the pleasure of having these players play for my franchise.
Yeah.
Anything to add, Kingsman? Yeah.
I was about to say, I mean, it's first season, we didn't even expect to be first in franchise standings. I mean, after, I'd say, week 4 or 5, I invested my soul in telling this team they're going to win the tier. They were genuinely, they clicked that well. I was hanging out with them all the time. They were playing different games together. Their vibes were brilliant. And I think after that, I thought they would win the tier. I put full faith in them. I kept telling them day in, day out, they are going to win the tier. And at the start of the season, I'm sure myself and Kiriko will tell you the same thing. It was like a dream. To see us in first in franchise standings and now this, I just feel like someone has to wake me up.
You can pinch yourself, mate. It's very much reality. And the dream has just continued on for this team. Of course, unfortunate that the other tiers didn't quite work out the way you wanted, but as you said, Kuriki put the most focus and the most effort into this master roster, and it's clear to see it has paid off in spades, and it was such a pleasure to watch this journey. My final question would be to the not my MVP, but probably the people's champion. That most people that would say it, Peaky Boy, actually Peachy Boy, but I say Peaky Boy. As many people in the chat does like going through the season and through the playoffs especially, you probably didn't see yourself necessarily as the best player on the team, or at least not levels above, because a team is made of a team. As Chris said, all 3 of you have to work in great unison. But did you feel like there was a higher level of pressure, expectance for you to perform, or was it just smooth sailing because you could trust your team so much?
I want to say there was more pressure because, like, we work as a team, and obviously we win as a team or we lose as a team. So, at the end of the day, like, we're all individually good, but as I said, we lose as a team, we win the team. So, like, all the pressure's on all of us, not like just on me. But I want to shout out Jordan as well, and Chris, because I think they've definitely been better than me this season, in my opinion, anyway. So I want to say thanks to them. I want to say thanks to VK as well.
I want to thank
very wholesome. I mean, I completely agree. It's the right philosophy to have.
Can I say one more thing?
Brings tears to my eye.
Shout out Jazz. I love you, bro. And I want to say, oh, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah, well done to Messiahs, because like, I think they're a really good team, and you know, we came into it like saying that they were the only team that could beat us, and you know, they beat us first, and then we come back. So, you know, obviously, I love all of them on there, and yeah, it's been great to play, to be honest. So, thank you.
It was great to watch, and definitely a worthy opponent. I'd agree. Probably the MVP of this series overall, or the last two series, just based on the contributions. So many crucial goals, opening goals as well, giving you that confidence to go forward. But as you said, you win and lose as a team, and you've won big here. Credible performance, but that'll be it from me. I'll hand you over to Tom Dillon to pick your brains.
Well, Kingsman,
hello.
One question for you first. As a Bristol fan, I imagine success is not something that you experience regularly. But this one, the work you've put in for this must have been immense, and this one must feel particularly sweet.
Yeah, I mean, I've put in work as in helping them out. I mean, harsh for the Robinson. I know it's tough, and but no. Honestly, I can't take any of the credit. These lads have worked so incredibly hard all season. It's like Primordial from last season. They were scrimming most days. They were sat in VCs most days. I don't think I could have had a better team. I mean, they've all improved massively. NW7, or everyone knows him, Jordan's hit 1900. Peachy's almost there as well. I mean, they're both incredible in that last series. But to have success and see all of them with a trophy by my name is just... it's just deserved, in my eyes. As good as Messiahs was, yeah, the boys absolutely deserve this. Hats off to them.
And I'll ask one more question, because I know everyone probably wants to either go and celebrate or go to bed, depending on your inclination. To the players, and all of you can answer this one if you wish. You had to face the bracket reset today. You had to go through to a Game 7. What were your thoughts in those moments where actually Messiahs were on match point and not choosing to take the time out? You said that you knew what you were doing. Was it very much just that case of trust the process and get on with it?
You win.
Chris, you want to go first?
Yeah. Okay. So,
did they hear a "Did you win" in the background there?
He did win. He did win, son.
Certainly did.
Yeah. From the first series, it was obviously intense. As soon as we got to the Game 7, we just thought Moist Esports and Team Falcons in this place. We're going to get the Game 7 win and then sweep the next one. And we stuck to that. The mental was at an all-time high. We're all energetic. Not let anything get past us. No goal. No own goal, whatever. It happens.
I mean, we came into it like knowing that we were going to win, to be honest. Because, like, you know, at the end of the day, I think we've got like the best chemistry altogether in the whole league. So, you know, just having that is like, it helps you so much, having all the chemistry behind you, and then obviously, you know, being a good team as well. So yeah.
Jordan, you gonna speak?
No. He's crying.
Silent but deadly.
Exactly.
That's Jordan.
Well, thank you guys very much for joining us, and we'll let you get off, because it's quite late at night now, having to go through that bracket reset. You've been playing a lot of Rocket League over the last 6 hours or so. So very well done on the championship. It was very well deserved, and we'll see you next season.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Good
thank you for
cast,
having us.
See ya.
Yeah, see ya.
Tom Denny, you're my favorite caster.
Thank you very much.
Wow.
Well, flattering.
That's quite a commendation. Jordan doesn't say much, and he took the time.
Well, he's now my favourite
and the
player.
opportunity to say. Of course he is. Of course.
Yes.
After he calls you, well, I'll just pretend like I don't exist, and then we'll
It's okay,
close
you're
it
my
out. That's it.
favourite caster.
We're all done. Master's done. Goodbye, everybody. But no. Seriously, that was a pretty good night. Didn't quite go the way I expected. I thought Drog would win, obviously, with my prediction, but I thought Messiahs would put up more of a fight. They just seemed to lose their chemistry and their morale in that second series. I think losing that first one hit them a lot harder than we might have realized, which I kind of thought. I thought I might be reading into, because they left the lobby early, but I don't know. sometimes that's just the way it happens, and even the best of the best can be taken down, as Droga win league play in first and finish out the season in first as well. That will be it for the Master Tier. 5 of 6 are done. Tomorrow will be the tippy top, the top of the mountain, the final hurdle for these teams and players to get over Premier, and the best tier in terms of skill level that we have to offer in the RSC. Should be fantastic. Tom, I can't wait to get underway with that one, and I can't wait to watch the matches that I won't be casting. It's been a great night. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope everyone at home enjoyed it. And yeah, go and sleep or something, I guess, depending on what time zone you're in. I don't know. Do what you want.
Free world.
Free world. I'm sorry, that sent me over the edge. Anyway, yeah, thank you so much to everyone for watching. I left Tom floating without a paddle there, or whatever it was, whatever it is, a ring, whatever. You know what I'm talking about? Means go to bed. It's over because Sauce wants to go to bed, so that's what we're all going to do. Good night. We will see you tomorrow for some more RSC action.
Y'all ready for this?